Good morning, everybody. Good morning. I know that I know that we started about 60 seconds early, but that's not much. That's just 60 seconds. Anyway, I hope everybody's doing well. Welcome to Money in the Morning. Today is March 9th, 2025. How many of you did anybody else forget that it was daylight savings time? I kept looking, I looked at my watch on my wrist and it gave me one time, and then I looked at my cell phone, and I thought my cell phone was lying to me, and I just woke up confused, man. I was feeling kind of like, wait, what's going on? What's happening here? And I still feel a little bit confused. I still feel a little bit off. So I imagine if I feel off, I bet a lot of people feel off. Because yeah, this whole daylight savings time stuff is weird. I didn't remember, I didn't get a reminder or anything, right? So it's kind of crazy, and I think I heard that the president was thinking about getting rid of daylight savings time or something like that. He's doing all kinds of stuff up there. But anyway, I hope everybody's doing well. I hope you're doing good. I hope that your money is right. I know that I'm excited. I mentioned to you all yesterday that 75% of you said that your money was up because you are in this class, and that's exactly what I wanted. I want you all to be successful financially, and that's why we get together every morning 7 days a week, including Sundays like today, and we talk about our economics. Can I get an amen? All right. All right. So anyway, one of the things that really actually came to mind that and I'm not I don't I hope I'm not beating a dead horse on this. That's not the goal. But yesterday we had a theme, and the theme was Disney princesses that decide they want to have babies with rappers. And I'm not making fun of anybody, but this came up in my feed today, and I just said, you know what, let's just finish the conversation because there is more to talk about. And there is the lady Halle Bailey. Halle Bailey had a baby with a guy. He's a rapper slash influencer named DDG. I think his first name might be Daryl or something like that. And so lately. Um, there is a big kind of discussion regarding Hallie and her baby and this guy, DDG, the influencer slash rapper. And basically, it's kind of spilled over into the internet. It's gotten real messy, and Disney don't like messy, so that every time it gets messy, that probably costs Hallie another $10 million in opportunities. Because Disney keeps it tight. They don't really like messy. They don't like crazy. They don't like buffoonery in public. And I thought this would be a great opportunity to kind of expand on what we talked about yesterday about financial lovemaking. A lot of people think that money and relationships have nothing to do with each other. A lot of people think that if you love each other enough, then money doesn't matter, that we could throw money out the window, that to even bring up money is just it's just taboo. There's just something wrong with that. And money came into the conversation because I heard DDG. I don't have I got to look up his actual name so I don't just keep calling him DDG, but that's what they call him online. And I heard him say something to the effect of, I can't see my son. I'm not allowed to see my son because I have to pay money. I have to pay money to see my son. And I think that was kind of the whole discussion. It was, money and family, and that's where my ears perk up because you guys know I study money for a living, and so I'm really curious about how money affects human behavior. I'm really curious about how money affects all the different parts of our lives. And so just to kind of give you a quick background in terms of the situation and what's been kind of going on. There's between these two, there's sort of a Twitter war going on, where they're kind of tweeting and talking about their relationships and stuff like that. And it's very messy. I can tell you, as a person who thinks about business and stuff like that, I guarantee you that there are people at Disney and her business partners who are looking at this and saying, "Okay, come on, this is too much. We got to go into PR mode because he's trying to damage her reputation." And so if you want kind of an update, I know that there was a few things. I think that he tweeted something. Let me see. I looked it up. I gotta, stuff like this. I gotta make sure I know what I'm talking about. So I try to get all the details and all the facts. And so basically, on as of March 9th, the situation continues to evolve pretty publicly. They broke up in October 2024, and like a lot of young relationships, they broke up before the baby was even 1 years old or something like that. I don't even know if they were even together when the baby was born. And I told you that's a big problem with the black family. Dr. George C. Frazier, who I'm going to bring to class, who's one of the great geniuses of our generation, did a really great presentation about how the destruction of the black family is literally the leading cause of all the problems that are happening right now. That literally the fact that the black family has become extinct, that's why a little 16-year-olds are getting shot in the street in Chicago. That's a big part of the reason why you have so much why black wealth is on the decline. That's why a lot of mental health issues are popping up because children are not protected under the envelope of a mother and a father. And so anyway, so they broke up, I guess in October. I think he described a relationship as a part-time job. He didn't see the benefit and the value of taking responsibility for a woman and a child. He kind of and I understand. I mean, he's a young influencer. He's got his internet chicks and stuff like that, and he's internet famous. So maybe that was his distraction. But one thing I can also say to you, on top of that, just and this is really Uncle Boyce talking at this point. I can tell you for a fact that a man's willingness, I believe, again, this is just my theory. I believe that a man's willingness to take responsibility for people, other people like children and a woman, is deeply connected to what he saw his father do, right? If he and so when I read that comment where he kind of saw relationships as a part-time job and the family sort of split up very quickly, I said, I bet you that his father was not in the house for the majority of the time that he was growing up, right? So this guy DDG, who's had the baby with the Disney princess Halle Bailey, I read his bio, and his parents were divorced when he was very young, and even though he loves both of his parents, they were kind of living their best life. They were each kind of in their own direction. And he made a comment that was really interesting about, and this was an economic comment, so that intrigued me. He said he talked about how he watched his mother struggle working two jobs, and now he's making money as an internet influencer because he says I got it out the mud. So typically, if your mother's working two jobs and struggling, that usually means she doesn't have help in the house. And one of the things I had to explain to a young lady that had a baby had a baby daddy where I wasn't really sure what the guy was doing is I said, I don't know if you ever saw the way the family's supposed to work, in my opinion. The way the family's supposed to work is the man and the woman help each other. I said, my wife and I, we help each other. We got three kids. We have to help each other. It's very hard to get the baby to soccer practice, pick up the other one at the other school, make sure so and so gets their homework done, make sure the house is clean, dishes are done, all this stuff. It's hard to do all that by yourself. So this whole insane imagery that we've created of the strong black woman who can hold it down and take care of a bunch of guys' kids is just false. It's leading to the mental health crisis that we're seeing in our community. It's why well, I forgot her name, but she wrote a great book. Terry Williams wrote a great book called Black Pain. Anybody heard of that book? And it's why it's something like basically she's talking about the quiet depression that millions of black women are experiencing. That millions of black women are going through depression and anxiety because we've created a world where we literally we don't even shame a man for not taking care of his kids. We don't act like that's a big deal. We're like, yeah, and then every year he'll put out some kind of, I saw this rapper named Future. He put every year for Mother's Day, he puts out some kind of tweet that says, I just want to give love to my all my baby's mamas for holding it down for me and da 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 da. Well, you should be holding it down. Why are they holding everything down? But then again, I would probably go talk to the mothers and say, well, why did you lay down with this nasty man who's making babies everywhere? Oh, because you're fascinated with rap culture and you think that these guys are going to make good husbands and fathers. And I told you that most of hip hop, most toxic hip hop is very anti-family. There's nothing pro-black family that was given to you when those white folks created those record labels and said, let's turn black people into a pack of niggas. I'm gonna say that one time. I'm not gonna use that word no more, but that's what they did. They created a factory of dysfunctional behavior, and they said we're going to give them money so they'll think that they're successful when really they're not, and we're going to spread this message that's going to dismantle and disintegrate the ability of black people to ever come together to accomplish anything. A community with very few families can't have power. You'll never have power. I don't care how many times you go vote for the Democrats. I don't care how many record deals you sign. I don't care how many times you march with Al Sharpton. You will never have power if you don't have family. Family is the foundation of power in a community. So anyway, and give me a yes if you understand where I'm coming from. I hope you guys, and let me know if you can hear me. Okay, somebody just said they can't hear me. I just want to make sure you guys can hear me. All right. Okay, so we're talking about DDG and Halle Bailey, and Halle Bailey's the Disney princess. She was in that Little Mermaid movie, and DDG is this influencer rapper. They had a baby, and basically this week he's kind of said, I can't see my kid because she wants me to pay money. And I thought that was interesting when the word money comes up, they kind of piques my spidey senses. And one of the things I thought about is, first off, it's very direct to kind of say, okay, that's a little taboo, right? Like, why should money be a requirement for me to see my child? I get that, right? Like money, it just seems weird. Like, give me my money, right? Before you can see your baby. That's just cruel. That's just kind of a terrible idea, right? Well, unfortunately, what happens is that you have this reality where these damn kids, they need all this unreasonable stuff. Like these freaking children, they demand all these ridiculous things like food. Like why in the hell you need food? Like why did this damn baby always trying to eat? And the thing is, the baby don't eat like once a week or once a month. The baby's trying to eat every day, little greedy bastard. Like why these kids they want food, and then they get older and they want like clothes, and then they want like a place to live, and then they want heat. Like, why the hell you need heat? What you need heat for? We got blankets in the closet, right? So these kids, they just want so much stuff. And the hard part about that, here's the sad reality about that. The part that's just so unfair is that these things cost money. These things, did y'all know this? Did y'all know that? How many of y'all know? How many parents in the building? How many of y'all know? Anybody know how expensive kids are? Anybody know that? I'm gonna tell you, I would like to call the department, the Doge guys, the Department of Government Efficiency, to come up in my house and calculate how much money these little SOBs done took out of our bank account. It's expensive. We spend enough money to fund the Pentagon for the next 5 years taking care of these kids. So kids are not free. Right. And that's my point. My point is to say, while it's certainly taboo, and I get it, I saw the poor guy. He was on the internet and he was, the internet's a perfect place to go and proclaim yourself to be a victim. And he's like, well, so I can't see the baby if I don't pay the money. Well, F it. He said, F it. And he sounded kind of sad and kind of almost like a little pathetic, and I was like, oh, you poor baby, you poor thing. You probably made what, a couple $1 million last year, but I guess whatever amount you're supposed to pay to take care of your kid is too much for you. But I wonder if that Lamborghini that you got arrested in last year, I wonder how much that cost. Again, no disrespect, not making fun of you, but I'm really kind of thinking like, did we prioritize the Lamborghini over the baby? Well, if you prioritize the Lamborghini over the baby, then some people would say that maybe there's an education required in terms of the fact that you might have to understand that raising kids is not free. Like again, I'm not here to say that he's right and she's wrong. I'm not here to talk about that part. I'm here to say that who in the hell made these young boys think, and any young person who thinks that babies don't require food, that babies don't require clothing, that babies don't require tuition, that babies don't require all kinds of other things. Babies need stuff. Doctors' visits, these things cost money. And so when a man or woman or anybody, and it's not just specifically for men, I'm talking about anybody who thinks this way, when anybody thinks that you can raise a child with no money, and that everything should just be free because you don't live there and you don't have to deal with the consequences of the financial strain that might be thrust on the household. I would like to correct that and kind of help you understand that no, that there is a financial cost to this. And what happens, I believe, and I'm gonna tell you the truth, is that I believe that when people move out of the house, then they're disconnected from the financial challenges of raising a child. You can get to the point where you just can disconnect from it. You don't have to worry about it. I can't. I live in the house with the kids. I can't if something expensive comes through the door. We got to pay for I don't know, we dance classes for the baby because she loves to dance, and I know, just draining my pockets, right? She loves to dance, and dance class costs money. I can't I can't tell my wife, hey, I'm off living my best life with my Lamborghini. You handle that. And I want to say thank you to my baby's mamas for holding it down, while I go drive off in my Lamborghini and just date random women. I have to confront that because I'm in the house. And I really will say that I really think you might want to take a moment to reflect on what happens when you have a child that's raised in a home where the father is not present. Now, can y'all hear me? It looks like some of y'all are some of us are being kicked out of the room. Am I still good? Am I visible and audible? Just give me a quick yes so I can just kind of know that everything's okay because it looks like the system's acting a little bit weird. I just want to make sure we're good on this. Okay, all right. So I'm going to assume that we are. So let's keep going. All right. So here's more. D2G announced their split on October 3rd, 2024, stating that, quote, after much reflection and heartfelt conversations, they decided to part ways, emphasizing that it was a mutual decision and they remain best friends with deep and true love for each other. That's a nice statement. I bet the Disney people probably wrote that. Halle Bailey did not comment publicly on the breakup, though she later posted on Instagram and captions and music suggesting resilience such as Destiny's Child Survivor. So now she's going into the Terry Williams Black Pain, depressed, anxious, struggling black woman mode. I'm a survivor. I'm not gonna give up. I'm a survivor. I'm gonna work harder. Y'all know that song, right? It's a great song. Beyonce did that song. Thought I was down, but now I'm on top. Da 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 ba 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 ba, and it won't stop. And remember that it was a great song. And but what's kind of interesting is it feeds right back into this expectation that if you are a black woman, life is gonna be just unbearably difficult, that if you're a black woman that you will struggle, there will be pain, lots and lots of pain, lots and lots of trauma. Your life's going to kind of suck, and you're going to have to survive that. And I think that this it really speaks to a broader challenge that tends to occur in the black community overall, where we tend to believe that being black means that it comes with kind of a struggle package, right? And so instead of playing powernomics, we end up playing strugglenomics, and when we survive strugglenomics, we think we won the game. But I can just tell you that you didn't actually win the game when you survive the struggle. You win the game when you actually thrive. You win the game when you're actually secure. You win the game when you're actually in a good place. And so that right there would probably concern me because I probably say if I was her father, I would say, a man coming into your life is supposed to make your life better, right? Give me a yes if you agree that you bring a person, a man or a woman, into your life's supposed to improve, right? But it doesn't sound that way. It sounds like you've gone down. So what choices are you making in terms of your life? What types of men are you? Because you're a Disney princess. You got $10 million in the bank. You're very successful for your age. Um, so there are lots of high quality men who would love to add value to your life. They would love to come in, marry you, have a baby with you, just like the Disney fairy tale. Give you the whole fairy tale package. There are black men that will do this for you. I know y'all think that they lame. I know y'all call them simps and y'all make fun of men like that. But I know a lot of brothers who understand, like, look, that's my woman, that's my kid. I'm gonna marry her. I'm gonna take care of them. I'm gonna make her life better. I'm gonna support her career. She's gonna do better because I'm around. Her life will improve because of my existence. See, what you got to understand, and this is talking to the men now, at your funeral, you don't want a whole bunch of people at your funeral thinking, man, this man made me struggle. Man, this dude, shoot, when he came in my life, everything went downhill after that. Ooh, I was singing Destiny's Child Survivor songs after he came. It was struggle love. It was woo. Oh my God, it was so hard to pay the bills because this nigga didn't want to get off the couch. He didn't want to do nothing for nobody. He made everything worse. You don't want people saying that about you. You don't want that. This is what I told our son. I said, when you are at your funeral, man, if you a real man, you want people at your funeral to say, my life is better because that guy was in it. You want people to say, if it wasn't for him, I wouldn't be where I am right now. You want people to say, man, he really, ooh, man, he's sturdy. He came through for me. He had my back. This guy, you want people saying things like that. You don't want people to literally go from a good life to a bad life because you were there. And that's the part that confuses me. Because I would ask Callie, well, you're a Disney princess. You're doing really well. Why in the world would you want to go have a baby with a man that's going to have you on the internet singing Destiny's Child songs because your life is suddenly so hard? Suddenly, you've been demoted from a Disney princess, you had access to the fairy tale, to a struggling single mom, who's got to pay all the bills because ain't nobody helping. This is weird for me. I don't understand that. That's a very bad investment. Your portfolio is declining in value because you're not doing proper analysis on the assets that you're adding to the portfolio. You're not taking the time to properly vet the investments that you're making in your life. And I get it though. You're young. You're young and love makes us stupid. I understand all that. But what we got to understand is the presence of culture in all this. If you don't understand how culture um plays a part in all of this, then I feel bad for you. It's culture. And it's uniquely black culture. Black people, we the only ones on earth who think that 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 sleeping with a rapper with babies mamas is going to make your life better, or somehow that's going to give you clout, or somehow that's going to improve your situation. It doesn't improve your situation. I know a lot of rappers. I'm not just a regular. I have famous friends that are rappers, and I'm like, ooh, I would never ever have a baby with you because you're a bum. Right? But that's what it is. They pay you money. The white man will sell you the liquor bottle and then lock you up for being drunk. And so they get paid to be to behave in a specific way. And unfortunately, some of that behavior is degeneracy. Some of that behavior is not healthy. Anyway, let me get back to it. Let me stop. And I just want y'all to understand when we talk about economics, if you can't make decisions like this in a proper way, it's going to ruin your finances. I don't care how hard you work. And I say this, and it's a sensitive issue for me because I know black women who were doing great and kicking ass and taking names and literally got murdered by the crappy little man they decided to put next to them. I know men who were doing really well, who were on top of the world, kicking butt and taking names, who brought the wrong woman into their life, and next thing you know, everything falls apart. She done took all your stuff. You done worked your whole life to raise all this money. She wasn't shooting no jumpers in the gym, but now you got to give all your money to this lady who never loved you in the first place because you didn't take time to properly vet your investments. All this is standard portfolio analysis. If you work for BlackRock, which has $9 trillion in assets, probably 10 by now, they just bought a big chunk of the Panama Canal. I guarantee you that BlackRock spends a significant amount of time analyzing every investment that they make. They carefully assess every situation that they're going to walk into. They do not tread lightly. They do not just walk into stuff and hope for the best. And so honestly, if you want to talk about what a good life looks like to me, it's where you take the time to analyze every new situation you're involved in the same way you would if you worked for BlackRock. But some of y'all will go work a job at a company and take better care of that white man's assets than you will take of your own assets in your own life. You will value his assets more than you value whatever you've worked for in your own life. And you'll put it at risk and somebody takes it and then you go claim victim. You cannot claim victim when you are also the victimizer. Or if you do, then that means that that's between you, God, and your therapist. Can't nobody help you with that. So let's keep going here. Let me keep reading here. So this is DDG and Halle Bailey. So they had a baby named Halo, apparently. That's a great name. So DDG claimed during the live stream that he'd been struggling to see Halo for months, alleging that Halle only wanted him to only allowed him quality time when their relationship was stable. He stated that he would number the days he didn't see his son on his daily streams, implying Halle was restricting access. So what's going on here? Is he's on a PR campaign. And I mentioned this to you yesterday that when you have something to protect, when you have assets to protect, which for her multi-million dollar asset is her brand, you have to be really careful. When you have a lot to lose, you have to be careful entangling yourself with people who have nothing to lose. So for him, it's all about, like, look, you're the one that's got a lot to lose. I'm just a YouTube streamer. I'm not gonna really lose subscribers or anything. If I get into it with you, it's only gonna elevate my clout. Like I think I heard somebody say, you'll never have a hater doing better than you. So what's happened here is that she's up here, economically and otherwise. He's down here. He does well, but he's not a Disney princess. And so he's sort of saying, I'm going to use this smear campaign to go online and ruin your reputation so that movie studios won't want to deal with you. Corporate sponsors aren't going to deal with you because they're going to look at you as the evil baby's mama who blocks her child's father from seeing his son. So this, let's see here. So this followed earlier hints from DDG around 8 months ago, where he suggested that she was keeping him from Halo. So this has been going on for a while. Those specifics at that time remain vague. So Hallie responded indirectly on March 8th of 2025, that's yesterday, by posting adorable footage of Halo on X, caption, quote, "Guys, I'm crying. He actually knows Ariel is me." And that's interesting because if you know, Ariel was the Disney Little Mermaid that she played, right? So there was a cute video of the adorable little baby who's basically watching. He's like, "Oh my God, that's my mommy," right? And that's kind of cool, right? And I think about that because this tells you how entangled that, she knows her brand is with this whole Disney thing. That this Disney thing's important, and she's trying to sort of, I think, maintain and protect that image. Like, I'm a good mom. I want to remind you that this is what I've done. I was Ariel in a Disney movie, and this is relevant, right? So then it says, like, let's see, this came shortly after DDG's accusation. So right after she's accused of being a bad mom who's blocking the father from seeing the baby, she posts the baby and posts the Disney stuff. That's really interesting. So this led some to interpret it as a subtle counter narrative, right? So this is what PR ends up becoming. PR ends up becoming about controlling narratives, right? So she's trying to control the narrative by saying, I'm not going to address you directly, but what I am going to do is I'm going to create another narrative that my baby loves me and I'm a great mom, and that he saw me on a Disney movie, right? So let's keep going here. So this focuses on her bond with Halo rather than engaging directly with the claims, right? Because people up here don't want to engage with people down here. People down here they try to engage people up here. Like, this is how this, just from a financial brand building standpoint. Anybody know how 50 Cent became famous? Anybody? How did 50 Cent become 50 Cent? He used to be a nickel. He used to be, a dime. Now, then he became 50 Cent. And then he eventually became a quarter. Now he's 50 Cent. How did 50 Cent become famous? There was a couple significant incidents that occurred that blew up 50 Cent's brand. One was his story. He had a narrative, right? Stories are very powerful in marketing and in business. Stories are everything. And so he had a story. I got shot 9 times. And if you notice in his branding, he repeated that story over and over and over and over and over and over and over again, because that's what elevated him above all the other rappers. What was the other thing that elevated him? It was an encounter with another rapper who was doing better than him by the name of Jay-Z. And if you remember, 50 Cent talks about how Jay-Z got so frustrated that 50 Cent had called him out, that he goes in front of 100,000 people and he says something like, he says, "I'm all about dollars. Who gives a F about 50 Cent?" And the whole crowd starts roaring. But 50 Cent said, "I was really happy that he said that because suddenly there was 100,000 people who knew who 50 Cent was." So ultimately, what tends to happen in the whole brand building process is the people down here are yelling at the people up here, hoping that one of them will respond, and that will elevate the brand, right? That's why a lot of people up here, if they're smart, they don't respond. In fact, I can speak on a personal experience with that. Back when I was on the faculty at Syracuse, and no one knew who I was, I got into a beef with Bill O'Reilly from Fox News. He was the biggest brand at the time. His show was #1 in the country at the time, and he did a whole hour-long episode calling me a racist because I just told him that he needs to stop being, a bigot, right? And so anyway, but of course Fox News, you know how Fox News is. They do what they do. And my sister called me. My sister said, "Coco, they talk about you like a dog on Fox News." And literally, like Laura Ingraham, like they had every segment. They had three big segments. They were each like 15 minutes each. Every segment, they would bring on a different guest and they would show this angry looking black professor at Syracuse. They didn't actually hear the words I was saying because they know I can defend myself and they know that I'm smarter than them. So they didn't actually want to know what I was saying. It was how I looked saying it, right? So it was the optics, right? So they took the video, they darkened the video to make me look scarier. And I could have been talking about how beautiful it was outside, but it didn't matter because I looked like an angry black man. That's what Fox does. They scare old white people. And so anyway, they did this whole episode, and then one of the Fox reporters came to my campus, and he goes to the chancellor. Now, the chancellor of the campus is my boss's 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 boss, right? I'm just a little tiny assistant professor. I just been there for maybe 3 years. Nobody knew who I was. But suddenly they're going to the boss's boss and saying, you have a racist on your campus, right? Now, it was kind of tough. It was complicated, right? Because there was a lot of heat there, and that led to a lot of problems with Syracuse, but it's fine. I told them I'd sue them and they pay me money, so I don't care about that. But here's the thing. Uh, After that happened, even though the publicity was negative, my profile elevated tremendously. Suddenly, 10 million people were like, who is this racist professor at Syracuse University? Now, you know I'm not racist. I don't hate white people. I've never hated white people. I ain't got time to hate nobody. But I will speak honestly about race in America. I speak honestly about what's going on in our community. And in fact, I've achieved the perhaps unique and unfortunate task of getting both black and white people to be mad at me. That's how I know I'm doing my job, because I will call out everything. I call out when black folks, when we acting stupid. I call out white folks when they acting stupid. So I ain't really got no friends, but that's okay. I got y'all. Y'all love me and I love you too. So my point is to say that when you're down here, somebody up here might think like, "Oh, I'm gonna punish him by saying bad things about him." But no, what you're actually doing is you're elevating that person, because attention is a commodity. Attention is a financial commodity. Everybody that you see on YouTube, all they're doing is they're fighting for attention. And speaking on that, just from a financial standpoint, be really careful thinking that you can build a career as an influencer. Studies show that I think over 90% of all influencers make less than $10,000 a year or something ridiculous like that. Like, influencers don't really make money on average. There are a few at the top, but in that they eat really good. I want to say that the top 10% of influencers make 90% of the money. So if you make that top 10%, good for you. But it's really becoming a lot like trying to get into the NBA or the NFL. You have a lot of young people who are like, yeah, I'm gonna be an influencer just like DDG. And no, you're not. You're gonna have some little Twitch stream that nobody watches, and you're gonna get a check from YouTube or Twitch for like 90 cents or something. And then you'll find out that TikTok, if you have a video that gets 1 million views, that TikTok will pay you $40 for that video, and you're gonna be pissed off about that. So ultimately, what's best really just if you talk to your kids and they say, "Dad, I want to be an influencer," tell them to go study business. That's what you tell them to do. You tell them that they need to study business. They need to understand how to acquire a customer, how to market to a customer, how to make an offer, how product development, how to manage a team. Like, all these things come into play, and then content becomes a supporter to the overall business. You cannot Content is not a business. Content creation for most people is not a business. Maybe if you're Mr. Beast, who is, probably made a couple $1 billion by now, for most other people, that's just not the case. So just keep that in mind. If you have children that are like, I want to be an influencer. Yeah, good luck with that. You're gonna be real mad because the algorithm is not your friend. All right. So anyway, with that being said, one thing I want to remind everybody is I mentioned that book, Financial Lovemaking, and I also want to mention that if you want a digital copy of that book, you can get it for free. If you go to boyceandalicia.com, boyceandalicia.com, at that website, you can get a free copy of the book. And so feel free to go there. Also, I want to remind everybody that if you are in business with us, we started our Black Wealth Ambassadors program, where you can buy any of our books and flashcards and stuff at a really steep discount. And if you want to start a business with us and distribute, and we will let you make your money, feel free to do that. You can text the word wealth to the phone number 87948. So text wealth to 87948. And what I'll do is I'll send you all special, exclusive, steep discounts. For example, my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, you can buy that for $15, but the regular price is 40. So if you want, you can resell it for 25, 30, 35, 40, whatever you want to sell it for. And I'll sign every single book. I've signed probably 2,000 books this week. I can sign another 50,000. I don't care. You guys love the book. It's great for your book clubs, things like that. So I invite you to join us and to go into business with us, because we can't do this by ourselves. Your help is really important, and we want to help you as well. So I believe everybody can win. Everybody can make money. So anyway, if you want to get the discounted copies of my book, you can go to 10commandments.boycewatkins.com. That's 10commandments.boycewatkins.com. That's the number 10. All right, so let me read more of this here. So this is Halle Bailey and the baby dad DDG. And so let's see. Despite the breakup, DDG and Halle have maintained some public unity for Halo. They celebrated his first birthday together. However, DDG's recent comments suggest underlying friction, particularly around custody or visitation. etc. And so here are a few little financial. I gave you a few financial theories yesterday to kind of link to this love and money conversation. A lot of us deal with that, and I guarantee. And one thing I want to encourage you to do is don't fall for the hype. Don't fall for the lie that you shouldn't blend love and money together. Love and money naturally are connected. So that means if you have financial expectations for your partner, that doesn't make you a gold digger. That makes you practical. It doesn't mean there's not a trade-off, but it's okay to have financial expectations rather than signing up for something that's going to make you uncomfortable. Same thing is true for anybody. So if you're a man who's got a lot going on financially, you probably need to pick women in your life who are going to protect your resources. One of the biggest rules of wealth, the fourth rule of wealth, I gave you the first three steps. I'll give them to you in a second. But the fourth step is protecting what you have. It's preserving the wealth. So if I'm a person who's worked his whole life and I've been shooting jumpers in the gym and I've acquired a little something that I want to protect, why in the world am I going to invite women or people into my life that are not going to protect what I've worked hard for? And a lot of times that financial consciousness of wealth protection doesn't enter our psyche. So if I'm a guy who likes to just sleep with any woman that walks by, well then what I'm doing is I'm exposing myself to all kinds of things. Diseases, unwanted pregnancies, false accusations, but also other things that can be very, very, very expensive. There was I remember I told you all that story about the time I worked at AOL Black Voices and I got the phone call from the lady who she said she worked for a Brazilian butt doctor. This doctor from Brazil would come up every 6 months, and all these strippers would be waiting for him, and he would inject their booties with only God knows what, but they would all walk out looking like cartoon characters with big, gigantic, inflatable butts. And one thing she told me about was a friend of hers who they had a little group. It was three women, and basically they would study the dumbest people in the group in the room. And the dumbest people in the world to them were athletes and rappers. And they said athletes and rappers are stupid because they will sleep with anybody and they don't understand the risk of doing that. Right? This is what I don't know if you all remember the guy, Coach Prime brought that one lady in that really drop dead gorgeous, very pretty girl. I forgot her name though, Brittany something. And he brought her to campus because she literally did a video where she said athletes are dumb. She said if you want to get $1 million, just go get pregnant by an athlete, which sounds like a dangerous way to make money because it's nasty. But still, that's what that was. She did a video about that. And so anyway, what they did, they knew that some athletes just don't, their financial consciousness is not very high. And they have that old saying that a fool and his money will soon part ways. So if you are engaged in a foolish culture, and you have lots of money, then eventually your money will disappear. You will not have your money anymore. And so what these ladies would do is they would study athletes and rappers, and they'd find out who's coming into town. They'd find out what they like, and they would just set him up. They would just kind of, shake booty in front of him or whatever, get his attention, get him back to the hotel room, and they would drug him. And when they drugged him, they would blackmail him. They would put that one of the girls in the group was like 15 or 16, and they would put her in the bed with him and take pictures. And then when he woke up, they would blackmail the guy and they'd say, give us $10,000 or we're going to send these pictures to your wife. We're going to send these pictures to your team. We're going to send these pictures to the media and you're going to lose everything. And so the men would pay the money and that was their little hustle. So ultimately, if you're not financially aware, if you're not financially conscious, then a financially conscious person around you is going to be watching you carefully so they can figure out how to get access to what you have. I've seen this, and I got other stories I could tell, but because for the sake of time, I'll save these stories for another day. But just know that that financial consciousness piece, there's a reason why I called this class financial consciousness. It's because I said in order to protect and to get money, you got to think about your surroundings. You got to think about what you have going on. You got to think about what you have to protect. To understand risk, financial risk, you must have a risk assessment. A risk assessment comes from a risk awareness. Like, what are the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats in the environment around me, and how do I make sure I'm prepared for that? Teach that to your kids. Because we don't talk about that enough, and that's why every time you see some celebrity that loses everything, I want you to think about what I just said. All right, so here's a few little kind of angles I want. I think that the Halle Bailey, I keep wanting to call her Halle Berry. The Halle Bailey situation kind of hits on that you can kind of think about. Number one is there's something called resource dependency theory. And what that basically speaks to is that typically the person that has the most resources in the relationship does have a certain amount of power. And so effectively, Hallie, she has her fame backed by Disney and everything else and much more earning power. And even though DDG is doing well, the reality is that that DDG is able to position himself as a victim by basically saying this big powerful woman is forcing me to pay money and we know she doesn't need the money, she's just bullying me, right? And it will be hard for him to do that if she was a regular person. In fact, if she was a regular person, nobody would care, but because she's this big powerful Disney princess, it does start to matter. There's also another whole thing called that connects to economic bargaining power, which is basically what they might call the high cost of co-parenting. Co-parenting is very expensive. Co-parenting, and this is another reason why keeping the family together is a good financial strategy. Uh, Co-parenting just costs a lot of money. You have to maintain two households. You've got things like child support. If you ever want to see a broke man, go talk to a man who's paying child support on five, six kids. That man ain't got nothing. I mean, and ladies, if you think about marrying a guy that's in that situation, well, you better be bringing all the money because all his money is going to be eaten up by the baby's mamas. You're in a polygamous marriage, whether you like it or not. And the polygamy comes from the fact that he's got four or five people that are already tugging on his resources. So unless you're talking about Nick Cannon or somebody like that, it's very difficult for most people to support five or six households at once. But that's what happens when you don't engage in proper Planned Parenthood, when you don't prepare and plan, how you're going to spread your seed, how you're going to build your family, then you end up in these crazy economic situations. So basically, um, this power imbalance does lead to an economic negotiation. Also, there's kind of a Disney princess premium where which adds to the wealth and status imbalance. And so, effectively, the Disney princess is kind of like this elevated cultural and persona, right? That has a lot of what you might call financial capital. So basically, her choosing DDG to have a baby with probably cost her at least 10 or 20 million dollars in opportunities because all that Disney magic disappears when you start getting into ghetto hood trashy crap, right? When you start getting into silly stuff that's very public and very embarrassing, that's really hit her legacy quite a lot, right? So the wealth that she would be able to leave to her child has been significantly impacted by the fact that she did not protect that wealth by choosing a situation that was going to be stable, right? But you're young. You're young. When you're young, you fall in love. Love makes us stupid, and nobody was there to really mentor her out of that and to help her understand the long-term implications. Because when you choose somebody to have a child with, I was mentoring a young lady about this. I said, well, just understand, like this guy's going to be around. He's going to be in your life for the next 50 years. And she's like, no, no, he's only going to be around till the baby's 18. I said, no. I said the baby's gonna have there's gonna be other things that happen in the child's life after 18. Like he's part of your family forever. And so did you think about that when you decided that you wanted to sleep with him? Like, do you understand that when you make a baby with somebody, they're kind of there for good. They don't ever go away. But anyway, moving on with that, there's also another angle in terms of the public stage, right? So with DDG, he makes these social media accusations, and Hallie has to go into PR mode. And with DDG framing himself to be the victim, and Hallie has to use silence to protect her Disney image, so she can't respond. And his goal is to talk as loud as possible. Her goal is to be quiet and to deflect the conversation, which is probably still stressing her out. Also, there's a conversation where he mentioned, I could have sworn he mentioned something about her possibly having postpartum depression and that this might be affecting her behavior. And that's a very real thing. And in fact, I think that all men who have children or families should be educated on not just postpartum depression, but just an honest and politically incorrect assessment of the fact that women's moods do change. Hormones matter, and I know that no one else says this because they want to act like men and women are the same, and that everybody can be trans. Like I can wake up tomorrow and decide I want to be Joyce Watkins instead of Boyce Watkins. But the reality is that women and men are not the same. And part of my preparation for being a husband was to know that there's some days when my wife walks in and is a big bundle of joy, and some days she walks in like the freaking Terminator. And I got to know how to manage that. And I have to love her and care about my situation and my family enough to have the patience to deal with that. And also, not to mention the fact that black men and black women have been through a lot. So a lot of us show up in relationships with a ton of trauma, and that trauma shows itself in a lot of different ways. So if you love black people, if you love black women, you got to deal with black women. If you love black men, you got to deal with black men. And y'all know that some of us ain't quite right. And and I'm not just talking about the men. Ladies, stop letting the world make you think that it's only the men's fault. No, it ain't only the men's fault. Men, women, a lot of y'all got issues. Most of y'all did, a lot of y'all didn't have a daddy in the house. That right there is a massive issue. And a lot of people act like that doesn't matter. No, it does matter. It matters a lot. A lot. A lot. So, mental health is connected to financial health. Why? Well, because if you manage your mental health, then you are also able to show up better for your relationships, create stability there. Stable relationships are a wealth builder. You can build wealth in stable relationships. It's very hard to build wealth in unstable relationships. It's like trying to build a skyscraper in the middle of a tornado. You cannot build a skyscraper in the middle of a tornado. So you got to calm down the weather, get some sunshine, and then you start building brick by brick. But if you are letting, the tornado inside of you or the tornado in your relationship constantly dictate every move that you make, where everything is nothing but a trauma response, how the hell you think you're going to build wealth? Everything about wealth building requires an emotional disposition that's the complete opposite of what trauma gives you. Everything. Wealth building requires patience and perspective and right and long-term thinking, long-term planning. All these are this is emotional maturity. This is emotional maturity. So if you haven't healed from the crap that happened to you when you were 7, how are you gonna be emotionally mature enough to ever become a millionaire? I want you to think about that. Most wealthy people that build wealth brick by brick and do it the right way and then preserve that wealth are chill, level-headed people on some level, right? They have some ability to back up, think through their decisions, and move strategically. Moving strategically is not the same as moving emotionally, right? So if you're just moving emotionally, like there's a pretty girl, I'm gonna go sleep with her. There's a great man, I'm gonna go have a baby with him. Next thing you know, your life just becomes this kind of chaotic thing that ultimately becomes financially draining. So let me keep reading here. All right. One thing, so about the postpartum thing, DDG did suggest that Halle Bailey was struggling from some postpartum depression. I don't know if that's true or not. Um, but then she says, I'm protecting my son from his social media games. And ultimately, these sorts of mental health issues can highly impact not just the relationship, but the finances and the financial outcomes of it. Also, here's a few other one other thing I'll throw in here, and this is the last piece I'll mention on this is that this situation was fascinating to me because well yesterday we talked about another Disney princess. I call them all Disney princesses even though she wasn't officially a princess, but Skye Jackson. Skye Jackson, I knew about her because our girls are about her age or a little bit younger than her and they looked up to her. She also had a baby with a rapper and this was a white boy, I think. He looked white. Maybe he was light skinned. I have no idea, but he seemed white. And he also has the criminal record and it's also another situation where people are like surprised by that, right? And so it's really interesting because if you look at both of those situations, you can see similarities in terms of how um, rap culture, extreme toxic rap culture, not all rap culture, but most extreme toxic rap culture is built on getting attention. It's built on rebellious kind of bad boy behavior. That's pretty much what it is. And with that, what's interesting about that is that there's a lot of studies to show that around adolescence, women are attracted to the bad boys because it reveals confidence and high testosterone behavior, things like that. Even elephants and stuff, when they get to be adolescents, they start doing crazy stuff to impress women. And the women, they like those guys that are going that the guy's going to jump off the building or whatever, right? And what's unfortunate about that though is that when you're talking about things like building a family and having babies with people, it's a long-term play, it's a long-term investment. And so if you ever want to end up in a bad situation financially or otherwise, keep making long-term decisions based on short-term realities, right? Keep letting temporary situations lead you to make permanent choices, right? It's similar to like how when they talk about suicide for like if a teenager takes his own life, it's unfortunate because you gave a permanent solution to a temporary problem. You're upset because the girl don't like you. You'd be over it in about 3 months if somebody talked you through it. But because you don't see that right now, you just go ahead and you just take your own life. Now you're missing. Now you're 16. You're gonna miss your 20s, your 30s, your 40s, your 50s, your 60s, your 70s, and your 80s because of some chick that don't even like you right now, right? And that's we've seen this a lot, and that to me, that same sentiment is not completely disconnected from what sex can do as well. Sex can lead you to make a permanent solution or a permanent outcome for a temporary situation, and then it's almost like a bad loan. It's like getting a predatory loan. A predatory loan is similar in the sense that what they do is they take advantage of your temporary problem to lock you into a permanent financial hell, right? Like they say, "Oh, you need money? You need $500 to pay the rent? We'll get you that $500 because we care about you." So they give you the 500 bucks and then they say, "Well, just make sure you sign this contract." And this long contract with a lot of fine print that basically says that if you're late a little bit, the interest rate is going to be so high that by the time you get done paying this $500 loan, you will have given us $3,000. That's predatory lending. And I almost call that the economic devil. The devil can bless you too. And when the devil blesses you, though, the devil's going to extract rent. He's going to extract a payment like you would not believe. So, to some extent, life is similar in other areas. You have times where it's like, oh, yeah, there's a pretty girl. I'm going to go and enjoy myself right now. And next thing you know, you're paying for that for the rest of your life. So, that one decision that you made to get that hour of pleasure, or whatever it is for you, it has cost you for the next 50 years. And if you don't have perspective, if you don't have financial consciousness, then you won't see it in the moment. That's why the healing is so important. That's why avoiding the trauma responses is so important. That's why it's important to know how to breathe, take a step back and say, okay, what am I doing here? And what's going to be the implication of this? Do you know what happens? Let me just share this with you for anybody that cares, anybody that can benefit from this. Do you know every time my wife gets on my nerves? Because I'm sorry, if you get married, your spouse going. Anybody know what I'm talking about? Like you get people act like marriage and stuff is a fairy tale. It ain't no damn fairy tale. Get that out of your head. It ain't a fairy tale. It's real, right? So yeah, every time my wife gets on my nerves, I'll stop and I'll breathe and I'll step back and I'll ask myself, is this really going to matter in 5 years? And then I realize I'm not even going to remember this argument in 5 years. So then I'll just let it go. I'll say, you know what? It don't matter. I'm gonna go. I'll be outside. I'll be in the kitchen. I'm going for a ride. I'll see you later. I'm going in my office, right? And and I think that my wife to this day, I don't know if my wife knows that I even think this way, but that's what ends up surprising her when I can just let something go. I let stuff roll off my back because I'm like, no, this is a big picture thing. I want to be 85 years old and look back and say, I was consistent. I built a family. I was there for people that mattered for me. Boyce was solid. Boyce was a benefit to the lives of the people that he engaged with. And so, because that's my bigger goal, I'm not going to mess all that up because I want to argue with you over something stupid. I'm just not going to do it. You understand? So that, and if you don't understand, that's an investing decision. That's me protecting an asset. My greatest asset is my family. I love the people in this house. Yeah, I'm a bonus dad. I know that. And I had some guys make fun of me for that, but I don't. I have no shame in that. I love these kids. These kids are amazing. And I take tremendous pride in knowing that I forged very solid relationships with them, which required me to grow in certain areas. I had to learn how to be a different version of myself in order to do that. Because kids ain't impressed with whatever you've done. They don't care about what you accomplished in the 90s and the 2000s and all. They don't care about none of that. All they look at is what kind of person are you and how do you impact my life right now? And so that required a whole shift in thinking. Don't nobody really they're not real impressed at all. Like if I see y'all somewhere, if I'm in a restaurant, somebody wants my autograph and wants to take a selfie, they that's like not a big deal for them, right? So you have to find other ways to connect to people, and it does require you to be able to think a little bit. So think about your life a little bit, right? So what last thing I'll leave you with is I think that one thing you might want to do, and maybe because it's Sunday, this hopefully will help you, is I want you to really think about your life in those three key areas: health, wealth, and relationships. And I want you to imagine what your life looks like if you're physically and mentally healthy. What does that look like for you? And once you visualize it, maybe you make a plan to accomplish that, right? A lot of us maybe we need to lose weight. I'm not taking Ozempic because I think those like Ozempic drugs and stuff. I keep waiting for them to come out with like the side effects that nobody knew about because everybody's so quick to take a damn pill and they don't even know what's in the damn pill. I'm not like that. I'm not, I feel like I don't trust the medical profession like that. I feel like they overdiagnose and they always want to give you a pill for everything. I'm gonna take my ass to the gym and take my chances at Planet Fitness. What does it look like for you to be mentally and physically healthy, right? There's tools out there for mental health. There's all kinds of stuff out there that can help you. You don't have to take those drugs and all that. In my opinion, I'm not telling you to stop taking your medication. Some of y'all might need it, but really, I think that a lot of things that we apply medication to can be solved in a natural way. I really believe that. And then I want you to look at your relationships. Look at your key relationships with your children, your partner, your friends, and then look at the relationships that add value and the ones that don't add value, the ones that you kind of need to mitigate or adjust or eliminate, right? And then look at your wealth. Do you have enough cash flow coming in and do you feel financially secure? Is your wealth going up or is it going down? And then think about maybe baby steps you can take that will improve your life in those three areas. I guarantee you that if you improve your life in those three areas, health, wealth, and relationships, you will be a happier black person. That's it. Like, and that's if you want to know what my goal is, like when I'm talking to you about stuff and people say, well, what does it mean for black people to be free? And I don't get into all the political conversation and all that. I'm like, my goal is to see if I can help black people become mentally and physically healthier, have better relationships, and have more wealth in their bank account. I believe that if you accomplish that, and these are things that can be done without the help of a politician, you don't need Al Sharpton to help you do that. You don't need nobody. Really, all you need is yourself. And this is an educational process. So my thought is, if we learn these things and apply these things and just keep a consciousness about how we're doing in each of those areas and address the areas that need to be addressed, then you taught that's how you improve the lives of black people. One person at a time. I don't think there's a magical fix it pill that black people can all take. Like everybody vote for this politician or everybody go do this or go do that. But everybody boycott Target together. That's all nice and good and it feels good, but but my question is, does it improve your life? Even when you go see the pastor on Sunday, I know what pastors do. Pastors can give you a pathway to your spiritual fulfillment. They can also give you that boost that we need, right, to get through the week, get through the day. But then I would ask the pastor, like, okay, are the lives of the people in your congregation better because they're coming to church, or are you just making them feel better? If you're just making them feel better but they're not actually better, then that's like putting a person in a jail cell and just giving them enough crack and heroin that they don't realize that they're locked up. Do you understand? Like literally, like I could like if you take somebody, you ever see like a drug addict on the corner who is literally looking crazy, they stinking, they ain't got nowhere to live, it's freezing cold outside, but because the drugs are so good, they don't even notice. Their brain has just their mind has just left their body, so they're not even aware. They don't even care how they look, how they smell, how they don't care that their family doesn't talk to them anymore because the drug is so good. That's what I think about when I see some of the things that are used to kind of manipulate people into making if someone is giving you an inspiring speech or making you laugh or like comedian. I think that's why we love comedians because that heals the pain from the trauma and whatever, right? It makes you feel like you're better off, but you're really not. I think that's a lie. That's all living a lie. So my thought is that the goal is not just to have you feel good. I want you to feel good, but I want you to be good. Do you understand? Like I want your life to really be better. I don't want you to just think it's better. This is not opium for the masses. I'm not good at giving the feel good speeches. That's not the goal. The goal is to say, what are practical steps we can take, little things we can do that will improve our lives, that will, really fill up the bank account, right? Really help you to like really feel mentally and physically healthy. Really put you in a position that's more secure. And that's it. That's I'm done talking. Thank you guys for listening. I appreciate your attention, and I hope that this discussion was helpful for you. You guys know how I am. I like to talk about a little bit of everything. I like to talk about life and then connect it back to the economics. So I hope that that's okay. So if you want to get the e-copy of that book, Financial Lovemaking, just go to boyceandalicia.com. You can have it for free. So boyceandalicia.com. Also, we're going to do stock market Tuesdays on Tuesday. So if you have an interest in the stock market, we're up to 88% of you are invested in the market. I want that to be 100% very soon. So if you'd like to join us, you can do a free trial. Just go to drboystockmarket.com. That's our stock market investors club. And last but not least, Dr. Alicia is doing a session tonight, a private session in her book club on how to keep conflict from destroying your relationships. So don't go fighting with nobody. Don't go fighting with your baby mama. Come talk to Dr. Alicia. Let her help you. She's good at this stuff. This is what she's been doing for 25 years. So if you'd like to be notified when Dr. Alicia starts her book club tonight, or you'd like to get an invitation, text the word love to the number 87948. So you can text love to 87948 on your phone. And also, you can go to coachingwithdralicia.com. That's her website. And it's those who someone was asking about stock options. Yeah, we're going to do stock options this week. I'll send you all a message as well for the stock options class. So have a good day, everybody. God bless you. Thank you guys for listening. I hope you have a wonderful Sunday. See you later. Bye bye. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Come on in. I hope you guys are having a great day. Welcome. It's so good to see you. This is Money in the Morning. In case you don't know, my name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and we're hanging out today. And I got some really interesting stuff I want to talk about. I want to ask you all, how many of you know about Skye Jackson? Skye Jackson is this Disney actress, and her boyfriend did this, or baby daddy, sorry, um, did this video called "How to Get a Celebrity Pregnant" or something, "How to Get a Famous Girl Pregnant," and and I thought this was really an interesting topic. Believe it or not, this is a massive, massive, massive financial conversation, or it can be made into one very easily. And so I thought that I would dive into that a little bit. Now, as I get started, one thing I want to let you guys know is that this week, if you do stock options with us, we're going to meet for the Prime program. So if you want to learn about generating income from stock options, stuff like that, just go to drboyceprime.com. Feel free to join us there. All right, and also another thing is, I want to let you guys know I send you guys a text every morning, and one thing I want to mention too is that to make it easier so that the link is not dead when you get there, I'm going to actually change. When I send you the text, I'm going to give you the link to join us on whatever YouTube channel we're broadcasting from that day. And the reason I want to do that is because I realize that a lot of you may get the Zoom link too late. And when you come in, the Zoom is already gone and dead. So I figured if I send the YouTube link, you guys can come in, later in the day if you want to and check it out on the YouTube channel. So when you get the text, you will get the link to the Zoom. Now, if you, sorry, to the YouTube channel, but if you want to be in the Zoom, like if you want to be in the private Zoom where, like if we do a Q&A, I'll answer your question inside the Zoom, then you can just make sure you sign up, make sure you're registered on the Zoom. So the Zoom will send you a notification to let you guys know when we're about to throw down. All right, so let's hop into this. Okay, so there's this, give me a guess if you've heard of Skye Jackson. So Skye Jackson is this beautiful young lady. She's I would say I call I would call her like a Disney princess, but she wasn't actually a princess. Like the other I think Halle Bailey, I think that was her name. She was on one of those shows, and she was similar to Raven Simone in that she was super talented. She is super talented, not used to be. And she became really successful with Disney. And as you know, that's kind of the holy grail. That's the gold standard for actors and actresses. If you get a Disney deal, that pretty much means you've made it. I know that we've got a 14-year-old actress, singer, dancer in the house who would do anything to be in a Disney film or on a Disney show. And Scott Jackson achieved that dream. She went up there and did her thing, and she's super talented. And I don't know if she has any regrets in life or not. And I'm not here to give her any. But there is something that I really wanted to drill into on this today because I really think this is something that our community needs to talk about. And so what basically happened that was really interesting Is Skye got she had a baby. Babies are a blessing. I told you our black children are a blessing. Now, her child, I think her baby daddy is actually not black. So the ratchetry, the ghetto-ness that I'm about to describe does not have to be claimed by the black community. Let's just be clear. So his ghetto weird behavior does not, we don't have to own this one. Now, again, unless he's super light skinned or something, because black people come in all shapes and sizes. So who am I to judge whether or not somebody's black enough? But from what I saw in the video, I did not get the impression that her baby daddy was black. Now, but he's kind of remember that term wigger? Anybody remember that term wigger? Like wigger where you're white but you're whatever. I personally think that using the N word it should be kind of thrown out the window. I kind of feel like there's other words we can call ourselves. And in fact, I remember watching Kendrick Lamar get his Grammy, and I love Kendrick Lamar, I really do. But I thought it was really awkward to see this audience full of white people clapping and they were playing the song, and I heard the N word about 5 times. The N word just black. Igga this, igga this, igga nigga, igga, right? And the white people were clapping. And I was like, are any of these white people feeling awkward or uncomfortable, or have they gotten so comfortable calling us the N word that, or at least thinking it in their heads, or us calling each other that it doesn't matter? I don't know if anybody else does. Anybody else think that's a little bit weird? I don't know. Am I the only weirdo in here that kind of just feels like maybe we can call ourselves something other than that? I'm not trying to be hating. I'm not trying to be anti-Kendrick, but you just think about your ancestors would get like somebody would call them that word and they would then cut their testicles off, right? Or they would hear that word and that's the last word they might hear before they get hung from a tree, right? So I kind of just thought it was really interesting. And this is why I believe black people don't have any friends. I'm sorry. This, in case you don't know, if you come in here, just know I'm gonna be a consistent black man every day. You might not like me. If you don't like me on Tuesday, you probably won't like me on Wednesday either. So I just want to make it real clear that I'm not going to change. And one thing about my blackness is that if something don't make no sense, I'm gonna say it because I'm like, well, it don't make no sense. Like, like why are so many people like arenas full of people cheering when black people get on stage and call ourselves the N-word? But then when we hear a white guy say it, we want to act all indignant and angry and how dare you? You're a racist, sir. Wait, he's racist. Well, you're racist against yourself. Like people, if I walk around and I call myself Dave and I say, "Hey, I'm Dave," and my friends are like, "Hey, what's up, Dave?" And then somebody's like, "Hey, Dave," I'm like, "I'm not Dave. I'm Boyce." Well, man, I just heard you call yourself Dave. You wrote Dave on your job application. You referred to yourself as Dave on many occasions. You said, Dave. What Dave likes to do is so. I don't understand that. I'm just gonna tell you the truth, But anyway, let's move on. So let's get back to this. All right. So the thing is, so Skye Jackson, this Disney princess, has this baby with this guy. I wrote it down. It's really hilarious. His name is DeAndre Bergen, and his rap name, online name is Yerky Yerky. I don't know what a yerky. I know what beef jerky is, but yerky yerky, that's his name. Um, they've been dating since about December 2023, and she put a post up about their relationship, and then she took it down. And in 2024, November 2024, so that's a few months ago, Yerky Yerky was arrested in Cincinnati, Ohio, for a parole violation related to a previous juvenile case involving theft and weapons possession. So he likes to carry that tool with him, and apparently he steals stuff. And so this is what the Disney princess. This is. Isn't it funny? The good girls, they always like those bad boys that are like just absolutely ruin your life. Like that. I don't know that. That's so fascinating. I love to talk to a psychologist about that. Anyway, so he is on the rap scene. Oh, his social media name, Yerky Yerky's social media name is Rich and Violent, like rich and violent. So he's rich and he's violent, which that toxic hip hop culture they've been pushing on the black community all these years. They call it black culture now, but rich. Now I want you to be rich. I can show you how to be rich. That's easy. But I don't. Why we gotta be violent? Like why we gotta be rich and violent? Like if you're rich, you ain't gotta hurt nobody. You should be rich and peaceful. Now, if you're broke and violent, I understand that. That makes sense. You're mad. You want to get some money, but if you're rich, chill out. Anyway, let's keep going. So Yerky Yerky gets online and there's this they called it, the Shade Room called it how to get he did they said he did a video called How to Get a Famous Girl Pregnant. right? And I watched the video, and it wasn't actually him doing a video called "How Here's how you get a famous girl pregnant. First, you pull out your penis, and then number two, you have sex with her." Like that, no, no, no. He was in a conversation with another a fellow Caucasoid, fellow melon deficient citizen, and they were talking, and the guy said, "Hey, yo, how they like to they just like to imitate the worst of us." It's like he's like, "Hey, yo, how you get a famous girl pregnant?" And then he goes, "Well, man," and he had all these diamonds in his teeth. Like, I don't know. I wonder if that's healthy, and I don't think that's healthy. And he's like, you gotta keep it P. You gotta keep it P. And I was like, I don't know what does keep it P mean. I looked it up. Keep it P is like keep it pimping. Like it's like an evolution of like, stay pimping, right? When they started teaching us how to hip hop taught us how to glorify sex traffickers, in case you wonder. Remember Snoop Dogg used to go to the award show and he would bring Bishop Magic Don Juan, the pimp, and now you got black men in prison for sex trafficking, right? Because they teach you this stuff. This is why you got to stop letting white folks tell you how to live your life, because they're going like Malcolm X used to say. He said he had a great saying. He used to say, "The white man will sell you the liquor bottle, and then he will lock you up for being drunk." So that's what they do in hip hop. They sell you the liquor bottle, and then they lock you up when you show up drunk. So anyway, with that said, now and I'm not here to gossip about Skye Jackson's life. And Skye Jackson, in case for those of y'all that don't think she's that famous, she's actually quite famous. If you ask your 17, 18, 19, 20-year-old child about her, especially if they watch Disney and you have daughters in the house, they know who Skye Jackson is. If Skye Jackson came into the house, she would be more famous than me or their mother, right? They would scream. So anyway, here's what I wanted to kind of address. So as this so you have Sky, who worked really hard to become this success on Disney, similar to Halle Bailey. I think both of them had babies with rappers. Halle Bailey took, this is something you come to expect. When you get to be my age, you can predict things in advance. When I saw that she got pregnant with this rapper, I was like, yeah, they'll be broken up by the time the baby's about 4 months old, right? And that's exactly what happened, right? It's like, oh, the relationship got too hard and da 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 da. And again, and what's really fascinating, because I was talking to two young people this week, both of them in their early 30s, about their children and about their relationships. And I said, one thing that people don't factor in our community anyway, and maybe in other communities too, is we don't really factor in how damaging it is to children when the parents just split up because they're just not comfortable anymore. When the relationship gets hard and you say, "Oh, well, I got to go live my life," whatever. I know personally, to this day, I still thank my father, who was a really handsome young man, who was 21 years old, 22 years old, who chose to stay with me and my mother instead of like running the streets and doing his thing. I also thank my mother for putting up with some challenging situations with her in my relationship with my father. And if you want to see how that story ends, when my mother took her last breath, Christmas Eve of 2024, it was my father who was laying right next to her when she died. And I imagine what life would have been like if my father had ran off and said, I got to keep it P, yo, I got to keep it P, and ran out and, decided to go get 10 other girls pregnant. And then my mother's dying alone years later. He's dying alone, right? Toward the end, they kind of needed each other. They needed each other, not just from an emotional standpoint, but also in terms of finances, right? And this is financial. This is why, in case y'all wonder, like why is he talking about Skye Jackson and rappers and babies mamas? Well, because all this links back to your economics. Let's do a reset here so we can be 100% crystal clear that this is a financial conversation. Do you understand? I'm a finance professor. Trust me, I'm a doctor. I'm a financial doctor. So I know what I'm doing. I know y'all may be thinking, like, why is he talking about this and talking about that? No, I promise you. Give me a yes if you understand the financial implications of relationship management. Do y'all understand this? Okay, I have to do the reset. Some of y'all know this. Some of y'all have seen me do this before, but I have to do the reset for new people because they'll come in and they'll be like, I thought he was gonna tell me how to manage my 401k and how to minimize my taxes on my stock portfolio. And he up here talking about babies mamas and stuff. He crazy. No, no, I look at life. And to remember, when you're diagnosing a financial illness, like when you're diagnosing the massive economic STDs that spread through the community, when you are diagnosing the financial cancer that exists, called broke Negroitis, It's a disease. It's real. We're making a vaccine right now. Um, when you analyze this, you cannot analyze it in a vacuum. You can't analyze it in a vacuum, right? If someone shows up to the doctor and they've got all these symptoms, all these things going wrong with the body, you can't just look at the kidneys without also looking to see what other pre-existing conditions are there. What's happening with the lungs? What's happening with the heart? What's happening with the blood? You got to look at all these things. It's a system. Do you understand? It's a system. So what I want you to really understand is the systematic brokenness that leads to the decline in black wealth that largely starts with very horrifically bad relationship choices that many of us make early in life. It's true. I talked to again, I mentored two, there's two young people I mentored, and we talked extensively this week about their relationships. And I'm gonna keep going. I'm gonna get back to the Skye Jackson thing in a minute. And they're a little bit older than Skye. They're about 30, 31. And I don't tell people what to do. That's not even when I'm talking to you about investing. By the way, remind me before we're done, I'll give you a stock that I'm going to buy. For those of you that are not yet invested in the stock market, this is a stock I'm actually going to buy. So I'll share this with you in a minute. Um, and I said, if I was your age, the investments I would make at that stage in my life, one, I would have put more money in the stock market. Most people don't even know that if you put, a couple $1,000s a year, or maybe a few $100s a month, or a couple hundred a month in the stock market since say like the year 2000, you'd be insanely wealthy right now. Like a lot of y'all shouldn't, if you don't know it now, you know. You'd be very wealthy. And by the way, most experts predict that Bitcoin's going to be worth $1.5 million by the year 2030. So that's money being made in slow motion. That's a slow moving train that you can hop on at any moment. I know a lot of you are not going to get on the train, but I know a lot of you are. So I want to just tell you this. This is because all I do, you're talking to a guy who takes in financial information all day, every day. That's all I do. And I sit there and I just listen to financial stuff. But with that said, I said that's the one investment I would make. The other investment I would make is an investment in my relationships, right? Um, I would probably take a little money or whatever I could afford, and I would get if I found a woman that I loved, which I did. I had a woman I loved in my 20s, and I said we loved each other a lot, but we didn't know how to love each other. We didn't know how to resolve conflict. We didn't know how to properly communicate. I didn't know how women think and how women are different from men. Because we live in a society that lies to you. We have a society that tells you that men and women are the same. Gender is a figment of your imagination. That's why your daughter might be playing basketball against a dude who decided to become a girl last week and all these other crazy things that people, no, I believe these things. I believe that men and women were the same, and that's just simply not true. I read a book by Dr. Barbara DeAngelis called What Women Want Men to Know. And she had a section in the book I'll never forget called 15 Minutes in the Mind of a Woman. And she'd interviewed thousands of women, and she was a woman. And I read it, and I was like, oh my God, this is insane. It was like walking into the house of horrors. I was like, I didn't know women had all this stuff going through their head. And I would call my female friends, and I was like, is that what y'all really think? And she would have the top 10 turnoffs for women and the top 20 turnoffs. And I'd be like, does this really turn you on? And they'd be like, oh yeah, I love when a man does it. Or did y'all really hate this? Oh my God, ugh, I hate when a guy does it. I'm like, what, so peanut butter bothers you that much? I'm kidding. It wasn't peanut butter, but it was something weird like that, right? That's what it might as well have been. But my point is to say that if I'd known these things when I was younger, life would have been simpler. There wouldn't have been as much of an economic cost that comes from bad relationships. Meaning, well, number one, I did 18 years in child support court. I paid every penny. I remember my lawyer sending me the email saying, "You paid all your child support. Now you're done." I was like, because child, ooh, you don't want to do that. That's rough. And and I didn't make more babies. I don't have babies scattered everywhere. I adopted kids. I scooped kids up because I found that I love children, and black children are a blessing. And I loved marrying a woman with three kids, and I talk to her three kids every day. And one of them, I was working with her last night, and she, when you buy my book, she ships it out to you. Her name is Nicole. She's super smart, and it's just an honor. It's a great opportunity. But with that said, though, it's one of these things where I began to understand, like, okay, I get it now. I get why black wealth is declining because when you have these broken families, the wealth naturally drops. Single mothers have the lowest net worth of anybody in America. Single black mothers are at the bottom. The median net worth of a single black mother in America is about $5. For white women, it's about 42,000. For black women, it's $5. Okay, not even enough to buy a Wendy's value meal. Okay, so ultimately, um, let's circle back with the Skye Jackson thing. Now, Skye Jackson is not in that category. She was a Disney actress. You know, I'm sure she's got a couple $1 million in a trust fund somewhere. And so I'm not here to say, okay, because you had a baby with a rapper, you're gonna just be destitute. You're gonna end up on welfare and all this other stuff. Um, but what I will point to are some legitimate financial theories that you can point to that explain perhaps why the decision by her and the other Disney princess Halle Bailey to have babies with men that are, I'm not going to say beneath them. They're not beneath them, but they don't fit the mold of the brands they were building as Disney actresses. And it's not just in terms of imagery, but there's also a cost in terms of just behavior. You see, because what you got to understand and what we have to accept is that hip hop, for the most part, not all hip hop, but a lot of hip hop, the toxic hip hop is very, very anti-family. I say this as a black man. You know, black men are heavily influenced by rap music. I listen to the music. There's nothing in a Lil Wayne song that's going to tell a man to pick one woman, marry her, have children, and take responsibility and make good choices in life. Most of the Lil Wayne music and Lil Wayne is one of the most popular artists on earth. Most of that music was what I would call the gospel of black male self-destruction. The gospel of black male self-destruction is drink until you vomit every day, take pills so you can die at the age of 38 from kidney failure or something. Um, have sex with as many women as possible so that you can catch STDs and then make sure you spread them to as many women as you can because lots of pretty women are attracted to you because they like the bad boy image and white people put you on TV. So therefore that makes you somehow someone that people want to mate with. Um, be violent, right? Get involved in violence. If somebody talks crazy about you in the club, you pull out your gun and you shoot them. Don't think about the 50 years in prison you're gonna get, where you're gonna be in a jail cell, possibly getting raped by your bunkmate every night. Don't think about all that. You got to keep it P. You got to keep it gangster, right? They used to call it keep it gangster or keep it pimping. Now they call it keeping it P. You keep it P. And somebody gonna be peeing on your forehead in a jail cell in a couple of years. So you don't keep it P. What else? You can go down the list, right? And of course, women are just these objects that you just sleep with. Respecting women, that just makes you a simp. Why you want to, you got to keep it P. Why you want to be a simp, right? So this gospel of black male self-destruction we know is quite rampant, right? And when I looked at when I saw these two Disney princesses, I'm just gonna call them the Disney princesses. I know Skye was not a princess technically, but they're, the little black girls, they're princesses, right? I think little black girls are just precious and special, and I'm a father of daughters, and our girls are princesses to me, right? So the two Disney princesses, just and this is really traditional. There's probably some biology behind this. They're attracted to the bad boys, and the bad boys of society are the rappers. So both of them go and get pregnant with rappers. As predicted, the relationships end very, very quickly. Because from a relationship standpoint, most rappers I know, and I know a lot of rappers. I told you about the many hours I spent on the phone with Kanye and Ice Cube and all that. That first of all, rappers are diverse. Let me just say this. So Ice Cube's been married to his wife 30 years. That's what we have in common. We both understand that having a good woman by your side can keep you out of trouble, whatever. What's another one? Killer Mike is a good friend of mine. I talked to Killer Mike the other day. His wife and my wife, we sat there in Atlanta. We had a dinner together and had an amazing time, and they got along really well. And we planned trips we might take and all these other things because I love Killer Mike. I love him. I love his wife. Amazing guy, right? So please don't let me make you think that I believe all rappers are just trash or all rappers are anti-family. That is not something that I'm saying. But what I am saying, and I hope you can agree with me, is that there is kind of this cultural element that is very, very anti-family, which inherently, in my opinion, is a little bit, it's kind of anti-black. There's a big element of hip hop culture that's very anti-black because remember, it's all about who's funding things, right? And I'm the money guy. I understand how money works. So it's the money that drives the culture, right? So this is not black culture. This is culture created by the white and Jewish people that own the record labels who pay money to specific black people to promote specific behaviors that are going to specifically destroy your sons. So there is that undercurrent. There is that gospel of black male self-destruction. that's being pushed rampantly, and this is something. This has always been part of Massa's plan. There's never been a point in American history where those who own capital and run society ever wanted black men to be strong, independent, and intelligent. That's why there are many people who look at a guy like me and they consider me to be dangerous. They consider men like a Farrakhan to be dangerous. What makes us dangerous? Well, what makes us dangerous is that we actually tell black men, hey, don't kill yourself, don't kill each other, work together, build something great, read a book, save your money, invest, love your family, build black love. 'Cause black love is really the threat. Like when black people loving each other and connecting with each other and building together, that really is the greatest threat to American society. This is I think J. Edgar Hoover talked about it. He said black unity is is the greatest threat to the government that there ever was. He didn't say it in those words, but black unity is a threat. And black unity starts with you loving that one black woman and building that black family with those black children and all this other stuff. So that makes you dangerous, right? So that's why, and that's okay. I'm okay with being on the dangerous list. I want to be a dangerous Negro. Shout out to Trey. I forgot his last name, but he's a Harvard graduate, and he had a brand called Dangerous Negro. And I said, I like that. I want to be a dangerous Negro. So anyway, so to my fellow dangerous Negroes, let me give you some financial theories that relate to Skye Jackson and the other Halle Bailey getting pregnant by rappers and how this can affect you economically in case they haven't figured it out yet with their boyfriends going online and saying things that um, are a little embarrassing. I think that I know in addition to Sky's boyfriend making that video or where he's answering the question like how to get a famous girl pregnant. The other one, I think Hallie's boyfriend did something like he talked about he said something like he said something about how her sex is no good, and he said that being in a relationship is like having a part-time job. Now he's publicly saying you won't let me see my child, right? Just all these things that become brand killers, right? If you're trying to get back in the good graces of Disney, they're gonna be like, we don't want no parts of that. Disney in their contracts, they have morals clauses, and I don't know which one they might have violated, but I'm sure getting pregnant by a rapper probably doesn't fit the Disney image. I don't know. But anyway, here are some financial theories that you can walk away with that help you understand the context of why these bad relationship choices can impact you economically and really not just impact you, but impact your children, but also impact your generational legacy. One is there is something called the earnings penalty of relationship instability. This is a theory, and a lot of y'all can relate to this. Tell me if you can relate to this. This is a research paper by someone named Addo in 2019. The core idea is that unstable relationships and breakups can significantly disrupt a person's earnings trajectory. Give me a yes if you understand that. Tell me if you've ever seen anybody who has had such a horrible, volatile, crazy relationship that it disrupted their job, it disrupted their ability to achieve their goals. They were distracted from starting that business or making those investments. They weren't able to think about any of that stuff, or they were doing it poorly. And it was because they were in a crazy, stressful relationship. Or maybe your baby mama got mad at you and decided she wants to come to your job and cuss you out in front of your boss. And at that point, there's that old saying that says when two people when two people are fighting, they both look like idiots from a distance. And that's what I think about when I think about that, right? So so basically it says here a bad relationship, especially one that leads to public scandal, um, stress or legal troubles can cause a lost brand deals. Corporations ain't gonna mess with you if you got drama like that. I'd be willing to bet you that if I was to talk to Skye Jackson's manager or Halle Bailey's manager and to say, okay, do you think you've lost any brand deals as a result of the public shenanigans of these rapper baby daddies that these young ladies have? And they would say, absolutely, right? So lost brand deals, reduce work opportunities, and professional setbacks. So basically, if Sky's partner impacts her public image, it may lead people to not want to work with her. And this is, and I can say this is true. I can confirm this as a person who's done partnerships and deals with people in the past. Um, when I am dealing with someone and it looks like you got messiness going on, I'm gonna say, I'm gonna let you go handle that, and maybe we can circle back, maybe not. But corporations don't like drama. They don't like drama. In fact, I have drama. I don't have baby mama drama because I don't I got one mother of my child. I'm not gonna call her baby mama. But anyway, um I will say that when there was one point where I made a comment about Lizzo and I said I think it degrades the image of the black woman for these record labels to pay this beautiful, talented young woman to go around and degrade herself and to promote obesity in the black community because obesity kills millions of black people. That's one of those pre-existing conditions that they talked about during the pandemic. And I'm like, why would you, if it's killing us and you think it's bad, why would you promote it? Why are you acting like it's a good thing? It's not a good thing. Like, what's wrong with you? And of course, media, white media did what they do. White people be white. They be, they be acting white. So the Associated Press picked up on it, and the whole narrative became this professor with toxic this sexist professor with toxic masculinity insults Lizzo and Lizzo claps back. You go girl, clap back. Well, guess what? So let me tell you what happened behind the scenes. Well, what happened behind the scenes was I was going to give a speech to the A.G. Gaston Society down in Birmingham, Alabama. I'd spoken for them the previous year. They loved me the previous year. They loved me so much that they did something that's extremely rare. They were like, "We want you to come back next year." I was like, "Yeah, I'll come back. This is great. I love A.G. Gaston." Well, no. Eventually, I got this note saying, due to circumstances, we've decided to cancel your appearance and da da. Now, mind you, I didn't care. You can keep the money, whatever. And also, they just so you know, you have these contracts where people got to pay money, like half the money in advance. So I pretty much got $5,000 to stay home. I'll take that any day of the week, any day of the week. But the thing was, I did kind of challenge them, and I said, well. I don't need you to invite me to speak because I speak every day to, tens of thousands of people. So that's okay. But I really need you to sort of think about who's paying the bills for your organization. Because I know for a fact, I looked you in the eye and I know that you like me. I know you understand where I'm coming from. And I know that you know that I'm not a stupid man. And I wouldn't say something like this with nasty intent or something without thinking it through. So what happened is I know what happened. Your bosses told you you can't have this Negro come speak at your black organization. I said, and that's the problem with most black organizations. That's the problem with most black organizations. Many black organizations have their bills paid by people who don't care or don't love the black community. And also, you must understand that he who has the gold makes the rules. So the people who are paying your bills are the ones who are going to decide which black people you're allowed to associate with and which ones you cannot. And I said, that's a problem for you. That's not a problem for me because no one chooses my friends. During the pandemic, I stood by Riza Islam, who was literally on the government list, like the disinformation dozen. And I stood by Riza because Riza's a great man. He's an honorable man. He's a smart man. And I wanted to hear what he had to say. I didn't agree with everything he said, but I wanted to hear what he had to say. And nobody told me that Riza can't be my friend. Why? Well, because I don't let massa pay the bills up in here. That doesn't happen, right? So that was the first thing. Because you know me, I'm a teacher. I had to throw in the little economic lesson, like get your money right, man, so you don't have to bow to these people, right? But then here's the other part of that that's interesting. Check this out. So 2 years later, has anybody, I know Lizzo kind of fell out of favor for a little bit, but has anyone seen the couple things that have happened with Lizzo since that time? Two things happened that I could have easily predicted. One was she faced this massive lawsuit because she had all these shenanigans going on the concert. She was having women shoot bananas out of their hoo-hoos on stage or something crazy like that. That was the allegation, right? And they were suing her and claiming, various forms of harassment and abuse and everything else. And I say, yeah, I expected this because it goes back to what Malcolm said. Remember, I told you Malcolm said that the white man will sell you the liquor bottle and then lock you up for being drunk. So what happened with you is the same thing that happens with a lot of rappers. They convinced you that the more outrageous you are, the more shenanigans you engage in, the more you humiliate your culture and your people, the more money you'll make. The more of a buffoon you are, because I don't think she's a buffoon. I think that it's all an act. Then we're gonna give you more money. But the problem is that you can't do those things in a workplace environment and not expect to be sued. Like why in the world is somebody going to their job and being told to shoot a banana out of their coochie cat? Like that don't make no sense. That's crazy. That's insanity. How many of y'all would go to work at UPS and have somebody say, "Well, stick this in your butthole"? You know what I'm like? I mean, that's crazy, right? But that's what she got. Go look at the lawsuit. It was great, right? So I remember saying, "See, y'all got to listen. Y'all instead of listening to whoever y'all listen to, y'all need to listen to black folks like us who understand how the world works." Because these people will suck you into a trap and then blame you for being in the trap. But they'll invite you in. The other thing that happened with Lizzo since then is I don't know if anybody saw this, but she recently reemerged and she's much, much thinner and much healthier and looks absolutely gorgeous. Has anybody seen that? She's probably lost maybe 80 pounds or something. So I said, okay, I get it now. The reason you were upset with what I said is because you understand that I'm right. You saw some truth in what I was saying. And I'm not a stupid man. I don't say things to be false. I say things because that does represent a truth that I'm observing. So you got angry because you wanted the world to work this way. And I said, no, the world actually works that way. And that just, and your first reaction was anger. They call that cognitive dissonance in psychology. So with that being said, though, the thing about it is that overall, when you're really talking about our young people, they have to get advice from us. We're the ones who care about the community. We're the ones who love them. We're the ones who want to see black people prosper, not just short term, but long term also. And what happens though is that when someone becomes famous and they get a lot of money, they say, "Oh, I don't have to listen to old black people anymore because they're not as important as Clive Davis and all these Hollywood types that have given me all this money, or like the guy that's in prison. Well, you know what I'm talking about, the one who's in prison for having sex, raping all the women or whatever. Harvey Weinstein. Like, well, they're not as important as Harvey Weinstein, right? And the criteria that's used is how much money they have. That's it. That's why literally, if you go back 5 years, I remember this guy named Vlad. His name was DJ Vlad. I remember him calling me and warning me about Damon Dash because Damon and I were pretty good friends back then. And he said Dame cussed out Harvey Weinstein in public, and you don't do that in Hollywood. And I was like, who is Harvey Weinstein, and why does this matter? And he's like, well, because blah, blah, blah. But then Dame later on told me, he said, yeah, this guy's doing disgusting things with women, and I told him that he's crazy. Something's wrong with him. And this was before the scandal broke out. Before at that time, Harvey was hugged up with Oprah, hugged up with Hillary Clinton, hugged up with all these celebrities, Barack Obama, all these people loved Harvey Weinstein. And then now it's like, oh, well, we never liked this guy in the first place. Well, no, you did. You liked him because he had all this money. And you think that because someone has money, that must mean that they're a good person. And that's just simply not true. I say this as a person who studies money for a living. Money is the great deceiver. Money can make you think something that is things are up when they're down. Money can make you think that blue is green. And at the end of the day, you have to know the power of money without being deceived by the power of money. The power money can be like a drug and it feels good, but it can also make you a little loopy and stupid and cause you to make bad decisions. Now, with that being said, before I move on, let me just give y'all that stock. I told y'all I would give you the stock. So let me give it to you in case y'all got stuff to do because y'all know me. I be talking. I just get in here. The stock is Tuya, Tuya. Somebody type that in the chat. Tuya. This is a company that I researched and I found and I said, okay, I like this. I'm about it. It's a $4 stock, so it doesn't cost much. So the company is Tuya. Now, let me say this. I did the survey with you guys, and here's the beautiful thing. I mentioned this the other day. I'm super proud of the Black Business School because 88% of you are invested in the stock market. And in case you want to know how significant that is, in across the country, only 62% of all Americans are invested in the stock market. So you all are doing better than white people. You're doing better than Jewish people. You're doing better than everybody. So, and that's what I intended for you. That's the standard I set for you, right? I don't care about equality. I'm not trying to play catch up. I don't need you to be equal to anybody. I need you to win. I need you to exceed the standard. Do you understand? So you're exceeding the standard, 88%. Good job. 88% is the percentage that applies to wealthy people. 88% of wealthy people invest in the stock market. Only 20% of people with incomes below 35,000 invest. So good job to you. Way to go. That's black excellence in a nutshell. Here's the deal though. I want that number to grow. I need that number over 90%. I need that number at 100%. I need y'all to think about investing in the stock market the same way you think about breathing and using the bathroom and drinking water and talking to your kids. So Tuya is a $4 stock that you can start off with. It's one I'm gonna buy. I think you should own a bunch of stocks though. Don't just own one. but that's a good place to begin. So if you're not sure how to get started, stuff like that, we have a couple of options. One is if you go to drboycestockmarket.com. We do Stock Market Tuesdays every week, and you can be a part of that. First month is free. drboycestockmarket.com. And with one membership, you can bring your whole family. So bring your whole family if you want to. And another way is blackwealthmasterplan.com. That's the $5 a day plan that literally shows how anyone can be wealthy by investing $5 a day. So give me a yes if you're going to do this, because I really need to know that our meetings are having an impact. I don't want to just sit here and talk. I need to know that something is changing because we're here. I'm sick and tired of Negroes talking and nothing happening. I don't want to do that. I'm not Al Sharpton. We're not going to march and rally and pray and hold hands and saying we shall overcome and then do nothing. No, I need you to take the lead in your life, take the lead in your family, take the lead in your community, and stop letting these people make you think that you're supposed to be in last place. You're not supposed to be in last place. You're supposed to win. That's what we do. Okay. So anyway, there you go. All right. So moving on. Let's get back to the Skye Jackson thing. Let's finish up that lesson. I was mentioning some financial theories that link directly to this idea. Her boyfriend, her rapper boyfriend, does this video and how to get a rich person pregnant or a rich girl pregnant, and then you have the other one, the other Disney princess, Halle Bailey, who has the baby daddy, who's also the rapper, who's embarrassing the hell out of her. Here's another theory that you can tie this to. This is there's a research paper written called "Reputational Capital and Brand Erosion." This was by Foam in 1996. I don't know the first name. So here's what it says. The core idea is that reputation is an economic asset that influences financial success, and negative publicity can damage earnings potential. So Skye's marketability likely has been impacted by this idea that people are like, oh, she's a Disney person, but she got pregnant by this rapper who does these disrespectful things online. So that could impact future movie roles and brand deals, things like that. Another theory is there's a research paper called "Opportunity Cost of a Distracting Relationship." That's big. That's a very powerful title, and let me explain why. Opportunity cost. Opportunity cost is an economic concept that refers to the cost of lost opportunities. Now, does anybody know what the word poor stands for? POOR. Give me the acronym in the chat. Anybody know what poor stands for? What does poor stand for? POOR. It's an acronym. Type in the chat. Poor stands for passing over opportunities repeatedly. Passing over opportunities repeatedly. For example, a lot of you, if you'd bought $100 worth of Bitcoin in 2015 or 2014, you'd be very wealthy right now. But you passed over the opportunity. Somebody probably told you about it. You had something else to do, so you spent your $100 at Applebee's, right? If you bought some Nike stock or some Apple stock 20 years ago, it would be worth insane amounts of money right now, right? And it's not like it snuck up on you. It's not like you didn't know. It's not like you didn't know. It's not like you didn't know that Nike was a big company. It's not like you didn't know about Apple. You knew about Microsoft in 1998. Y'all knew what it was. Come on. But we passed over the opportunity because we were distracted or whatever. That's opportunity cost. That is the cost. That is you looking at your imaginary self. That's you looking at the other version of you that would have existed had you taken advantage of the opportunities that were put in front of you. So one of the things that Becker says in this paper, this is written in 1973, he says that there's a massive opportunity cost when you have a relationship that distracts you. Why do we pass opportunities? Well, because we're not looking at the opportunities over here. We're looking over there. So you're distracted. And there's nothing more distracting than a bad relationship. We've talked about this, right? So you keeping it P, you chasing tail, you're chasing love. Maybe because you didn't go get the therapy to help you deal with the fact that you've been hurt since your daddy left, or you didn't go and learn how to be a disciplined and intelligent man and to focus, right? Nobody ever taught you basic things like that Chris Rock movie when the guy said, you can lose money chasing women, but you'll never lose women chasing money, right? So basically what Becker says in this research paper is that time and energy spent on an unproductive relationship takes away from career advancement. And he specifically references things like drama, y'all know what that is, emotional stress, or legal issues, right? You're in court. Divorce court is a multi-billion-dollar industry. There's a whole documentary by Dr. Drew called Divorce Corp, with a P, corp. And he talks about how much money is made from broken families, from people that don't take the time to invest in, like, say, a therapist to negotiate their relationships. So they just try to wing it and figure it all out, and then everything falls apart. And I mentioned to you that it is absolutely wrong and incorrect. I say this as a professor taught at universities. This is, I would say this in class. I am in class. It is absolutely incorrect that you will spend 4 years in college studying for a job, but you don't spend any time studying how to run a damn family. That job is not more important than your family. It is not more important than your happiness. It's not more important than your kids. It's not more important than your mental health. So why in the hell are you going to spend all those damn years, 4 years in college, 2 years in a master's program, another year in a certification program to go get a job, but you don't even spend you won't even do a weekend seminar on how to properly raise the kids, how to properly love your wife, how to properly be there for your husband. You don't study none of that. What, you think that you were just born with that? Were you born in a community that just breeds healthy families? Is that what were you lucky? Are you one of those special Negroes who got a chance to be in a space where there was no trauma, was no drama, was no chaos, was no abuse, what none of that? Are you one of those people? Are you like, because you know, if you ain't gone through nothing, then you ain't black. I'm kidding. I don't want you to be traumatized, and I don't want that for the kids. But a lot of us have gone through some just crazy stuff. Crazy. I mean, it, you know what I'm talking about. You know, when you hear these stories like my my sister slept with my husband, and my mama put the light bill in my name when I was 4, so my credit was bad when I, like, and my daddy left, and then my mama had the 3 boyfriends, and one of them molested, like, just all kinds of crazy, horrible things that we deal with and go through. Um, and the crazy part is that even it goes all the way to the top. I mean, like, I wasn't surprised when Dr. Umar's daughter comes out on the internet and is like, my daddy don't even talk to me. I knew this. I've known Umar for a long time. I just don't say nothing, right? I know stuff that if y'all knew what I knew, y'all be like, oh my God. So none of it surprises me because the chaos goes to every level, because if you don't have a plan to manage chaos, then chaos will emerge. It naturally emerges. The scientific concept that I became really fascinated with was entropy. It's called entropy. It's like entropy is kind of like when I take an egg that's nice and contained and orderly, and I throw it on the floor and then it splatters everywhere. Um, that's entropy, right? Just the kind of like natural disorder that comes when you don't kind of hold it together and have a plan to manage things. So if I have an egg and I don't have a plan to protect that egg and to keep that egg comfortable, and that's kind of how life is in a way, right? You got this nice little orderly situation. And if you have a plan and you're like, I'm gonna protect this egg, I'm gonna, tiptoe put it in, make sure it's nice and safe and comfortable, then what happens, right? You just take the egg and you're like, I'm gonna throw it, I'm gonna throw it across the room. And next thing you know, it splatters everywhere and you got a mess. And some people treat our families like that egg. You sometimes have men, and I'm not talking about Umar now. That's to the side. That's too personal. Because Umar hasn't liked me for a very long time. I tend to have a way with I don't know, I have a knack for pissing people off. I don't know why. I think I'm a nice guy. But anyway, you have some people who approach their family situation similar to that egg. They don't understand the concept of entropy. So you're 18, 19 years old, your life is together, you've got opportunities everywhere. You're young and healthy and handsome, and the ladies, are around, and you're not making a plan. You're not thinking about, like, the fact that you're blessed with order in your life. You don't have chaos yet. Same thing. Same thing's true with women. You're young and beautiful, and you're going out with your friends. You look amazing. You don't have baby daddies yet. You don't have relationship drama yet, right? And I think that consciousness, financial consciousness, and just general life consciousness, because this is bigger than just money, but it applies to money, because again, wealth is connected to family and all this stuff. We talked about this. Um, a conscious person says that I have a nice orderly situation here. I must consciously preserve and protect that. Because if I don't, then I will create disorder in my life, and disorder is extremely costly. Because once I take that delicate little egg and splatter it across the floor, I'm gonna have a hell of a mess to clean up. And some people approach their family situations like that. You go get one girl pregnant, splatter an egg. Another girl pregnant, splatter an egg. Another girl pregnant, splatter an egg. And then 20 years later, but you ignore it. You ignore it all because you think that's just what black people do. We just go and make babies and do whatever and have broken relationships and whatever. But then what happens is after a while, the eggs start to, you got splattered eggs all over the kitchen. You've ignored it. You haven't cleaned any of it up. And then it starts to harden and the room starts to stink and it gets moldy and filled with bacteria. And 20 years later, you got a 22-year-old who goes on the internet and says, my daddy ain't shit. Or a 30-year-old son who's like, I haven't seen my father since 1998, right? Or Jay-Z, you saw Jay-Z. Jay-Z's got this kid that looks just like him. And the kid, see, kids grow up and they learn how to use the internet and they learn how to research their parents. And they don't come in with the same, they don't have this sort of reverence for you that people have for you when you were a young, rich rapper. They're like, no, that's my dad, and my dad ain't nothing. My dad's a piece of crap. He never invested in me. I hate this man. And then that child becomes your number one public enemy because you were taught to kind of ignore these things. You were taught to ignore the splattered eggs. And so not that the kids would be called splattered eggs, but you get the point. So ultimately, um, these things, let's go back to this. Drama, emotional stress, legal issues can be extremely costly, distracting relationships. If you use that term, if you want to use the term Planned Parenthood, I think that it shouldn't just be used in terms of the termination of pregnancy. I think Planned Parenthood should be used in terms of planning, like almost like a wealth plan. If I plan my family, I'm planning my wealth. And a lot of people don't have wealth because they don't plan. Right? They don't plan the family situation. So the family situation, rather than it being an economic accelerator that helps you actually make more money, it becomes an economic destabilizer where it's difficult to build a building in a tornado. Right? It's difficult to build an institution in the middle of constant drama, constant chaos. And what makes it even crazier is that because trauma levels are so high in the black community, sometimes the tornado is inside your own damn head. Some people have to walk around in life with tornadoes in their head, and they just create these destabilized situations. And next thing you know, you're dealing with brokenness, a trail of destruction, a trail of really bad decisions, and it's really hard to build a solid institution in the middle of that. Okay, so ultimately, I would almost say that if again, when I build the Boyce Watkins School for intelligent black people, one day I'm gonna build it. It'd be like the X-Men have that little academy for like superheroes and stuff. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna build like some academy for like these like intellectual superheroes. I'm gonna teach kids about relationships and how to make smart choices when it comes to building your family and just the value of family. So here's another theory. There's another one. This is one that applies more so to people that have something going on. This says the liability. This paper is called "The Liability of Partner-Driven Scandals." This is by Goffman, 1963. And the core idea is that a person can suffer quote unquote courtesy stigma by association, meaning they bear the consequences of their partner's actions. So if you have a partner like Skye Jackson's boyfriend or baby daddy, he was arrested as recently as November 2024, then his behavior is going to spill over onto you. They mention things like criminal activity, social media beef, misogynistic behavior, etc. So you may get guilt by association, which for someone like Skye, that may take away her ability to get things like luxury endorsements or anything that's family friendly or specific acting roles, because your public perception starts to shift as a result of that. In fact, my father, my father was a police detective for many years. He did a lot of stuff on the police force. I think he could have been the police chief if he'd wanted to be in my hometown in Louisville. And one thing my dad used to say, and I agree with it, is he said that a man who has something to lose has no business affiliating with those who have nothing to lose. Because when you've got something to lose and you are connected and entangled with someone who has nothing to lose, then they're gonna pretty much, if they get upset with you, they're gonna try to destroy everything you got. Sometimes the mindset becomes, well, if I can't have you, nobody will. Or if you can't be with me, then I'm going to destroy everything you have going on that's good. That's where you get these crazy stories of I told you, within 1 year I heard about two highly successful black women who were both murdered by their husbands, and their husbands, in both cases, their husbands were men who struggled. I would almost say they were losers, to be honest with you, because only a loser would kill his spouse, right? You break up with them. You don't kill people. But both of these men, in both cases, were men who were not as successful as their wives. And I don't know if it was jealousy or whatever, but I don't think that these ladies would have thought in a million years that this would be my fate. It happens all the time. Same thing is true with men. I see a lot of men that have a lot going on, and they let their guard down in terms of letting different women into their space. And then next thing you know, some woman that doesn't want to let go decides she wants to be disruptive and cause problems, right? So, anyway, there's one more theory, there's one more financial theory I want to lay out in terms of a research paper. This was called Wealth Drained Through Legal and Financial Entanglements. This was a paper by Eden and Kafalis in 2005. So they said here the core idea is that choosing the wrong partner can lead to financial loss through lawsuits, child support battles, or reputational damage. It was really hilarious to me to watch. I don't know if you remember when Sherry Shepherd went through that crazy thing with where she agreed to have the baby with the man, and then they broke up, and then she decided to, or they were doing a surrogate or something, and then the surrogate was having the baby, and they broke up, and Sherry was like, I don't want the baby, and then the man was like suing for child support, and everybody was like, how dare he sue for child support, right? Which was kind of funny because it's like, well, I think men have been dealing with child support for a long time, but a lot of women were really offended by this idea of a man wanting child support, or I think Mary J. Blige also paid like spousal support or something like that. And so these financial entanglements, one thing that really speaks to is I think that there is something to be said about being equally yoked to some extent. Like, if you have a lot to lose, I really honestly, this is just Uncle Boyce talking, but this is the finance guy kind of seeing in a certain way. If you've got a lot going on financially, I think you're probably safer dealing with someone who also has something to lose, right? Because what happens, I think, and this is one of the trappings that come, this is why you can't get, this is why being famous and rich and famous is not what it's cracked up to be. I'm not rich and famous, but I'm probably richer than a lot of people, and I'm probably more famous than most. I can go to a lot of places and people recognize me on the street, and there are privileges that come with that. People want to give you free food, they want to just, and talk to you and stuff, and the girls like, like I've talked about that. I don't want to get into that too much because, I love my wife and all that. But anyway, one of the things that I kind of observed is that you are safer, I think, if you're whatever you're doing, if you've got a person that also has something that they're trying to protect, right? Because that person is less likely in most cases to harm or disrupt whatever you have going on because they don't want you to hurt what they've got going on, right? Um, Also, I can tell you that that experience of kind of having more attention than I'd ever had in my life really, that's a part of what fed into me marrying a woman that I've known for, 25 years, right? I know my wife since she was 19. So she didn't, the whole boy, if there was a Boyce Watkins effect, it didn't affect her. We went out, we were walking through Chicago, and I hadn't seen her for a while. And she said, Boyce, why are all these people coming up and talking to you? Why does that guy want to take pictures with you? What's going on? Like, what are you doing? And that's when I told her about it. And it was and so it's kind of comforting. It's like, okay, so I this is a different situation. This is not someone that sees an opportunity, right? Sometimes, and this is true for you. Like when you are building your business and you're building your wealth, you may have someone who sees you as an asset. That's my point. They may see you as an asset. They may say, my life is going to be better because I'm with this man or I'm with this woman now. She's making 300,000 a year. My life is going to improve. And what happens, I think, is that it makes it much harder to like disentangle from people. They may say, no, I'm living the good life right now. I'm not giving this up easily. And so ultimately with a Skye Jackson, I imagine it's like that experience times 1,000. You were on Disney. You have millions of dollars. And I just, if I was her dad, I'd probably be like, come on, like you have a lot to protect. You have a lot to lose, and you got a lot of options. If you like the thug culture, find you like one of those wannabe thugs. Like find one of those corporate gangsters. Find one of those guys that just kind of acts, gives you like the edge, but isn't really truly self-destruct. Like he's not really out here getting arrested. He's just fantasizing about it. Like get somebody like that. Why would you pick like this person? Because it's almost, I'm not gonna say it's bottom of the barrel. I'm not gonna put any human being on a lower rung than any other, but I just don't get it. I really don't. But then I do get it. And the point here is that love and attraction and sex are highly irrational, highly emotional, dopamine injected experiences. That's really a lot like taking a drug. That's what it is. I've studied this. I wrote a book called Financial Lovemaking 20 years ago. It's on my website if you want to buy it, drboycebooks.com. But anyway, when I wrote that book, I said, "Oh my God, I get it now. Now I know why people make so many crazy relationship decisions and they destroy their lives. It's because it feels so good. Sex feels really good. Love feels really good, right? Meeting a new person feels really good. It's literally like having a drug injected into your bloodstream. And if you don't have consciousness and awareness, or if you are not healed and you're driven by trauma responses to every decision you make, you're going to be in big trouble because trauma responses will draw you to the drug. That's why a lot of traumatized people, that if you look at a lot of drug addicts, they're traumatized people. Why? Well, because the drug heals the pain instead of doing the work. You didn't want to sit with the therapist. You didn't want to go to the Ayana Van Zant, healing weekend. You didn't want to sit with Dr. Alicia, my wife. So you turn to the dope because it numbs you up and it gives you a temporary feel good that gets you through the day. But you've let this man inside your body and he's bringing a whole lot of baggage that you don't want to deal with, or he's bringing spiritual baggage that is going to be really hard to manage and process later on, or this woman that you're hanging out with, you can't trust a big button to smile, right? Like some of those girls are really poison, and you don't know that. You haven't sat back and reflected, right? And this is where consciousness. I'm gonna tell you, the older I get, the more convinced I am that people who are conscious, who meditate, who take the time to breathe, step back and think about their actions, are 1,000 times more likely to be successful than people who just operate on instinct trauma responses. No, 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 you better, no, no, no. Going crazy on people, just whatever, ruining relationships, choosing the wrong relationships, right? Just all this stuff, right? It's like it's got to be painful and crazy. It's horrible. It's like your own. It's like you're making your own horror movie inside your head, and that horror movie becomes your life, and it translates right to your finances. Making horror movies is expensive. Your film production budget is very high. So you've been producing this movie called The Horrible Life of Cindy Wilson, and the budget has been $1 billion. You spent all your money making this movie. So I would say that, going back to what I said earlier, that success requires a plan, wealth requires a plan, stability requires a plan. That concept of entropy, the egg. I got this egg. It's delicate. That egg is my life. I got to make a plan to protect this egg. That means not only am I not gonna just grab the egg and get mad and throw it at the wall, but if I see people coming into the kitchen who are gonna bump me and bump into me and knock this egg out of my hand, I'm gonna move away from those people. I might go in a room by myself. I'm only letting you in the room if I vetted you properly to make sure you're going to protect this egg and you ain't going to come in here causing no problems. So a lot of times it's a multi-pronged kind of thing, right? It's dealing with the chaos inside of you that might cause you to deliberately destroy the egg, but it's also you having the awareness to look around in your surroundings and see, okay, who is coming in here? that might actually create chaos where there was none? And how am I going to react to those people? And do I even want them around? So choosing your relationships wisely is one of the most critical dimensions of wealth building that there ever was, right? You choose the right ones, avoid the wrong ones, assess everything constantly, and then more importantly, start with that healing process so that you don't become your own worst enemy. Because that's what happens, I think, with trauma. It's like and I'm a traumatized person. That's how I know, because I can just think in my life about so many times where my trauma responses have cost me a lot. It hasn't just cost me money. Money's the easy part. It's cost me things that money cannot buy, things I will never get back in a million years. So my goal is to heal so that I can learn how to preserve and protect the things that matter to me, starting with my wife and my family. I don't run up in there talking crazy to that woman because I want to preserve that. I apologize to the kids when I get out of line. I want to preserve those relationships. I want to preserve my relationship with you. I want to protect my wealth. So I try my best to be the conscious voice and not the traumatized voice. But that's a process, and you have to be committed to that. So commit to the process, whatever that means for you, whatever that means for you. All right. Thank you for listening. I hope this was helpful. I hope that you benefited from this discussion. I hope that this added some value to your life. Um, Reminder number one, the stock I mentioned earlier was Tuya, Tuya, Tuya. I don't know if the stock's going to do well. This is not investing advice, but I am going to buy some of this stock, Tuya. Also, there's a list of financial stocks that I sent out to you guys a few days ago. I'll send something else out soon. Make sure you're on the text list for this class. Text the word morning to the number 87948. So text morning to 87948. Also, we I decided to create something that you may be interested in. A lot of you were really excited about buying my books and stuff cheaply, so you can resell them as you educate your family and the community on wealth concepts. So we decided to coin it. We're calling it something. I said, yeah, why don't we have like these Black wealth ambassadors, right? So a Black wealth ambassador would be someone who believes in the idea of Black wealth, who is one willing to teach others about Black wealth, who is interested in spreading messages related to things that are going to make our community strong. And the reason it's important, and I'm impressing this upon you and asking you to consider this, is because if we don't do it, who's going to do it? We know white folks ain't going to do it. 60% of black people ain't gonna do it, right? And then then 20% of the people who say they're gonna do it ain't gonna follow through. So I'm really looking for the talented 10th and the talented 20th. I'm looking for people that understand the right ideas and will follow through on the things they say they're gonna do. So this is something that I think we can do, and it's something that I want to support you in. So here's the deal. It's like this. If you want to buy our stuff, or any of our books and materials, as a Black Wealth Ambassador, we will give you a discount that no one else gets. Like we'll give you a special code. You can buy stuff super, super cheap, and you can make that into your business. Like literally everything that I offer, in terms of our workbooks for kids, our flashcards, all kinds of stuff, we'll offer them to you at a really, really steep discount so that then you can set up shop. Maybe you start like a little school in your church, or you a community group, or maybe you just do a family wealth club, or whatever it is, whatever it is, kids on your street, whatever you want to do, and we become your supplier. Right, we become the dope man. Except this is good dope, right? And we supply you with stuff, and then you can resell things and make a profit for yourself, make money for yourself, so you can feed your family while you're doing this. And then on top of that, we're building an economy around education. You can build an economy around education. So this is my pitch to you to consider. And so if you want to be a Black Wealth Ambassador, you can actually text the word wealth to the phone number 87948. So if you text wealth to 87948, I'll send you more information. I'll send you links and stuff where you can get stuff at a discount, and you can just rock it out how you want. And I'll share ideas on ways that you might want to set up shop. And I would just love the idea of us kind of having these Black Wealth chapters all around the world. Right, literally, and if I'm in your city and I'm available, like I'll stop in or maybe pop in a Zoom or something and support you and endorse you and help you out in whatever it is you're trying to do. And more importantly, I want to see you have money in your pocket as a result of your affiliation with us. I don't want you to just get the wealth of knowledge. I want you to have actual money so you can free yourself. Maybe you want to get off the corporate plantation or whatever. Like I want you to be financially secure and I want you to be economically better. In fact, on this survey, the result that I was most proud of is that 78% of you said that your income and wealth has increased as a result of you coming to class. I said, touchdown. That's what we're trying to do. I want your life to be different because you're here. I don't want you. This ain't no bootleg pastor stuff where you got those churches where they have you screaming and jumping up and down, but then your life is still miserable when you leave. I'm not trying to do that. I want you to say, okay, my life is different here, here, and here because of these things that I learned and because of the community that I'm a part of. So if you want to be a Black Wealth Ambassador, last part, if you want to join, just text the word wealth to the phone number 87948, and I'll send you some stuff right away. We can get it cracking. All right, guys. God bless you. Have a wonderful day, and I will see you all tomorrow. And I hope your lives are wonderful, and I hope you have a great weekend. See you soon. Bye bye. And a wonderful day. Welcome to drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent Black people. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and I hope you guys are having a great day. Today, I wanted to talk about something that I saw that was really interesting. I don't know how many of you saw it, but Stephen A. Smith, apparently he and LeBron James had this confrontation that was captured by the media, where basically LeBron was very upset because Stephen A. had been saying things about his son Bronny. Stephen A. was doing his job as a journalist and giving his honest assessment of Bronny James' qualifications. And as you know, if you know anything about basketball, you know that Bronny James has had a hard time. He's really just not really, he's got a big shoes to fill. His father is one of the greatest basketball players of all time. Some have even argued that he might be even goatier than the GOAT, which was Michael Jordan and another GOAT, Wilt Chamberlain. And it's easy to make that argument because he's been amazing. His staying power has been extraordinary. And all that pressure kind of goes on to the son. Now, unfortunately, LeBron likes to have kids he had kids with a very short woman. And so as a result, his son, Bronny, is not as tall as him and as strong as him. I think his son's maybe 6'2", and LeBron's about 6'6", 6'7", 6'8", something like that. I guess 6'8", 6'7", 6'8". So anyway, long story short, it's been kind of messy. So Stephen A. Smith goes to a Lakers game, and basically when he's at this Lakers game, he gets confronted by LeBron. LeBron kind of walks up to him. He's pretty mad. He's barking at him, yelling at him, everything else. And of course, that's going to get a lot of attention. And Stephen A. addressed it and did what he did. I didn't watch his address, but I did see what happened here. And I wanted to kind of lay it out in terms of just, first of all, I thought it was interesting because I'm interested in what's going on with Black men. These are two Black men that have accomplished a lot in their respective fields, and I have a lot of respect for them. I don't know Stephen A. very well, but I've been on the show a couple of times. When he had the show, quite frankly, with Stephen A. Smith, he had me on. He was very nice to me. And let me just tell you, so here's what I will say that I saw. So when LeBron confronts Stephen A., obviously this was a father defending his family. This is a father who was very upset, perhaps because Stephen A. said something that just really upset him and really got under his skin. And he kind of showed that he kind of played his hand that way, which tells me that he's probably very sensitive to what what people are saying about his son. And he has a respect for Stephen A.'s words because I'm sure a lot of people say things about his son. Stephen A. wasn't the only one who was talking about the fact that Bronny did not appear to be as qualified as other NBA players. And this is an interesting conversation because it feeds back into something that's happening in our country in a more broad context. Right now in Washington, you had President Trump and his crew. They kicked out all the DEI programs. They got rid of all of that because their argument is that this is a type of privilege that people have been given and they did not earn it. America has not been a meritocracy, and we got to make America great again by making it a meritocracy. But what the Trumps and the others will never confess to is that America really isn't a meritocracy in many cases. America does have privilege in a lot of spaces, not just with things like DEI, but also there is a wealth privilege. Let me know if you understand what I'm saying. There's a wealth privilege, and Trump and his kids, they get a wealth privilege. We know that. Bronny got a wealth privilege, right? So Bronny, I'd be curious to know. Give me a yes or no. How many of you think that Bronny would be in the NBA if his father was not LeBron James? Give me a yes or no if you think that he would still be there, if you think he's good enough on his own where he could have been a kid out of the hood. If he started where his daddy started off, how many of you think that Bronny would be in the NBA? I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna say no just because I'm a basketball fan and I got eyes in my head. Thank God for those. And I see that this kid is just not really he wasn't even that good in college, and let's just keep it honest. He wasn't that great in college. But also the other thing too is my heart goes out to the family because remember Bronny had a heart attack, and I can't imagine how a father would feel when you're already feeling guilty because you can't spend time with your son the way you want to because you're on the road all the time chasing your own dream, and then your son has a heart attack. I mean, he almost died. So I think LeBron is doing what any father would do. In fact, give me a yes or no on this. If any of you were LeBron James, would you hook up your son? Would you give your son a chance to play in the NBA if that's what he wanted to do? Yes or no? How many of y'all would do that for your own kid if he was doing his best, trying his hardest and showing up for practice every day? I know I would. I would totally do it, right? I would totally. I'd be like, son, you get to move to the front of the line because I paid the dues in advance for you. And this is something that I think every black person should embrace: is the idea of black privilege. If it's okay for the Trumps to take care of their kids, Barron Trump's going to be at the front of the line. You know that his daughter, is it Ivanka? She's going to be at the front of the line. You know that Donald Jr. is going to be at the front of the line. You know that even his stupid son, Eric, is going to be at the front of the line. So if all of his kids can go to the front of the line because of their wealth and their power, then why can't Bronny, right? Why can't Bronny get into the NBA because of who his daddy is? I saw nothing wrong with that. And here's the thing, too. I really think that anybody in here who has kids, I think you should think about this, right? I think you should think about the fact that you get to spend a lifetime working for something, whatever that is. And whatever you work for, in my opinion, should be something that gives black privilege to your child. That might be something as basic as buying some shares of stock. If you had just bought a few $1,000s worth of stock back in 2001 and just did that consistently every year, your kids could inherit massive amounts of black privilege, where they would have so much wealth that they would never have to go beg a white man for a job, or a black man for a job for that matter, or any man for a job. They would be able to be economically independent. So I think that we as black people have to be careful about getting caught up in this idea that we don't deserve to have privilege and access because of what somebody did before us. Actually, that's the way the world's supposed to work. The world's supposed to work in such a way that the parent is able to block for the child. The parent is able to clear the path for the child. And this is one of the reasons why this whole working for the white man culture has to be sort of questioned for black people, because you can work at that factory job your whole life and you can't pass that job down to your children. Tell me if you get what I'm saying. Your kids are not going to inherit that job. I don't care if you gave 45 years to Ford. They're going to take your job, and they're your little black job. You call it a black job, but really it's not a black job. It's a white job in blackface. You understand? It's a white owned black job, and the owner takes that job right back once you die at your desk and you can't do the job anymore. So you can't pass that to your kids. But what you can pass to your kids, you can pass some real estate to your kids. Give them some black privilege off of that. You can pass them some shares of stock. We talk about stock all the time. You can pass that down to your kids. If you got a little business, even a little raggedy business, maybe you haven't done much with it, but you're taking pride in it. You've done your best. You poured into it. Well, you bring your child to work every day. You can give the business to the child, where they don't have to go through the rat race of chasing jobs. They can say, I got a business. In fact, my brother, I didn't get to give a business to my kids, although they're going to be wealthy when I'm gone. I got about one biological child, and then I have some other kids I've scooped up along the way. They're all going to be rich if something happens to me. But I know that with my brother, I felt really proud of the fact that when he went to Cornell, I was able to help him create a business so that when he left Cornell, he didn't go to a single job interview. He said, why would I go work for somebody when I've had the power of running my own organization? Right. So this black privilege is something that I think all of us should embrace. I don't think there's anything wrong with what LeBron did. And I think that that's fine. Now, I'm going to go to another side of this argument because this is an economic conversation. I think this is a generational wealth sort of discussion. But before I do that, if y'all could do me a favor, please hit the thumbs up button. Thumbs up, thumbs up. Share, subscribe. This podcast is also on Spotify. So if you look up my name on Spotify, you'll find plenty of discussions about wealth and Black economics on Spotify. And also, just so you know, every single morning at 10 a.m., we teach finance in the Black Business School. We have a class that's 100% free. It's my financial consciousness class. I'm a finance professor. My PhD is in finance. And every single morning, 7 days a week, I come in and I talk to my people about Black economics. That's what we do. We're doing the Booker T thing. We're doing the Marcus Garvey thing. We're doing the Malcolm X thing. So you're going to get Booker, Marcus, and Malcolm every single morning. So if you blickety black like that and you care about your paper, then come to us in class because I got a whole PhD in finance. And I can tell you this, we just took a survey and 78% of the students in the Black Business School told me in the survey that their money is higher because they've been coming to class. Now, you can't say that about the college you went to. You can't say that about a lot of universities out here. But literally, we put money in your pocket and we get the job done. So feel free to join us. You can go to drboyceelevate.com. You can also just text the word morning, MORNING, to the phone number 87948. So text morning to 87948. Now, here's the thing. So if you talk about LeBron and his confrontation with Stephen A., which I totally get it. Stephen A. was talking about his son. He's mad about it. I totally get why LeBron has gifted his son opportunities that other kids won't get. I get all that. I'm not mad at him for that at all. But here's where I also understand where Stephen A. is coming from. LeBron has to understand that to whom much is given, much is expected. You got to understand that if you're putting your son in the spotlight and you're putting that crazy, and somebody's choosing to put that much pressure on him to literally play in the shadow of arguably the greatest basketball player of all time, definitely top 3, top 4, top 5. Well, then you know what? Some criticism is going to come with it. I don't know if y'all saw what I saw. I mean, Bronny's doing okay in the G League, but the G League is not the NBA. The G League is that's like, little league, like for NBA players. And look, Bronny was not doing so good. So, with that capability comes some scrutiny, and you can't expect Stephen A., if he's trying to be a journalist with integrity, you cannot expect him to get up there and lie for you just because he knows you. You can't expect him to just pretend like he doesn't see the fact that your son was making a lot of mistakes on the basketball court. The idea that he would expect that Stephen A. would just not talk about it, it would be absolutely ridiculous. So while I think you could argue, I was trying to figure out, I was like, who was over the line? Was it Stephen A. or was it LeBron? I'm going to say LeBron was over the line. LeBron, bro, you should know this. You should understand this. This comes with the territory. You brought your son in the frying pan. The frying pan is hot. You know how hot it is. You know what the scrutiny looks like. If he was great, they would be giving him praise. He sucks, or he doesn't suck as bad as he used to. So I'm not going to say he sucks now. He doesn't suck now. But before, I'm a basketball fan, and I was like, oh, Lord, this ain't good. Man, why are you playing basketball like your dad? That's a lot of pressure. It's like Michael Jordan's sons. Did y'all see where Michael Jordan's sons, and they're not even as tall as their father. I think they're like 6'1" and 6 foot. I would hate to be a 6-foot genetic clone of Michael Jordan with like inferior basketball genetics coming from my mother. They date they have kids with these little short women. So the 6'6", 6'7" guy has a baby that is like, that grows to be 6'1", and you're 6'1" trying to stand in the shadow of a guy who's 6'6", 6'7", 6'8". Just being 6'7", 6'8" by itself means you won the genetic lottery, right? So it would be much more fair to these poor kids if their daddies dated tall women. Like they need to stop shopping in the short girl section for a woman. They go to the WNBA, get you a big chick. Because same thing with Shaquille O'Neal's kids. I think his kids are tall, but they're not big like him. Because why? Because Shawnee is so small, you can put her in a cardboard box. So to me, I just sit here and I'm just doing the math in my head, and I'm thinking, God, I would hate to be one of those kids, because you want to do what your dad did. Like, you want to follow in your father's footsteps. But if I'm following in my dad LeBron's footsteps, you know what I do? I say, you know what? I'm going to be the best damn sports agent to ever get into the sport. Or I'm going to be the best baseball player ever. I would be literally playing baseball. I would be playing golf. So I admired the courage that they had to follow in their footsteps. But I think that you're asking for trouble because every time you play, they're going to compare you to your father, which is just a terrible place to be. The only athlete I can think of that matched up to their dad might have been Marvin Harrison Jr., who played for my Buckeyes, Ohio State. Layla Ali, who's a friend of mine, who's the daughter of the great Muhammad Ali, who's also from Louisville, like I am. I can't think of too many people who can do that. That's hard to do when your dad is the greatest ever, or one of the greatest ever in the sport. I just think that that's a lot of pressure. I'd be curious to hear the family conversations at the dinner table about how you decided to play basketball like your daddy. I just kind of feel like there might be other things you could do, but hey, who am I to judge? It ain't my right to do that. But I will say this. One of the challenges that LeBron is obviously facing is there is a constant ongoing conversation, particularly when you talk about economics when it comes to nepotism. Oh, thank you, Roy. Steph Curry. Yeah, that's right. Steph Curry is a better. His father, Dell, was a great shooter. And his daddy got his sons because Steph has a brother and both of them shoot better than their father, and their father was one of the best shooters in the NBA. So Steph Curry is an exception as well. But anyway, there's an ongoing conversation when you talk about economics, and it relates to nepotism and versus meritocracy. And one thing I'll say is that in America, when you talk about economic legacies and economic impact and economic opportunities, nepotism trumps merit almost every damn time. Nepotism and family connections and all that trumps everything else. So one of the things I would ask you to do is to consider, what advantage am I going to give my child that's going to allow them to benefit from the fact that we do live in a society where nepotism runs the day? Like, what am I going to do? Or am I just going to leave? Am I just going to leave my kids out here hoping for the best? Am I going to let them struggle out here? Or am I going to position them so that all the hard work that I do is going to give them an advantage and an opportunity that others will not have? And I can tell you this, if you're buying stock consistently and you have assets to pass to the kids, you're giving them nepotism. And there's nothing wrong with that. If you're acquiring real estate, and doing your best to do that, and you pass that to the kids, pass some cash flow down, that's nepotism. If you're running that raggedy little business and putting all your blood, sweat, and tears into the business and training your kids to take over or have some kind of cash flow coming or some opportunity where you created a job for them, that is nepotism, and that's Black privilege, and there's nothing wrong with that. I think everybody on earth, every Black person who cares about their kids should at some point aim to give their children some degree of Black privilege. If you can't give your child Black privilege, I want to ask you, what are you doing? I'm going to tell you what you're doing. If you're not leaving Black privilege to your children, you know what you're doing? You're contributing to white privilege. That's what you're doing, because you're getting up and you're going to work every day at some job with some company owned by a person who is not Black. And every hour that you put into that job, you are adding to their ability to have some degree of privilege that they can pass to their kids. Or it's either the owner of the company or the shareholders in the company, because the shareholders own stock. Stock can be passed to children, and that's how America works. So give your kids some Black privilege. I'm not mad at LeBron for doing this. I think, especially with what that family's gone through, and I'm so proud of LeBron. He's really been a model citizen. He's loved his wife all these years. He's been responsible for a family. He's raised his kids. I like that a lot. I really admire that. I know that everything beneath the surface is probably more complex than it looks out from the outside in, but I can just tell you that I really like LeBron James overall, and I admire him. And Stephen A. Smith is fine too. I don't have no problem with him. He's interesting. He's more. I probably like LeBron more than Stephen A., but I don't dislike Stephen A. either. I think that they're both smart guys, and I think it was an interesting conversation to be had. All right, guys. So anyway, I'm going to get out of here. I just wanted to come in and talk about that really quick, because I think that there's something there in terms of a Black conversation that could be had around this idea, economic nepotism and Black privilege, and passing that to your kids. And so I hope this was helpful to you. And also tomorrow morning, we're going to meet for class. And also, if you like stock options, I'm really good with stock options. We actually, in the Black Business School, have a new stock options program. It's called Coin. It stands for Certified Options Income Network. And so if you want to join our next cohort for coin, we start next week, March 14th. You can go to drboycecoin.com, drboycecoin.com, and you can set an appointment and apply and talk to someone to see if it's a fit for you. So feel free to go to drboycecoin.com. All right, guys. So anyway, I'm out of here. Tomorrow morning, we'll meet again for our financial consciousness training, and also the other thing too, I'm super, super proud. I want to mention that when we asked the students that were in the morning class, I said, how many of you would recommend this class to a friend? In the survey, literally 99.1% of the students said they would recommend it to a friend. So if you want to join us for class, we're really good at what we do. I think we're the best HBCU in America because we focus on Black economics and building wealth in our community, building ownership in our community, having the means of production, and actually having real economic power. So if you want to join us, just text the word morning to the number 87948 on your phone. Text morning to 87948. And we can also talk tomorrow about what's going on with Trump and whether or not Trump may cause a recession and what's happening right now with the economy. There's a lot going on with that, and I'll discuss some of that tomorrow. So I'll see you guys. Have a good night. God bless you, and thank you guys for listening, and I will talk to you soon. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye. Hey, everybody. How you doing? I hope you guys are doing well. Welcome to drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent Black people. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and I want to come in and say hello to you guys, and I hope you guys are having a wonderful day. We got some crazy stuff going on in the world of finances, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to make this quick and let you get back to your day. But also, I want to remind you, if you could, please hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. Also, a reminder that this podcast is on Spotify. So if you go to Spotify and look up my name, you will find me there. First thing is that apparently there is a congressman that wants to put Donald Trump on the $100 bill. And this congressman is he's a freshman GOP congressman, Brandon Gill from Texas. So he sounds exactly like the type of guy that would be on Trump's testicles. He introduced the Golden Age Act of 2025, proposed to honor President Trump by placing his image on the $100 bill, replacing Ben Franklin. The bill directs the Treasury Department to design and release the new $100 bill by the end of 2026, with full circulation by the end of 2028. Gill argues that Trump's efforts in securing the border, improving trade relations, I don't know if he improved trade relations, but, well, you know, that's debatable. Achieving energy independence and prioritizing America merit this recognition. However, the proposal faces significant challenges in the Senate, where a Democratic filibuster could block its passage. This initiative is part of a broader effort by some Republicans to honor Trump, including a proposal by Representative Joe Wilson of South Carolina to create a new $250 bill featuring Trump's likeness. So a new $250 bill. However, existing laws prohibit living individuals from appearing on U.S. currency, and denominations above $100 have been out of circulation since 1969 due to low usage. Well, I think that there's probably going to be high usage now because everything's expensive. Let me know if you agree with that. By the way, let's do a quick sound check. Give me a quick yes in the chat if you can hear me. Let me know if you can hear me okay, and I'll keep on going. Also, if you stick around to the end of the video, I will give you a stock that I just bought and guide you to some more stuff, because as you know, right now, I don't know if any of you saw, but the stock market took a big dip today. There was a big dive. I want to say that it went down by hundreds and hundreds of points. According to CNBC, the Dow Jones Industrial Average, I think, dropped by about 649 points. And a lot of this had to do with tariffs. Apparently, Trump's tariffs are about to kick in. His tariffs on Mexico and Canada are about to kick in, and that has led to a decline in the stock market. Now, let me just tell you like this. First things first, if you want to know what I'm doing in this market, I'm buying into it because I don't believe Trump is going to stick to the tariffs. I believe that he's going to realize that there are ways to still win the negotiation, which he may be winning. He may be winning because he likes to really make these big, crazy proposals like that. And I think that they're going to make concessions, and I think they're going to try to work with him. And he may be a little bit crazy, but maybe his negotiating tactics work sometimes. And so I believe that they're going to eliminate those tariffs, or they're going to pull back. And when they pull back, I believe the market's going to pull up. And when it does, that's when you make your money. So again, no guarantees here, but that's what I'm doing. I'm positioning for the comeback. I don't believe that this is going to stick. Now, another thing you may have noticed is that Bitcoin took a big jump. Did anybody else notice that? Last night, your crypto went crazy, and a lot of this was due to the discussion about the creation of a Bitcoin strategic or a crypto strategic reserve. And the crypto strategic reserve is basically this idea that's being thrown around that the U.S. government is better off holding on to a bunch of crypto. I think they've talked about buying 1 million Bitcoins, which would cost an insane amount of money. And instead of having it be a Bitcoin strategic reserve, which was what the original conversation was about, it looks like it's going to be all about crypto. And the various cryptos they've discussed are Bitcoin, Ethereum, XRP, Solana, and Cardano. Those are the 5. So if you own any of those, you saw them all jump. Now, what's crazy, though, is that most of these cryptos, even though they jumped initially, they've nosedived since then. I mean, I'm looking at my crypto. I own some XRP, and my XRP went crazy, but then that stuff just crashed, man. It went from $2.22. Oh, sorry, 225 up to 294. Woohoo! Now it's down to 237 again. So apparently, no one's taking this seriously. A lot of people don't feel like this is actually going to work. I'm looking here at Market Watch, and it says that Bitcoin bulls are not happy about Trump's crypto reserve. Let's see here. It feels like you made a gold reserve, but then you added 3 of your favorite companies into the reserve, one industry participant said. So a backlash over President Trump's plan to include 3 small and relatively risky tokens in an eagerly awaited U.S. strategic crypto reserve helped largely erase a rally for Bitcoin and other digital assets on Monday. Trump over the weekend announced on his social platform, Truth Social, that the strategic crypto reserve he proposed would include not just Bitcoin, but a bunch of other coins, Solana and Cardano and stuff like that. The inclusion of smaller tokens in the reserve kind of muddles the value of Bitcoin because you have these cryptocurrencies that are not highly valuable in the same way Bitcoin is, says Alexander Bloom, chief executive at crypto investment advisory firm 2Prime, or sounds like 2 Chains or like Coach Prime. So it's like 2Prime. If 2 Chains and Coach Prime had a baby, it would be 2Prime or maybe 3Prime. I don't know. Anyway, let me just stop. So that's just funny. They're not scarce in the same way, and they're not decentralized in the same way. It reduces the value and signal of creating a Bitcoin reserve, Bloom said. Major cryptocurrencies rallied on Sunday following Trump's announcement, but erasing a large portion of if not all of their gains on Monday. I don't know how I feel about what they're saying. If you were to state the largest 10 cryptos based on market cap, I think that Solana and Cardano and all that are kind of up there, right? So I don't know if that is if it would be fair to act like these coins are just little goofball coins that nobody cares about. I know that I own. Do I own? Let me see. What did I buy? I know I own some Solana. Do I own Cardano too? I got some Solana, some Ethereum, some XRP, some Bitcoin. So I don't know. I kind of feel like they're kind of moving forward a little bit prematurely, and I don't think that they are correct about this. I think that this dip is worth dipping into, and I do believe that there is much credence to the idea that Bitcoin could hit 250,000 in the next couple years, and maybe even beyond that. I really think that if you're not invested in the strongest cryptos, I feel like you're going to be really sad in about 4 or 5 years. And the largest cryptos by market cap are Bitcoin and Ethereum. Tether's number 3, Binance Coin's number 4. That's surprising. Solana's number 5, XRP's number 6. Cardano's all the way down there at number 8. And then Doge, ironically, at 31 billion is at number 9. And I think that Elon Musk has a lot to do with that. But I will say that I think the creation of a strategic Bitcoin or crypto reserve is something that is going to happen. I think that is Trump returning favors. One thing about Trump that I'm noticing is he's a guy that returns favors, good and bad. He's petty enough that he's going to remember his friends and he's going to remember his enemies. I talked to my father about that, and I said, you know what? This is very scary for his enemies, because you have a man who you tried to put in prison who is now arguably the most powerful man on the planet, or one of the most powerful men on the earth. He gonna get that revenge on people, and he's also gonna pay back his friends. I think that he's keeping tabs. I really believe that, because that's kind of how he thinks. It's how he operates. Whether you like him or not, that's how he thinks. In fact, I think in the FBI in New York, the head of the New York office of the FBI just resigned because the Trump administration was specifically looking for all of the agents who prosecuted or investigated the January 6th rioters, right? So they all got scared and ran out of town. So it's kind of interesting. So my point to say this with this is that I think he's going to create that reserve. I really do. I think he's also going to back off the tariffs a little bit. I think that he has a method to his madness in the sense that he throws out these big, crazy, bold, audacious statements, and then he circles back. And when you give a concession and you bend the knee, which I think that's what they're all going to end up doing, then he comes back and says, okay, I'm going to remove the tariffs. The markets rally. Because remember, he's invested in the same stock market as you. So he's not going to let himself lose money for too long. He's not going to let his kids lose money for too long. So I don't think any of this is going to last very long at all. But anyway, do me a favor. Please hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. And I want to let you guys know if you're interested in stock options, I'm doing a 12-week training program on stock options from A to Z. You guys asked for it. And so it's called COIN, the Certified Options Income Network. So we are the first Black-owned institution that can give a certification on stock options training. And we're going to do this. I'm qualified. I have a PhD in finance, so I'm going to teach this. It's starting in mid-March. And so if you'd like to join and talk to someone on the team, just go to drboycecoin.com and you can apply and see if that's something that would work for you. And I guarantee you're going to love it. All right. So anyway, let me hop back in. And so in terms of Trump on the $100 bill, let me just say this. I think it's kind of weird. I think it's kind of tacky. I think that it's kind of ego driven, and I'm not a big fan of that. I think that we've got more important things to do as a country. I think that Trump also is a guy that creates lots of volatility in financial markets. Volatility can be your friend. You can sell volatility. You can make money off volatility. You can play the volatility. And really, what I'm seeing with the Trump presidency and stock market movements isn't much different from what I saw when he was president the first time. I think that he's a guy that will move the markets way, way down, and then he'll move them way, way up, and then he'll move them way, way down, and then move them way, way up. And that's kind of his MO. And I think he does that for just good old fashioned market manipulation. I think that that's what they're doing. They're literally just manipulating stock markets, and that's what you're getting. And the reason they're manipulating these markets is because they're making money in broad daylight. I'm also really curious to see what the status of Elon Musk is, because Musk has, if you haven't seen, how many of y'all have noticed this, that Tesla has been getting body slammed in Europe? Like, I think their European sales have dropped by 45%. They're not selling as many cars in China, and they're not selling as many cars in the United States. So Elon Musk is probably going to get out of the car business for the most part. I think he's going to keep doing cars just because, but I think his long-term ambition is to build AI-infused robots that he can throw on one of those rocket ships and send them all to Mars so they can all build a habitat for humans. That's what that's my simple Elon Musk vision. That's what I see him doing, is like filling up one of those big old starships with robots and having all the robots go to Mars and autonomously build out, some sort of little baby city, and have the astronauts actually arrive a few months or maybe a year or two later. And then they get there and everything's nice and air conditioned and ready to go. That's what I think. I could be wrong though. Well, who knows? But anyway, also, so let me tell you guys about the stock that I like right now. I wrote it down. I buy stock every day. Sometimes I forget, but this is based on my research. This company, again, this is not investing advice, by the way, but this company is Aurora Innovations. Aurora Innovations. The ticker symbol is AUR. Aurora Innovations. That's the stock I just bought, and it's based on research. It's based on me just sort of looking at some reports and getting a sense that this is a good company to own long term. Every investment that I make, my goal is to own that stock for at least 5 years. So don't think this is something that's going to flip your money in 2 weeks. We don't do fast money. I do the long last money, right? I want to do the lasting money, not the fasting money. So basically, here with Aurora Innovations. Ticker symbol AUR. That's a stock that I believe has some potential, and I just added it to my portfolio. Now, if you want to join us every morning for financial class, you can go to drboyceelevate.com. Every single morning, we do something called financial consciousness. It's very popular. About 10,000, 12,000 of you have signed up, and you come in every morning, and we just talk about money. And why is this important? Well, because Black people have to talk about money. Black children should be talking about money. We should be investing for our children. We should be investing for our families. We should be doing the dang thing. We shouldn't be sitting around throwing our kids out there to starve to death. So if you'd like to join us, you can go to drboyceelevate.com, or you can also text the word morning to the number 87948. So text morning to 87948. And also, tonight I'm going to join my wife, Dr. Alicia Watkins, who is the head of our Black Financial Therapy Department in the Black Business School. We made Black history. We created the first ever Black Financial Therapy Department, where we work with the best Black therapists to understand the problems with money mindset. We work with the best Black therapists to understand how your anxiety and depression have affected your ability to build wealth. We work with the best Black therapists to understand how your broken relationships have destroyed trillions in Black wealth. We work with the best Black therapists to understand how financial trauma has impacted your ability to build wealth. You cannot get your money right unless you get your mind right. That's why we have therapists on board at the Black Business School. No HBCU, no white university has ever done this, but we've done this. And my wife has a PhD, so we're both qualified to lay this out. So tonight, Dr. Alicia is hosting Mental Health Mondays, and she actually wants to do some love and money stuff tonight. She wants to talk about that term dusties. You know, people call somebody a dusty because he doesn't have enough money. And so she invited me in to join her, and she's bringing in another expert, and that's going to be tonight. And so if you want to join Mental Health Mondays or get notifications when Dr. Alicia does her thing with her fellow Black experts, text the word love to the number 87948. Text love to 87948, because everything's built on love. If you love yourself, then you will build for yourself. If you love your children, you will prepare for your children. If you love your family, then you will build wealth for your family. If you love your community, then you will make your community better. So everything's built on love. So text the word love to 87948. I guarantee you'll get stuff that's 10 times better than anything you ever got in college, because I guarantee you your college professors were not thinking like this. They weren't thinking about your community. They were thinking about their community. I don't want to show you how to build their community. I want to show you how to build your own. Give me a yes if you think that's okay. Give me a yes if you agree with this. Okay, so anyway, I'm going to get on out of here, guys. So just to kind of summarize what we talked about today, and if you came in late, you can just rewind and start at the beginning. Number one, I think that the Trump on the $100 bill is kind of weird and crazy. I don't know why they would do that. It seems like a distraction and an ego trip. Number two, the market crash, I believe, is going to be temporary. I think he's going to lift those tariffs after they bend the knee, and everything's going to be fine. And then number three, the Bitcoin strategic reserve, I do believe, will come into effect. And I believe that's going to lead to a massive spike in the price of crypto and Bitcoin. And that's going to be a chance for all of you to make money. I want you to make money. I want you to do well. I want you to get your reparations. I want you to take your damn reparations. Seriously, I don't want you to wait for them. I don't need you just begging for it. I don't want you just asking for it. I need you to go take it. Take your reparations by becoming investors. That's how we're going to get this money. You got it? Makes sense? All right, guys. I'm going to get out of here. Hope you have a great day. Thank you so much for listening. And don't forget, I'm on Spotify, so you can look up my name on Spotify if you want to find a podcast to listen to. Your support is greatly, greatly appreciated. So God bless you. Have a good night, and I'll check back in with you guys soon. Take care. Love you. Peace. Trying to be a little bit extra Black today, trying to do my thing, and I hope that that's okay. And I wanted to talk about some of the stuff going on with this boycott. Right now, as you guys know, there is, or there was, at least on the 28th, there was supposed to be a boycott nationwide. I had no issue with the boycott. I supported the idea of the boycott for whatever reasons you were doing it. But I think that there's some nuance to the boycott that I think is worth discussing, right? There's a little bit there in terms of us kind of knowing like what was really going on, and and just kind of asking like, why are we boycotting, and what does this mean, right? What does this mean? What is the goal? What are we hoping to accomplish? How do we benefit? What's going to be good for our community and otherwise? And so anyway, as you come in, do me a favor, please hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. And also just a reminder, every morning we do a free financial class in case you guys want to be a part of that. It's called Money in the Morning, and we meet every single morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. And so if you want to get an invitation, pull out your phone, text the word morning, the word MORNING to the number 87948. Text morning to the number 87948, and I will send you an invitation to this free class. You're going to really enjoy it. Now, give me a yes or no. How many of you are participating in the boycott? How many of you are standing 10 toes down, didn't go shopping, didn't do, followed the instructions, right? There was an assignment. We weren't supposed to go out and shop anywhere and spend money anywhere on Friday, basically to make a point. It seems like a lot of this point has to do with DEI. A lot of companies are cutting their DEI programs, and that's been kind of a financial shock, a little bit of financial trauma for a lot of people. And if you're in that category, my heart goes out to you. And it also has to do with, I guess, this election of this guy named Donald Trump. And I think Al Sharpton kind of pushed the black community to do this boycott in response to companies getting rid of their diversity, equity, and inclusion programs. And so, if you want to know where I stand on the boycott, I'm all for it. I have nothing against it. I think it's definitely fine to do. I don't agree with Sharpton on everything, but this is one area where I have no reason to disagree. But I want to kind of lay in some nuances on this boycott, what this means, what this really does, and some questions that aren't really being asked by the media that are not going to really be discussed in public. I'm a Powernomics guy. Shout out to Dr. Claude Anderson, powernomics.com. That's where you'll get really great economic training on what our people need. And and one thing that comes up when I think about this from a Powernomics perspective is very simple. So why? Why are we boycotting? Why are we in this situation in the first place? Why are we mad? What do we expect to get once the boycott's over? What is it that we're fighting for? What is the objective? What makes a better world? So here's one of the things that I want you to think about, and this is one of the critical assumptions behind this boycott. One of the critical assumptions behind the boycott is that if Donald Trump had not been elected president, the boycott would not be taking place. Give me a yes if you agree that if Donald Trump was not in the White House right now, Al Sharpton wouldn't be out, getting his perm nice and shiny, sending black folks out to boycott. Give me a yes if you agree with that statement. That if Donald Trump had not been elected, there'd be no boycott, there'd be no conversation, there'd be no outrage right now, right? Well, that right there is where I'm a little bit different. I think that you had reason to be outraged even before the election started. I think that even if Kamala or whomever had been elected, you'd still have plenty of reason to be outraged. And why is that? Well, because there are some stats that you can't deny in terms of the state of the black economy. Number one, black wealth is going down, not up. That should alarm you, no matter who's in the White House. Black children can't really read. I think about 12, 13% of black boys at the high school level can read at grade level. So this means your future husbands, fathers, leaders in your community are basically illiterate. You have a bunch of illiterate men and illiterate women that are supposed to be leading your community. It's really hard to pursue equality when you can't read, can't write, can't do math, don't have a skill, don't have a trade, don't know how to start a business. You're going to get slaughtered in the world of economic warfare. Now, I say this as a finance professor. For those that are new, that's my background. In case you don't know, I am a financial academic, and I can tell you as a person who studies economics and how money works and who has money and why, and how money is power and how money drives things. I can tell you that if your young people are not ready for the future, you will get absolutely slaughtered financially. And I think that for Black people, for African Americans, we have to really reconsider who's educating our kids and why are we letting them do that, right? What else? There's other stats I could go into in terms of what's going on with our families. I think 59% of black women have kids with multiple fathers, which means that most black men have multiple babies mamas. You can't build wealth in a nation full of babies mamas and baby daddies. You can't. You can't. You have to get your families together if your wealth is going to grow. I know that this is not politically correct. I know everyone wants you to think everything's okay and that we're shaming people and all that. I'm not trying to shame nobody. I'm just giving you the facts. Don't blame me for shaming you. But blame the facts. Blame life. Blame reality. Reality says that every study I show you will show you that communities that don't have strong families are not going to build wealth. So here's my point. When I look at the boycott, I don't see anything wrong with the boycott, but the boycott to me is like it's like giving aspirin to a cancer patient and thinking that that's going to make the cancer go away. You got a stage 4 cancer patient who's about to die, whose body's an absolute mess, and they've been eating the worst food. They haven't exercised in 20 years. They smoke 10 packs of cigarettes a day, drink a gallon of whiskey every day, and they come in and you give them an aspirin and you say, take this aspirin, you'll feel better. Or smoke a little bit of crack and that's going to make you feel better. That's not going to heal the patient. the black community in our economics, we are that patient. And I would love to be one of the doctors that helps to heal this. And I can tell you, as a person who understands financial science, I can tell you that you have financial cancers that are not going to be solved with an aspirin. And Al Sharpton boycott will not, I repeat, it will not do much of anything to improve the economic condition of the black community. What an Al Sharpton boycott does is basically it fulfills his obligation to to do work on behalf of the Democratic Party to make race into a Democrat Republican thing. They want to occupy racial stuff. They want to occupy the racial issue, right? They want to kind of colonialize it and say, hey, if you are black and you're a Democrat, then you're okay. If you're black and you're Republican, then you're a sellout. If a racist says something bad and he's a Republican, then it's terrible. If a Democrat says something racist, then it's okay because those are our friends. And I just don't agree with that. I think racism is racism, no matter what political affiliation you have. Now, let's talk about this boycott a little bit more deeply, and I want to kind of lay it out for you a little bit in ways to kind of sort of think about this. You got to really think about what this boycott's really doing, right? What the boycott really says is that the assumption, the fundamental assumption, and the default state of things is we're going to give you all of our money. We're going to buy from you like crazy because we're black and we're trained to consume from white people and buy their stuff every single day of the week. They don't buy anything from us, right? They boycott, you boycott them one day out of the year. They boycott you 365 days out of the year. Give me a yes if you understand this. That everybody boycotts black-owned businesses every single day of the year, including black people. So as much as you as hard as it was for you to boycott white-owned businesses for one day, you got to realize many of you are already boycotting black-owned businesses for 365 days out of the year. So it's much harder for you to boycott masses business than it is for you to boycott your own. That's pretty much what you do, and they boycott you every single day of the year. So really, in my view, the first assumption of a boycott should be, I'm going to boycott you as much as you boycott me. You boycott me 365 days out of the year. I'm gonna boycott you 366 days out of the year, hoping that it's a leap year. Just in case it's a leap year, I'm gonna make sure that you're not getting any of my money. I'm gonna treat you the same way you treat me, and I think that would be something more akin to equality. So a one day boycott. What a one day boycott says is that basically 364 days out of the year, the black community is our economic bitch. That basically we own the black community. We get all of our money and we get 99% of your money. So not 364 days out of the year, you're coming to our stores, buying our stuff, giving us your money every day. And then what you're doing right now is because you've got a guy with a perm up in New York who told you to do this because you're mad about the Republicans getting elected. Now you're going to boycott us for a day. Ouch, that hurt. It was like a mosquito bite. But guess what? After that day's over, you're gonna go back and go shopping again. Some of y'all went shopping at those stores and stocked up on supplies just to get ready for the boycott. You said I can't go shop at Target on Friday, so I got to go on Thursday instead, and I'm a double shop on Thursday just so I can make sure I don't shop on Friday, just so we can hopefully make our point. I don't know if that's gonna get you anywhere in this game. I'm not shaming you for shopping at Target. I'm not doing that at all. I'm just telling you the facts. I'm telling you from just an honest, direct standpoint that I don't see where not shopping at Target for one day out of the year is really going to change anything. And it wasn't just Target. I guess it was all the stores, right? We were supposed to boycott. So because you got to start with the assumptions and the expectation. You got to start with the default state and the expected state. The default state, meaning like what happens on a regular day when there is no boycott, when Al Sharpton's not mad, when the Republicans didn't get elected. On a regular day, you're giving 98%, 99% of your wealth to businesses that are owned by other people. That's the default state. The expectation is that because I'm upset with you, I'm going to go on strike. I'm now going to take away all the money I'm giving you. Normally, I'm making it rain on your businesses. I'm giving you millions of dollars a day. But now we're going to take one day where we're going to take that back just to make a point to you. Now, there's no sort of condition to say that the boycott ends once you change your behavior. None of that, right? It's just like we're just going to do this one day and then we're going to go right back to where we were before. So the expectation is that either once the boycott's over or once you change your behavior, I'm going to go right back to giving you all my money in the first place. That is a losing game, people. That is a loser's game. That is a game where the only guarantee in that game is that black people are going to lose economically the way you've been losing up until this point. See, even before the Republicans got elected, you were losing when it came to wealth. Give me a yes if you understand this. Before all this happened, you were already losing. Now you're just losing a lot more. So you're kind of saying, okay, we're going to try to take this little stand. We're looking like Volodymyr Zelensky trying to negotiate with Donald Trump, knowing that Ukraine has no cards and that basically he's got no legs to stand on. So to some extent, this is kind of what we're doing. I personally think that a better negotiation would be one where we go in a different direction with different default states, different assumptions, and different expectations. So let's think of it like this. Let's think of it like this. When you boycott that business, in a way, it's kind of like you're going on strike, right? It's like, look, I'm giving you something every day. I'm giving you my money every day. I'm giving you a few $100s of my family's money every day. Now I'm gonna stop. I'm going on strike. So just like on your job, I work for you every day. Every day I pour into you. Every day I'm building your business for you. Now I'm going on strike because I need you to treat me better. And then once you treat me better, or the strike is over, I'm going to come back and we're going to go back to the way things were. Well, imagine if instead of going on strike at your job, what if you didn't work for that company at all? What if you ran your own business? What if you worked for somebody else? What if you were already in your default state, already disconnected and already pouring into something that was actually yours instead of your default state being that you were pouring into their business? Tell me if you're following me on this. I don't want to talk over anybody's head, but I know you all are intelligent people, so I hope you'll at least hear me. You don't have to agree with me. I just let me know if you can at least hear what I'm saying here. So imagine if your default state is I don't even work for you. So me going on strike would not make any sense because I'm not your damn employee. I'm not your worker bee. I'm not pouring into you. I'm pouring into me. Everything I would have been giving you, all those tens of thousands of hours I would have been pouring into your business, well, I can't take that away from you because you never got it. I wasn't giving it to you in the first place. Imagine if that was where we started the negotiation, right? If you start the negotiation by saying, I already serve you, I give to you, I give you everything. Now I'm gonna pull back a little bit because I'm mad. How about the default? How about we change the default state, change the default assumption, have a little bit of economic self-esteem, and say, look, it don't matter if I go on strike because I don't work for you anyway. It doesn't matter if I boycott your business because you wasn't getting my money in the first place. I wasn't giving to your business. I was supporting black-owned businesses. I was supporting my family's business. I'm not buying from you because I'm buying from my cousin, right? If you start the negotiation in a better position, then you've got a lot more leverage than if you start the negotiation from a position of weakness and just perpetual sacrifice on behalf of your slave masters. Do you understand? When you start off super weak and you start off giving everything away already, and you're already pouring your blood, sweat, and tears and all your money into other people's businesses, then it kind of looks silly to when you kind of do the boycott and think this is really actually going to give you anything worth having. Sure, it might help you negotiate an already abusive situation, but really you should probably start from a different set of assumptions from the very beginning, right? Instead of saying to your partner who's beating your ass every day, hey, I'm not going to cook dinner tonight because I need you to stop beating me so much. How about you just say, we're not even together anymore. So in order for you to get my attention, you're going to have to be nice to me. You're going to have to earn my love instead of assuming that you're going to have my love. See, this is important. I need y'all to follow this point. This is one of the things that's always bothered me. I always thought it was so crazy that every election, when people say, "Well, Dr. Boyce, who are you going to vote for?" and I say, "Well, I'm not voting for the Democrats or the Republicans," and they say, "Oh, you're a Republican," and I say, "No, but I just told you I'm not voting for the Democrats or the Republicans. How am I a Republican if I don't vote for the Republicans? To be a Republican, I got to go and vote for the Republicans, right? Well, you're a Republican. Well, why am I a Why would you call me a Republican if I just sat and told you 10 times I've never voted for a Republican in my life? I get it. I know why you call me a Republican. It's because of your default state assumption. Your default state assumption is that, tell me if you follow me on this. Your default state assumption is that because I'm a black man in America, I have to vote for the Democrats. That because I'm black, I owe the Democrat my vote. They don't got to do nothing for me. They don't have to promise me nothing. They don't have to make any commitments. They don't have to impress me at all. They own me like I'm a piece of damn cattle. And I've always rejected that. And I didn't care what people thought. It didn't matter to me. I've lost friends over this. And they only get mad at me because they know that I'm right. That's why they get mad. They know that I'm smarter than they are, and they know that I'm right. I'm not saying that you're wrong for who you vote for. I told you, your vote is your vote, but my vote is my vote. So don't you ever damn tell me that I owe you nothing. I don't owe Target nothing. I don't owe the employers nothing. I don't owe the Democrats nothing or the Republicans. And here's the thing. What's interesting to me is to process this. Think about this. This is real deep. Did anybody ever notice? Tell me if you've noticed this. Do you know that most black children, about 90% of all black children, are raised under the assumption that at some point you're gonna serve a white man. You're gonna work for a white man at some point. When you grow up, and this is what you're told, you got to know how to behave, you got to know how to dress, you got to know how to talk, you got to know how to act at work, right? Because around the dinner table, the assumption is at some point as a black person, tell me if anybody else grew up like this. You're going to end up working for white people, right? Like you have people that say, well, HBCUs, going to an HBCU, that's not realistic because you're going to have to deal with white people because eventually going to have to work around white people and work with white. Anybody ever notice that? And now I want to ask y'all this question. This is a question you may have never heard anywhere, but tell me this. Do 90% of all white boys grow up under the assumption that they're going to have to work for a black man or a black woman? Do white people get raised under the same assumption? Does every white person, every Asian person, every Jewish person get raised under the assumption, or one, you better be nice to black people, you better learn black culture, you better learn some black history, because one day you're gonna have to work for a black person and you got to be able to impress them in order to keep your job. Does anybody else go through that other than us? Does anybody else go through that other than us? So this takes us back to the point I'm making tonight. The default state assumption. What is the assumption underlying the whole conversation? See, a lot of people will play the game, but not even take a moment to think about, well, how is this game even structured in the first place? This game is designed for me to lose. The best that'll happen in this game is that I'm not going to lose as much as I was going to lose before. But either way, this whole boycott to me was a problem because I'm sitting there thinking, well, wait, so I'm boycotting you and I'm taking away a little bit of the money that I'm already giving you, which makes the assumption that the way that the default state of things is that I'm supposed to be giving you everything in the first place. I don't think I'm supposed to be giving you shit. I don't think my assumption is zero. How about I'm spending so much time pouring into my business that I'm not even thinking about your business. How about I'm not boycotting you because I wasn't giving you no money in the first place. How about instead of thinking about what white folks are doing and how we can boycott white folks, how about we think about what black folks are doing and how we can support our own? That's what we do. Focus on yourself. Focus on yourself. All this energy put into like, well, we're not gonna shop with you anymore. Well, that's a given. That's an assumption. Yeah, I'm not shopping with you. Now what? Right? Like, and you're not gonna get my business because I want to give my money to people that love me anyway. You don't really love me that much. You don't treat me that well. Our community's struggling economically. We're not building any wealth. All y'all HBCUs need to start producing more entrepreneurs instead of producing employees. That's why you don't have the donor base that you need. That's why you can't raise money the way you need to. It's because you're producing employees. You need to produce more business owners anyway. We also need to produce more young people with actual skilled trades that know how to do something. You can't just say, well, all I know how to do is fill out a job application and go to work every day. How about getting a skill, getting skills that let you start businesses? That's where the real money's at. How about we produce investors? How about DEI stands for development, entrepreneurship, and investment? That means we develop the kinds of young people that we want that will be economically independent. We develop entrepreneurs that can start the businesses that will create the jobs, and then we invest in those businesses. We invest in each other. We invest in ourselves. And if see the answer here, the key is love. If you put all your energy into loving yourself, you ain't got time to sit around and be mad at what nobody else is doing. You're not going to be thinking about boycotting and retaliation and your anger toward other people. If you're really pouring into you, you don't care what your haters are doing. You don't care what your adversaries are doing. You don't care what your competitors are doing. You don't care what nobody's doing because you focus on what you're doing right in front of you. Focus, pour into you, pour into you, pour into you. That's one of the reasons why I'm not real big. I don't really get into Democrat Republican stuff because I see that as like, okay, that's their stuff. They're gonna fight back and forth in Capitol Hill over their stuff and do their thing. And they're gonna use us as pawns to get us involved in their little fights so that they can get power by aligning us like little soldiers. And people who know who they are not typically people that are easily enlisted in somebody else's army. People who know who they are people that already have an agenda before you come and try to make an agenda for them. Do you understand? Like people when they come along and they try to tell us that this is the black agenda, we got to go get Trump out of office, or this is the black agenda, we got to go and do this and do that. Well, no, my belief is that we should have our own black agenda. It's almost like you go to somebody's house and you say, okay, here's what I got planned for you. I want you to cut my grass, wash my roof, and walk my dog. And some people might say, okay, sure, give me $20 and I'll do all that for you. But then somebody else might say, walk your own damn dog. I got a busy schedule. An important busy person is gonna say, I'm busy. What are you wash your roof? I ain't got time to be washing your roof. So instead of us serving and serving massa and driving Miss Daisy and carrying water for other people, I believe that self-esteem dictates that we should carry water for ourselves. We should carry water for our children. Instead of investing in other people's institutions, we should be building them ourselves, pouring into them ourselves. But when you do that, in order to do that, though, you've got to believe in how important you are. You've got to know that you're important. You got to know that your children, your community is the most important place you could be applying your energy. It's more important than that damn job at UPS. It's more important than that stupid degree you got at Brown University. It's more important than these stupid political parties. It's more important than any of that, right? So figure out what matters for you, pour into that, and then when you are filled with love for self and love for those around you and love for your culture, love for your people, love for your institutions, love for your family, and you're pouring that love into the things that matter to you, you won't even care. You won't even give a damn about a boycott. You're like, I got so much time. I'm spending so much energy loving on us and me that I ain't got time to be hating on you and mad at you and thinking about you. I ain't even thinking about you like that. So that's my belief. That's how I feel about this boycott. I'm not against it. I'd fine if you want to participate, you should, right? I put it up on my Twitter and Instagram. So I'm playing the game, right? So don't accuse me of being against the boycott, but I'm saying like stop boycotting yourself. Stop boycotting your family. Stop boycotting your children. Stop boycotting your own businesses because I guarantee you that if you just start supporting yourself as much as you support other people, then you will see your people rise. You will see your people rise. All right. So anyway, guys, I'm done. By the way, this podcast is on Spotify. So if you look up my name on Spotify, you can find my podcast. One's called the Dr. Boyce Breakdown. The other one's called Dr. Boyce Daily Stock Market. One is all about the stock market because I want to show you where the wealth is at. I wrote my dissertation on the stock market, so I'd love to help you. And then the other one's just me doing all kinds of stuff. So if you can put up with me and you like some of this, then there's more where that came from. Also, tomorrow morning we meet for a financial consciousness class every morning, and I teach the art of financial consciousness and economic elevation. It's called Money in the Morning. So if you'd like to join that class for free, pull out your phone, text the word morning to the number 87948. You can text morning to 87948. And last but not least, I have a best-selling book called The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. And everyone loves the book. The reviews are amazing on Amazon, thousands of five-star reviews. So I know you guys like it. It's a blueprint for any family that wants to build generational wealth. You can actually get those copies. I'll sign it for you. I'll send you an autographed copy for just $8. You pay the shipping and $8, and I'll send you the book. And I know thousands of you order copies, so I know that you're happy about this, and I don't mind signing the books. So if you'd like to do that and even turn it into a business, you can buy a bunch, give them away if you want. You can resell them. I'm totally fine with that. Start a book club, start an investment club. Each one teach one. We must teach our own. We must educate ourselves. We must educate each other. We can do this. Can't nobody stop us. We should not be afraid of anybody. So if you are in it if to win it and this is your thing, then I'd love to help you and partner with you. So I will sell you this book for $8. You can resell it for 30 or 40. It's got my autograph in it. My autograph means a little something, something. I go to different cities and people know who I am. So apparently my autograph means something. So if you'd like to get copies of this book at the discounted price, you can go to 10commandments.boycewatkins.com. That's the number 10, 10commandments.boycewatkins.com. Buy as many copies as you want. I will sign them. Our middle child, who the poor thing, she runs our store. She's going crazy right now because thousands of orders have come in. But she will ship it to you, and you can make it into a little business. And that way, you're benefiting, you're making money, you're also educating the community. We need to build black-centered schools all across this country. We need to have little educational hubs everywhere. We need to educate our people on economics at the highest levels. I'm tired of us being in last place. I'm tired of us bowing to Jewish people and white people and Asian people, and I'm tired of us just getting dead last. I hate it. It drives me crazy. We're supposed to be at the top, not the bottom. That's not what we represent. We represent the top. So I want to. This is what I want. This is really. This is the thing that keeps me up at night. This is my passion. This is what I believe. And so I'd love to help you. The book is a simple framework. There's been no book written like this in history. Nobody's written this book. This had to be written by a PhD because I had to really think through these things over 20 years. And it's called The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. And it's a great read. I think your children should read it. And I guarantee you, your kids read this book and internalize even half of those ideas. Your generational wealth will go up tenfold in the next 1 or 2 generations. I guarantee it. So feel free to go to 10commandments.boycewatkins.com and you can get as many copies as you want, give them away, sell them, whatever you want to do. I support you completely, and I'd love for you to make money in the process. So have a good day, everybody. God bless you. Thank you so much for listening, and I'll see you guys soon. Take care. Bye-bye.
The more of a threat you are, the more your enemy will work as hard as they can to neutralize you as a threat. When the Golden State Warriors saw LeBron James coming to town, the more threatened they were, and the more they said we have to do everything in our power to neutralize the adversary. That's competition. Right. That's straight. I mean, and it happens in the wild. Animals do the same thing to each other, and so rather than us sort of feeling like somehow they're going to treat us fairly and kindly and politely and give us what we ask for, I think we have to understand that certain things we're going to have to fight for. And there are a lot of people that have realized that they even had to die for it. When you think about Frederick Douglass, I was thinking about when he fought the slave breaker who's going to break him down and neutralize him at an early age, and he just fought back so hard that the slave breaker never whooped him again, just walked away. And what one of my friends mentioned, they said, well, typically the penalty for fighting the slave breaker was death. And I said, you know what? They probably regret the fact that they did not kill him, right? Because look at what he did. Look at what happened when you don't neutralize the threat and you let the threat live and grow and become what he became. He becomes what Frederick Douglass was to the world. Same thing with Muhammad Ali. Say you look at Tupac Shakur, for example, on the hip hop side, you're looking at very vibrant, masculine, strong spirits. And these spirits, typically in America, are going to be neutralized at an early age. That's why they try to murder the black man before he's even born. When they're advertising abortion to your mama to keep you from even having the baby, that's all part of a strategy. Go to South Africa and you see that they market abortions much more heavily in black neighborhoods than in white neighborhoods. So, and then what they do is they murder the black man spiritually, economically, intellectually, and otherwise through the public school system. You're dropping them off to let some lady from the suburbs teach your son. Well, guess what? She's going to tell him all kinds of things about himself that are not healthy. She's going to make him believe that who he is not good enough, and that he has to be whatever little feminine, weak little passive man that she wants him to be in order to fit into that system. Then they murder his spirit with the media, with all the imagery that he sees. Nothing is productive and strong and intelligent for the black man. Everything that he's presented with is destructive and backward and intellectually deficient, right? And then you look at the economic system. They neutralize him there as well, because every black man's raised to be polite, go to school, work hard, and get a good job, instead of doing what the majority of black men must do, which is learn how to start a business. You must, in fact, knowing how to start a business is the greatest form of unemployment insurance that there is. Because if you know how to start a business, you'll never be without a job. And black men are the most unemployed group of people in America. So I think that what's really true is that, look, God has put all of the answers right in front of us. He has every single signal we need to know that we are hated in this country has been provided for us in plain sight. We just need to start paying attention to the signals and reading the writing on the wall. And the last point I'll make on that, in fact, and this is just me, stream of consciousness, but I saw the Tupac movie last night, And I said, you look at Tupac's spirit and the energy he had and just the impact he had on the world. Go back to when he was a baby, when his mother raised him in an Afrocentric environment. See, Pac at an early age knew who he was.
Yes.
He said, I'm not a white man in black man's clothing. I'm a strong black man. I want to be a revolutionary. And that's what he carried with him throughout his life. Most black boys don't get that. Most black boys are not told who they are. They never know who they are.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Money in the Morning. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. So good to see everybody. I hope you're doing well. I wanted to start today. I'm gonna jump right in because every morning we like to talk about our economics and kind of understand the world a little bit better. And I think today will be an interesting day to talk about some of the stuff that's been happening with the economy, particularly as it relates to the president and some of the things that he's been doing, and good and bad, right? Good and bad, and we'll try to. We're going to dance in the politics a little bit. I know some of you have strong feelings one way or the other, but I really want you to. I don't care if you're a strong Democrat or a strong Republican. I'd rather have you be a strong black person. So let's be one first. All right. So anyway. I'm sending you guys a text right now, letting you know that that class is starting now. And if you're not on the text list, and you want to be on that text list to get notifications of class, pull out your phone, text the word morning to the number 87948. So text morning to 87948. And also, just so you know, I'm gonna make a couple announcements a little bit later, but for now, let's go ahead and get started so we can jump right in. All right. So, first of all, how many of you saw the decline in consumer confidence that happened recently? Did anybody see where they're a little bit worried about the economy because consumers are just less confident than they were before? And that's a big deal. That's a big risk factor because consumer confidence is what drives the economy. Without consumer confidence, you won't really have much consumer spending, and consumer spending is what drives most of the economy. And so, anyway, the reason I want to ask this question then is I want to ask, is Donald Trump ruining the economy? Is because I was thinking about something that I hadn't seen in a lot of media outlets in terms of connecting some of Trump's actions to economic activity. I've seen people talk a lot about tariffs, right? I've seen people talk about the effects of the tariffs, and a lot of you know that, right? In case you don't know, Donald Trump believes heavily in tariffs, and he wants to put tariffs not just on our enemies but on our allies. And again, I'm not telling you to agree or disagree with this. Believe it or not, there are arguments in favor and against all of that, right? So if you hate Trump and want me to hate him with you, you're not going to get that. If you love Trump and you want me to love him with you, you're just not going to get that. So I have to be honest with you. But the tariffs, generally, the tariffs are a double-edged sword. The two things tariffs do, one is they have the benefit of protecting local industries. They can protect your local industries. The downside of a tariff, though, is that a tariff can cause inflation. So, and that's because you're pushing up the prices of goods and commodities, and reducing competition, things like that. So ultimately, the tariffs have been the big talking point that a lot of people have grabbed onto, but there's another angle in terms of a lot of this that I haven't really seen discussed in terms of what he might be doing to the economy, and that might be just fear, just flat out fear. Um, you know, Trump has been laying off lots of people in the government, right? And you know, if you want to ask this question, is Donald Trump ruining the economy? The the thing I would say, like one of the best arguments you could make is that when you go out and you slaughter hundreds of thousands of jobs in broad daylight, and people are watching their friends and their neighbors lose their jobs and lose their homes and stuff like that, you might have a good reason for that, but you're going to create a lot of financial trauma, a lot of trauma. Give me a yes if you understand where I'm coming from. The financial trauma is like I'm sitting here and I survived, but I watched my friends get financially killed. And so now I'm scared to death. I am mortified, right? It's like if I go to the military and I see all my buddies get shot, I'm not going to be the same. I'm not going to feel the same. I'm not going to be the same person. And so when you watch all these employees get financially shot in broad daylight, that trauma, I believe, is contagious. I think that a lot of people sitting next to them are like, whoa, wait, we could be next. I could lose my job. I better stop spending because I better save money because things are getting bad. Or when when you're announcing that all your DEI stuff is gone, and I know a lot of folks in especially in the DC Maryland area. Some of them were doing quite well, quite bougie, lots of bougie folks in our community with these $400 million government contracts and stuff like that. So it wasn't just like DEI hires; it was actually big government contracts and stuff. Well, anybody who's in that spot is now sort of scrambling, a little bit concerned, and kind of going back to their plan B, and they're a little bit worried about what the future is going to look like. And when people get worried, they don't spend money. When people get scared, they don't connect financially. This is one of actually the biggest issues. This is one of the reasons why the black economy struggles so much is because there's a lot of fear in the black economy. That's why I got so upset. Well, I get really upset whenever there's like a big scandal or something in our community where somebody starts an investment fund and it doesn't work out or whatever. I say, gosh, this is so bad because when people get traumatized and become afraid, they don't invest anymore. They don't want to spend anymore. They become scared, right? So ultimately, if you are to talk about the effect that a Donald Trump is could be having on the economy, I believe that financial trauma is really, really, really hitting a lot of people, and I believe that that's connected to the recent announcement that consumer confidence has started to dip. And remember, these sort of economic declines, they kind of escalate, or they kind of cascade. They starts with one negative thing over here, another negative thing over there. Next thing you know, the whole economy is negative, and financial trauma is a deep thing. We created a whole financial therapy department in the Black Business Schools, first ever Black financial therapy department ever created in history. And so we are making Black history over here. And my wife, who is a PhD level therapist, is working with the best Black therapists in the country to dissect the psychological barriers that keep us from building Black wealth. She's actually done a whole financial therapy workbook on particularly focused on financial anxiety because in her findings, and she's doing research right now, she's doing a research project on this topic right now. She's finding that this is huge for our people. This is big because when you're scared of each other and when you're just scared in general, what happens is not only do you not connect financially, but you also don't connect in terms of relationships. Like people wonder, well, where's the Black family? Why aren't Black people getting married? Because people are scared. They're scared. You like go listen to some of these guys talk about why they ain't getting married. They're scared to death. They're like, well, wait, if I get married, I'm gonna lose my stuff. You're gonna ruin my life. You gonna if I do something wrong, you're gonna call me a dog and destroy me. They're scared. People get scared. Same thing with women. Women have a lot of reasons to be afraid as well. Can I really trust these men? These men are not. Da, da, da. I don't know if I can really. This makes me kind of nervous. So I'm gonna be an independent, strong, independent, right? Whatever, right? And so fear drives a lot of disconnect. That's the point, right? When you're afraid of things and afraid of people, you don't walk into situations that might make you vulnerable. And as much as we might want to, I saw somebody wrote the word weak in there when I was talking about the men. They didn't say that when I was talking about the women, because women get scared too. But we might call it weak, but at the same time, if you've watched it happen to other people, like I can tell you the truth. I'll tell you my truth. When I was 22 years old, 23, my mentor was going through a divorce, and I saw his wife move out of the house and they were separated 5 straight years. And after 5 years, I saw her really come back and try to take a lot of his stuff. And it didn't make any sense to me, to be honest with you. I think that she wanted uh half of all the mortgage payments he'd been making on the house, but he'd been making all the mortgage payments by himself because she refused to do it. She wanted half of his pension, like all the money that he'd been saving up for the last 30 years. She felt like she deserved half of that. And it just kind of got, and I remember just sitting there thinking like, well, why would she get half of his pension? She wasn't shooting jumpers in the gym. She wasn't there at the start of his career. They were married 4 years, and so when you see that, it affects you. It made me say, well, okay, so if I do this, I better be sure. I better be 100% sure. And just for full disclosure, I didn't get married till I was in my 40s. I should have got married in my 30s. I wanted, I was open to it. But if I saw any little thing that made me say, I don't know if I could trust my life to this person, I would say, you know what, I'm going to make this investment later. I became very conservative as an emotional investor because I did not want to end up in the situation of a lot of my friends. I had friends I would see people that would go through. You ever see people that went through an ugly divorce? Some of y'all went through it, and you know how you feel, or you look at people that have gone through it, and they just look like they've been through World War III, and like somebody just like had them in the torture chamber for a year and starved them half to death, and they're just like it's like their soul is out of their body, like it's gone, you know. So I just kind of think that these experiences, watching other people go through that, it does have a real effect. And anybody who says that you shouldn't be affected by that, I kind of just look at that and say, I don't know if that's quite logical to see someone else suffer and then act like you just didn't notice it, or you're gonna just do whatever they did to end up where they are right now. You'd probably want to say, well, how do I avoid that? Right? It's like that movie when she says, "I'll have what she's having." It's like but imagine if she you see her vomiting and sick to her stomach, you're not gonna say, "I'll have what she's having." You're gonna say, I don't want to eat what does she eat? I got to make sure I don't eat that too, right? So ultimately, the financial trauma is extremely real. And one of the things I talk a lot about in my book, The Ten Commandments of Black Economic Power, is really, really being conscious about not financially traumatizing each other. One example of financial trauma that you've experienced on many occasions, I'm sure. Give me a yes in the chat if you've loaned money on multiple occasions to somebody who did not pay it back, didn't even think about it, didn't care how it put you out, didn't care how it set you back, didn't care how much financial stress you were going through, right? Just didn't even pay it back. Just didn't even have any financial consciousness, no financial consciousness whatsoever. This is what we teach, financial consciousness. No consciousness of, hey, wait a minute, you needed that money. Let me get you your money because I know you need your money. Didn't even say that. That's crazy to me. I'm like, who raised you? What wild animal raised you to make you think that you can borrow somebody's last $500 and then act like you don't even owe them the money, like they don't even need it. That's weird to me. I just don't understand that. And then when you see people do that to a loved one, it's like, okay, so you're not really my loved one because you don't love me if I can tell you how much I'm suffering because you did not pay me back and you still got that new pair of Jordans. Or you still walking around like everything's okay. It's not okay. It's not okay. And this is the part that's kind of difficult because we talk extensively about building family businesses and black people working together to make money together and investment clubs and investing together. Let's just be honest. That's scary for some of us. It's very scary because some of y'all's relatives are crazy. Some of your relatives don't have any financial consciousness. Some of your relatives are not reliable people. And that is the dilemma. That is what's really difficult about all of this. You want to work together and do stuff together, but then you're tempted to do what Magic Johnson says. Magic Johnson says, don't hire any of your friends or your relatives. That's what he says. He says, don't even hire them. I don't agree with that. I think that's a dilemma. I think that we gotta, if we don't help each other out, who is? If we don't help our community, who will? You think you're gonna lean on friendly white people to pick up the tab? Is that what we're aiming for? Is that what we think? Is that what we expect? Um, because when I think about a lot of this. Let's talk specifically about that example of Magic Johnson. I see sometimes you'll see celebrities that have these black-owned businesses, and I mentioned that but they'll have like this all-white management team or majority white management team. I don't know if Magic's in that category or not, but to me, having a black-owned business is nice, but I think you have to be able to show that you're doing something on a high infrastructural level that's really benefiting black families. Like if I show you my team at the Black Business School, you're gonna see a whole gang of black people who are able to pay bills and invest and buy things. Like I can go back and say, okay, yeah, we put about 15-20 million dollars into the black community because when we're looking for people that to hire and work with, we're looking in our immediate circle. We find our partners in our immediate circle. We find people that can benefit from what we're doing. I've got probably 50 partners that I work with on different things. And for the most part, they're black because I really honestly, my life is so blickety black that that I could go literally a whole month without talking to a white person. It's not because I don't like them or I'm scared of them. I just don't have a reason to talk to them. I went to the Daytona 500 and they introduced me to some very nice white people from Chevy. And I told my friend, I said, you know what? I didn't realize until recently how traumatized I was from working with white folks because you don't know what the hidden agenda is. It's not that, no, I don't want, I know this sounds crazy for some people, but if you've been in like corporate spaces, you know what I'm talking about, where you don't even know, you're thinking everything's fine, everybody's nice. Next thing you know, there's some weird agenda happening and you don't even know what's happening. Next thing you know, you're out of the loop or you're fired or whatever. And or you tell a joke, they don't laugh. They tell a joke, you don't laugh because they think Seinfeld's hilarious. I never did. And I just don't know, so I told her, I said, I really like these people that I've met. Every single person I met at Chevy, every one of them except maybe one was white. And these were some really nice white people. And I was like, yeah, boys, they're human beings. Like you can't just sit there and be nervous and suspicious. But I can say that the comfort level came from the fact that I don't work for them. It's like I don't work for you. I don't care what you think about me. I'm gonna show up as who I am, and hopefully you'll accept that person. And they did, right? So I think that this is the complexity of race in America. On one hand, we know the history. On the other hand, we know the disparities as well, right? You spent hundreds of years taking all of our stuff. Now you're in denial. So now there's a big racial disparity when it comes to wealth, and you don't want to take accountability for that. I can't let you off the hook for that because that's not fair. You have our stuff and you owe us our stuff. And then at the same time, we're over here trying to build, and we can't, it is harder to build because not only did you take all of our stuff and you kept it, but when we want to go even get a bank loan, you won't even open the door for that, right? So it's very difficult to build because we can't get the resources we deserve. So that's my complicated relationship with white people. But I'm gonna just tell you the truth. I love black people. I like working with black people. I feel like I'm supposed to do that. It's not some special task I'm doing. It's what we're all supposed to do. And so ultimately, I would encourage you when you're thinking about financial trauma, number one, make yourself just kind of make a rule that just says, I'm going to do my best not to financially traumatize people. This starts with the basic idea of doing your absolute best to take responsibility. Taking responsibility means following through on your economic commitments as much as you possibly can. Sometimes things go wrong. Sometimes you make mistakes. Sometimes we do things in the wrong way. But there was a video I saw, and I'm gonna try to share this video that I thought was really good because this guy was talking about black women. And he wasn't talking about every black woman. So if you're not a responsible black woman, you can't take credit for this one. But he was really talking about what some people might call, like the strong black woman and the tough black woman and stuff like that, and kind of giving a context to it that I thought was admirable. And I'm gonna try to see if I can find this video because I thought it was really good, and I feel like everybody needs to see it. Okay, where's the video, boys? All right, it's on my. Okay, it must be on my Twitter. My Twitter is Dr. Boyce Watkins 1, Dr. Boyce Watkins 1. All right, so let me pull up this video really quick. See if I must keep scrolling down. My Twitter, even if I'm even as I scroll down, it's always interesting to me. I'm like, Lord Jesus, boys, you had all these thoughts that went through your head that day, and you were sharing all this stuff out loud. All right, so here's a video. Hold on, here it is. Okay, I found it. All right, so I'm gonna share my screen, and and then hopefully you guys can hear it. Okay. It's a couple minutes long, but I think it's worth watching because I think it's it's appropriate, for us to just give shout outs to the women who gave birth to us, right? And that's what this video kind of does, and it gives a context that I think is worth hearing. So here we go. All right, let me hit share sound. All right, let's all right, share. Let me know. Give me a yes in the chat if you can hear it. Okay, I'm gonna start playing the video now.
Chopping up my homeboy today. He said, "How do you love a broken woman?" And I said, "That's easy, but it's hard for you. So you want the truth?" He said, "Yeah." I said, "There's no such thing as a masculine woman or masculinity or none of that. It's called responsibility in my eyes." I said, "When you were young, did you have a bowl of shoulda, coulda, wouldas?" He was like, "Nah, I never had that cereal." I said, "Okay. It's imaginary cereal. Shoulda, coulda, wouldas. I shoulda did this. I coulda did this. I woulda did this." The world don't run on that. World runs on currency. "Did you live in a cardboard box?" He said, "No." I said, "Did you go to school naked?" I said, "No." "But your mother struggled, right?" He said, "Yeah, she did." How ironic it is that you get older and you forget that women struggle. It's funny, huh? But you never knew, did you? He said, no. You kept the lights on, didn't you? Did you have a bunch of candles in your house? He said, no. I said, let me explain something to you. It's not masculinity, it's responsibility. Who else is going to do it? Most of these women out here, man, today, they get disappointed just like everybody else, man. But unfortunately, what they got to do is they got to raise them children. And while the world blames them for everything else, here comes you. So you want to learn how to love a broken woman, a woman that you think is masculine. I'll give you the keys. I'll give you the dope today. The first thing you do is don't be the next disappointment. Love on her, man. But the second thing you need to do is to make sure you take care of you, physically, emotionally, and mentally. She should not have to be responsible for you. You're a man. Also, the third thing you need to do is to make sure that you acknowledge her brokenness. You understand. And you love her through it. Be patient with her. And if you are a good man and you are a man of character, show it. Be completely different than what she's ever been used to. And the only way you can do this is to lead your life. Lead yours. She got a bunch of stuff on her plate. Make sure you're not on it either. That's how you love a broken woman. That's how you can help her. And if you see her going through something and struggling, instead of going back and forth with her, love her. Give her solutions. Use your love and your healing and your knowledge to help. If not, leave her alone, man. Don't be another disappointment. She's been through enough. Take care.
All right. What did you all think about that video? Give me kind of a one sentence response to that video. What did you think? Yeah, I like the video a lot. It's something that I've always believed, and I had to share it because I don't really hear a lot of people saying this, right? Um, I think that the complaining is louder than the solutions, and and or the solutions end up being somewhat distorted. um, I had to be quite honest with you that as much as I really liked or I respected the intellect of the late Kevin Samuels, he wasn't very happy with me because I pointed out to him that I said a lot of your solutions for the black relationships problem tend to fall on women. You tend to talk a lot about women in your titles. I went through 10 thumbnails. I said woman, 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 woman on every thumbnail. But I said, we really have to both take accountability for what's happened to our families because this is what's killing our wealth. This is what's hurting our wealth is this sort of imbalance with the family. And I think everybody has to step in first and foremost, pointing a finger, but not at other people. You got to point it at you. You got to point that finger at yourself first, if you want this wealth issue to be fixed. Now, if you don't want it to be fixed, then it's easy. What you do is you keep on going in and you say, these dang women, these dang men, these men, these men. I'm gonna tell you, if you go through life as one of those people that thinks that your stuff don't stink and that it's always somebody else's fault, you're not going to get very far. I'll just tell you that right now. And this links back to the wealth issue, right? This links back, and actually, I want to actually go back to the Donald Trump thing in a minute too, because I think that that's an important lesson as well about financial trauma and stuff like that. But here's what I heard him say, and I'm going to lay this out because y'all know me. If I talk about wealth, I talk about wealth in the context of black families and what I'm seeing. You cannot talk about black economics without talking about black sociology. You can't. You cannot talk about black wealth without talking about the black family, because as I've mentioned to you all repeatedly in this class, there's been no community in the history of this world that has been able to build wealth in the midst of broken families. So if you want to build your wealth, start by building your families and or working with your families. That might mean a family therapist, whatever it is. That investment is one of the best investments you can make, is to have a therapist, a referee that can help you to get along with your spouse, get along with your girlfriend, boyfriend, get along with your kids, get along with your parents, resolve those issues, fix that trauma. Because if you don't, then you're going to miss a lot of economic opportunities for sure. And then also a lot of emotional damage as well. So here are a few things that he mentioned that I want to point out. I love how he said that thing about, and this a lot of this also ties back to business lessons as well. If you want to make money, I'm going to tell you, I'm a person who's made millions of dollars. I can tell you some business lessons that you're not going to read in a textbook because the world is not a freaking textbook. The textbook reflects the world, but the world is what it is, right? So he mentioned in the beginning, he said, "Did you ever grow up eating a bowl of woulda, coulda, shouldas?" And that hit me heavy because I thought about and I've told you all about the complex relationship I had with my biological father and how I heard him say, "Yeah, one day I'm gonna get a Maserati. One day I'm gonna get it together." I heard his mother say, "Well, one day he's gonna get it together," and I'm sitting there thinking, so that means he ain't got it together. You know, by you saying that to me, that tells me that my father's a bum. That tells me that my father's not, that he's not where he needs to be. And the man was in his 30s at the time. Sure, there's plenty of the game left to play, but I'm like, bro, I'm 14. I need a solid man to look up to. You don't sound so solid right now, right? And he talks about eating the bowl of woulda, coulda, shouldas, and I know a lot of people, male and female, to be fair, because I don't want to pick on men or pick on women, but those woulda, coulda, shoulda Negroes, those people that are like, yeah, I would have done this, but I could have done this, but oh, I should have. What I should have did was this, da 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 da. Right? They tell you that they're going to do something, and then they just come back with an excuse. And there are people who operate in that world of make believe. And this happens in business all the time. I told my brother, I said, I don't deal with people, I don't work with people who come back with excuses all the time because when it comes time for me to pay the people that I hire, I can't come back with an excuse. I can't say, "Well, I would have paid you, but what had happened was I could have paid you, but I went to the casino or then the white man and then I can't do that. I have to deliver." Right. And this is the thing that made my mother grow from a little girl to a woman was when she gave birth to me. Sure, she could have terminated and just went on being a little girl and living her best life and twerking at the club. But my mother became a mom. And when she became a mom, everything got 100% real. She couldn't say I would have fed the baby, but or I could have fed the baby or I could have got clothes for the baby, but it was too hard. She couldn't do that. She had to actually follow through. She had to actually deliver. She had to actually find a way to put a roof over our head, which was scary as hell for her, but it pushed her to grow up. And these are the types of people I like to do business with. I like doing business with people where they say I'm going to do something and they do it. They follow through. There's no and a lot everybody in here. Give me a yes if you know somebody that you grew up with in your family, maybe your own dang parent, who was always making promises and wasn't keeping the promises. Oh, I'm gonna pay you back on Tuesday. Tuesday comes, Wednesday comes, Thursday. They ain't paid nothing. Oh yeah, I'm gonna start the business right now. I'll have it to you by 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, rock. 8, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 12 o'clock, rock. Right. Next day comes by, 3 days go by, nothing happens because they were never put into a space of clear, pure accountability with consequences. They were never put in this. There's no consequences to talking. That's why they say talk is cheap. That's why they say talk is cheap. That's my issue with like the Diddies. I used to say that about Diddy all the time. I said, this guy goes out to the black community and says, "Hey y'all, we gonna buy the Carolina Panthers, y'all," because he's trying to get all the likes and the shares and he wants credit. His mouth would write checks that his ass could not cash. And it's easy for somebody to go through life constantly writing checks with their mouth and then not cashing them on the other end. And that's exhausting to deal with people like that. It's very exhausting. And for men, I think when I talk specifically to men, I say, come on, you got to be careful because a man's mouthpiece, his words can really capture the imagination of a woman. Like women will really, be like, okay, all right, so we're gonna do this. This is our dream, and she'll get excited about it. And then you flop, and then she's like, see, that's why these blankety blanks ain't shit. Whatever, right? Like this, and but there are men who train other men to behave that way. There was a guy I knew, I kid you not, 30 years ago, I knew this guy who was really big, and he had all these girlfriends. He had like 7 or 8 girlfriends, and all his frat brothers were like, "Man, how do you get all these girlfriends?" And they would laugh. They'd say, "He's so fat," and all these girls just love him. And you know what he said? And this really disturbed me when I heard it. He said, "It's easy. You just got to sell them a dream. Just sell them a dream. Just tell them what they want to hear. Tell them something, about the future and blah 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 blah, and then they'll all get caught up and fall in love, and you don't have to actually do it. You just say it." And this is a culture, people. I hate saying it, but this is a culture. This is what they might call pimping. Remember in the 70s exploitation movies, they started glorifying the pimp. Pimps were notorious for psychological manipulation. And it should disturb the hell out of you that millions of your young black men grew up looking up to pimps. Snoop Dogg years later comes along and says, "We don't love these hoes," and he's going to award shows with a pimp, with a sex trafficker with him, Bishop Magic Don Juan, and that kind of became the cool culture. It's like, don't actually follow through, just say things, and make sure it sounds good, right? It's all about the flash over the substance. So you had a lot of these flashy Negroes that were getting attention of misguided, immature women. Maybe they didn't have a real father who actually had substance, so they would fall for the nonsense. The next thing your baby's mama living, in a women's shelter or something because you're the man that was supposed to be there, and it's sort of in a sturdy way help you provide for this child. He's out in the streets getting some other girl pregnant, right? This is a narrative that happens too often, and this is a narrative I think we got to fight against. I really do. I really think we have to talk more about that instead of tiptoeing around it or trying not to be mean or trying not to hurt people's feelings. No, I'm gonna hurt your feelings if you a punk. I'm sorry, I'm gonna hurt your feelings if you're a liar. I'm gonna hurt your feelings if you are of no substance. No, I'm sorry, because I think that this is required to build a community. You have to really connect the culture that is promoted amongst the black male community. You have to connect that to the fact that the community is not being built. You have to promote the fact that the most prominent, most well-known black men in our community tend to be guys who do a lot of yapping, but don't do a whole lot of anything. They're not building anything. They're not out having business meetings. They're not constructing anything. They're not building. Not. They're not. Some of them aren't even building families. They think families are too much work, right? And what the men that I admire, the men I think we should take the time to honor, are those really solid men who say, "Yeah, baby, I'm gonna get it done by 5," and they get it done by 5, or who say, "Yeah, those are my kids, or that's my responsibility." Those are the men. Those are your black heroes. Those are your black leaders, in my opinion. Those men who say, "Yeah, Mrs. Smith, I'll come take out your trash. I'll shovel your snow. Just those solid men." And you had men like that in the community, and somehow we decided that was lame, or that you were a square, or that you were a simp. They started calling, I got called a simp because I love my wife so much and I love my kids, and I'm honored to take care of my kids. And I said, no, actually, you got it wrong, brother. You're the simp. The white man made you into the simp because he's got you out here talking in a way that is incredibly harmful to the community, and in such a way that is going to make your children disrespect you. Your children and your grandchildren are not going to honor you because they're going to look at you and they're going to say, "You look like a big old bum because you haven't accomplished anything, you haven't built anything, you haven't taken responsibility for anything." And this is what I felt like the guy was leaning into, and I endorse that message 100%. Did you ever eat a bowl of shoulda, coulda, wouldas when you were a kid? A lot of us grew up on that cereal, and it don't taste good, right? It's like, no, I don't want shoulda, coulda, wouldas. I need actual food. And so when you do business, let's go back to business. Let's bring it back to economics in a more direct way, so people don't think I'm just talking about anything. Although this is an economic conversation. When you start doing business, when you make investments, you need to look for things that have substance. You need to work with people that have substance. You can learn. You should be interviewing people before you let them know that they're being interviewed. Watch how they move. Watch how they move. Watch the connection between their words and their actions. And also with yourself, watch the connection between your words and your actions. We all do that. We all say, "Oh, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna get up and go to the gym," and then we don't go to the gym, right? Or, "I'm gonna finish this by 5 o'clock," and we don't finish it by 5 o'clock. Or, "I'm gonna start this business," and then we don't actually start, right? So all of us have that gap. All of us have that issue at some point in our lives. So none of us are perfect. But I can tell you that if you can get to the point where you can connect the two, actions and words, not only will you be more successful in life, but if you surround yourself with people like that, that's when dreams become reality. A dream starts in your head, and then after it's in your head, it becomes words. You talk about the dream, but then at that point, it's still not real. It's in your head, and you said it, And some people think that by saying it, if I go to church and get the Holy Ghost and start screaming about what I'm going to do, that that's the same as actually doing it. No, no, no. There's that last step. Did you turn it into actual reality? And when you start to have the ability to ideate something, speak it, and then manifest it through your actions, then that's when you've gained the capacity of what I refer to as an economic God. You've really truly embraced the power of God. You have the ability now to imagine something and then make that thing real. That's very powerful. That's an amazing power, but you got to work for that. And then what you want to do is you want to look for other people who have embraced this very same idea, and then you will just go through manifesting. Boom, manifest the building, manifest real estate, manifest wealth, manifest stock, manifest ownership, manifest education, manifest whatever, right? If you can do that, then that will make you very successful, and you want to build a family like that. When you have kids, you want to train your kids on these sorts of things because there are too many people that just grow up in a space where they're used to being let down and disappointed. And that harms the economy because I mentioned earlier to you that you cannot have an economy if you don't have trust. Trust comes from me knowing that if you said you're going to deliver something by Tuesday at 5 o'clock, that's pretty much what's going to occur. And here's the thing that's really fascinating about us as black folks that we have to confront. We would deliver like hell for the white man because we know he don't play. If the white man says, you need to be at work by 9 o'clock on Tuesday morning and do that every single day for 10,000 days in a row, oh, we gonna do that. We gonna do that. If he says you need to work consistently from 9 a.m. until 5 p.m. and you cannot be distracted for too long. We don't want to see you on your phone. We don't see you doing whatever. We will do that. We will stick to the plan, right? We will follow through. We're real consistent when it comes to what that white man wants. Why? Well, because we know he ain't playing with you. We know that there's consequences. We know that if I don't show up at 9 o'clock, I won't have a job. And then after I don't have a job, I'm going to be financially traumatized because now I can't eat and I have nowhere to live. Right? We know that if we don't do what we're told, we're going to be in trouble. But when it comes to you and that little business of yours, you make promises to yourself and you break them all the time. You do. If you sit down at a business, I've known people who can go to work at 9 a.m. every morning and work all day long and do that consistently for years. But when it comes time for them to start a business and build their own dream, they'll say, "Oh, I'm going to start working at 10 o'clock," and then they'll get distracted, get on the phone with somebody, and next thing you know, they don't start till noon. And then they start at noon, they say, "Oh, I'm tired," and they quit working by 1, right? And then they get distracted, they go to the mall because now they feel like they got the day off and they're not. So at the end of the day, what happens is that we will have more consistency, more discipline, and more commitment and more follow through when it comes to building somebody else's business than we have when it comes to building our own. And a lot of that's because we don't respect our boss. That's what it is. You're the boss and you don't respect yourself, but you respect what that man's got. You respect that boss you got at UPS. You respect that boss that you have at Nike. You respect that boss that you have at McDonald's, but you don't respect the boss that you have in your house, and you don't respect your little black business because you don't even believe enough in your dream. So how in the hell can you manifest a dream that the dreamer doesn't even fully believe in? Like it really, in order for anybody else to see what you're trying to build and to see it as real, you have to be the first investor. And you've got to be the one who believes in this thing to the core of your soul. If you don't believe in it, then nobody will. Why would I believe in something that you barely believe in? In fact, when people come to me and they try to get me to partner on stuff and they want me to invest in their business, first question I ask is, well, how much did you do? How much investment did you make? How long have you been, how long have you been involved with this? And if you tell me, well, I just came up with the idea last Tuesday, I'm gonna be like, okay, well, come back and talk to me in about 3 years, and then I'll ask you the same questions, and then if it's still around in 3 years, then we can have a conversation because I don't do woulda, coulda, shouldas, and I don't do ideas that you just came up with in the last 10 minutes because anybody can do that. Coming up with an idea is easy. It's like the difference between having sex and raising kids. Anybody can have sex. You don't need discipline to have sex because sex feels good, right? But it does take discipline to raise kids. So don't come up and tell me I just had sex, so that makes me a parent. No, it doesn't. It might make you a sex fiend or whatever. It might make you a happy man, but that don't make you a parent, brother. To be a parent, you got to come up to me with a full-grown 25-year-old that's sitting next to you that just graduated from college somewhere and is doing well in his life and says, "Yeah, this is my dad, this is my mom." That tells me you're a parent because I know that you put approximately 220,000 consecutive hours into one project consistently and did not get distracted the entire time. That's substance. That human being standing next to you is absolute substance. Everything else is just talk. And talk is okay, but talk is cheap. That's why it's everywhere. Right. So anyway, let me move on. Before I move on, I wanted to let everybody know if you have an interest in stock options, we just built something in the Black Business School called Coin, which is a certified options income network. It's a 12-week intensive where we cover stock options from A to Z, and we're going to start in early March. And I'm the teacher of this program. So if you're interested in talking to someone about Coin, write down this URL. Somebody type it in the chat. It's drboycecoin.com, drboycecoin.com, and stock options are a great way to make money. It's a great tool to have. I think your kids should understand stocks and stock options. And so feel free to go to drboycecoin.com and you can share your membership with members of your family, stuff like that. So feel free to go to drboycecoin.com. I just want to mention that to you guys. All right. Now, let's circle back to the Donald Trump thing really quick. And then I want to go back. I want to finish up on the last point with this. Now, with that video, if you want to get the video, just go to my Twitter. It's on my Twitter. My Twitter is Dr. Boyce Watkins 1, Dr. Boyce Watkins and the number 1. So if you're looking for the link to the video, just go to my Twitter, Dr. Boyce Watkins 1, and the video is right there. Now, in terms of Trump and the economy, let me make a couple more quick points about that. We talked about that earlier. I do think that Trump is harming the economy. I think that a lot of what he did in the beginning that boosted the stock market and all that, a lot of that's gone. And it's disappeared, and now we're kind of in a phase where it's actually been hurting the economy, and I think that Elon Musk also is feeling a little bit of economic pain from Tesla dropping 25% since he started doing this stuff with Doge. A lot of investors feel he's distracted, but remember, these guys are not going broke. They are individuals that are able to make money hand over fist in a lot of different areas. So so this is not me saying that they're losing everything. It's just me saying that I wouldn't be surprised if we did have a recession in the near future, because I think that the slinging around these tariffs, it doesn't just have the effect of causing economic disruption from the tariffs themselves. It's destabilized America's role as a good trading partner, and that's actually created some challenges. So I don't think that necessarily. I don't know how this is going to end, but I think right now it's kind of headed south, not just for the economy, but also for the stock market, which means that I think the Federal Reserve is going to reverse its policy in terms of interest rates. I think they're going to reduce interest rates soon when they start to see these issues emerge, and that's going to boost the economy a little bit, right? So they tend to inject the medicine when things start to go bad. But I think that I still think you should be a stock market investor, in my opinion. Not investing advice, but I'm an investor. I'm just buying the dips. Okay, now some of you are asking questions. Okay, so a couple questions about the Dr. Boyce coin. It's Dr. Boyce coin. So DR, not the full word doctor. Dr. Boyce coin, drboycecoin.com. Second of all, what's the difference between coin and prime? Prime is focused on two simple goals: income and stability. That's it. The number one goal of Prime is to figure out ways to consistently generate income from stock options and to keep that income stable. So that's what we focus on. We focus on the sell side for stock options. That's it. So we hunt for stocks. We find stocks that can generate income, and it's designed for those who want to make extra money from their stocks that they hold. It's a great way to make money. This is how I make money for my family. So that's what Prime does. That's Dr. Boyce Prime. Coin is I created Coin for everyone who wants to understand options from A to Z. So if you want to understand options from A to Z, from the very beginning to the very top, to advanced strategies, the buy side and the sell side, then that's what Coin does. So it's 12 weeks. And then what happens is after Coin, you get a 3-month trial in Prime. You could go into Prime and apply what you know, but you'll have skills that go far beyond Prime. So that's the difference between Coin and Prime. And by the way, in terms of that video, just go to my Twitter. My Twitter is Dr. Boyce Watkins 1. The video's right there. All right. Now, a couple more things I want to mention that the guy said in the video, actually. And speaking of that, I'm not going to play it again. In case you came in late, basically it's a video of a man who was explaining why black women sometimes can appear to come off as masculine and assertive when it comes to controlling their own destiny. Well, I'll tell you one story that I heard from a woman who might be accused of being the strong black woman and stuff like that. Was she told me about her father, and she said her father was an alcoholic, and he used to beat up her mother. And one day her father killed himself when she was a teenager. And I said, that must have been sad for you to lose your father as a teenager. And she said, actually, I was kind of relieved. And I said, what do you mean relieved? She said, because I knew that with him being gone, there wouldn't be so many beatings happening in the house, right? So the father's trauma led to his alcoholism because he was a black man in the 1930s, 1940s. That trauma led to these really negative outcomes like the alcoholism and the abuse and things like that, right? So what happened with her and all of her sisters is that her and all of her sisters, none of them stayed married for very long, and all of them had a really hard time trusting men. And I understood that because I don't think I'd be able to trust women if my mother was addicted to crack and tried to kill me. I'd probably say, maybe women have a dark side I don't know about. You're right. And so ultimately, this is the kind of stuff that you're healing from. So one thing that he mentioned that I tend to agree with, and I think this doesn't just apply to family and relationships, it applies to business, as he said, one thing that we can do, and he was talking about men, but I think it's really for everybody, is he says, one, don't be somebody's next disappointment, right? When you come in, and I talk about this in my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, when you come in and you're part of an economic or in a social ecosystem, you really want to come in sort of with an expectation of like, okay, what can I do that's going to make this thing work, that's going to make this thing better? Where can I add value? Adding value is everything, right? When I hire people, the biggest mistake people make is they think that I'm paying you to do work. I'm not paying you to do work. Anybody could do work. I could sit here and say I worked for 18 hours and I spent the whole 18 hours folding this piece of paper, and it was really hard because I folded it into tiny little blocks and it took me 18 hours to do that. That doesn't add value to anything. And this is a big mistake when it comes to economics. This is a big lie that you're taught as a kid. You're taught that you are paid to work. You're not paid to work. Your boss does not pay you to work. Your boss pays you because you're adding value. You're doing something that is giving them a product to sell, that's helping their company to function. You're doing something that's adding value. They're not paying you to work. There's a lot of work you could do that adds no value to anything. There are a lot of things that are really hard and take a lot of time, but that does not make them valuable. So when someone comes and they're like you should pay me because I look at how hard I worked and look how many hours I put in, and I'm like, yeah, but did you add value? I would pay somebody who works 10 minutes who adds value more than I would pay somebody who works 10 hours who adds no value. Now, if I promise you that I was going to pay you and I owe you money, you're going to get the money, but then you might get fired because I'm going to look back and say, I can't afford to keep paying you just to spin your wheels, just to do stuff. I can only afford to pay you if you're adding value. So really, when he says don't be the next disappointment, I think that also ties back to business in the sense that when you go into an economic ecosystem, starting with your family business, your family investment club, just your family period, you want to figure out how you can add value. And this is an urgent idea. This is really an urgent idea, and I really want to take a moment to ask you if you're really under hearing what I'm saying here, because many of us, give me a yes if you've seen this. Let me know if you've seen this. Has anybody ever seen a family where you've got different roles, where maybe you have two or three people that take responsibility and make things happen and get things done, but then you've got that person who doesn't feel like they owe anything to anybody, who just feels like they can just show up and eat and they don't got to bring a plate, right? They can just they don't feel on any level that like they feel like they can take, but it doesn't even cross their mind. Their financial consciousness isn't even developed enough to say, well, maybe I should replace what I took. Do you understand? If you're in that category, you have to be really careful because that could make you a parasite. No organism can survive when it's full of parasites. The earth has parasites called humans, and we take stuff, we destroy things, but we don't replace what we destroy. But smart people are the ones who say things like, okay, for every tree we cut down, we should plant two trees. That way we're replenishing what we took out. Do you understand? So if you don't sort of have that approach to things, then whatever ecosystem you're a part of is going to struggle and they're going to have extra weight to carry because of you. No one in the family should be trained to believe that it's okay to be dead weight. And in many cases, and my wife, with her being a family therapist, she sees lots of clients and families and stuff. She's the one that explained to me that in every family we have different roles. So sometimes you might have the responsible kid, and then the middle child, and then you have the baby, and maybe the baby always thought that he's not supposed to do anything. The baby ain't supposed to cook. The baby ain't supposed to bring food. The baby ain't supposed to bring in money. But the baby can take, and that's okay. And sometimes the baby is still a baby when he's 52 years old. Do you understand? So understanding your role and not being the disappointment, but also and knowing that you can add value is huge, because if everybody adds value, everybody's chipping in, then you can get more done. And in fact, we do that in this space. We do this in this class. When I mentioned to you all, when I was like, hey, I got this great book called The Ten Commandments of Black Economic Power, and I want to invite you to help spread the word and do business with you. So my offer to you, and I mentioned this yesterday, was I said, look, I'll sell you autographed copies for $8. That's better than a wholesale price. Wholesale is usually 60% off, so that'd be like 20 something bucks. No, you can buy it for $8, and you can then take those books and you can resell them to other people if you want to, and they're going to benefit because the book really is substance. The book really does work, it has powerful ideas, right? And so that was me kind of also saying, like, look, don't put me on no pedestal. I ain't nobody's god. I am not a black leader superhero. I can't fight the white man by myself. But I do know that I can fight white supremacy if I have thousands of other people who also understand that they can play a role in the process, right? I know that working together, we can't be stopped. I know that as a group, there's nothing they can do to us. And this is something I feel strongly about with black leadership, is that we have like what I call the super Negro model of black leadership. We always have this one guy who's like, I'm the man, I'm the most important, I'm the, whatever, look at me, I'm on the stage. And I'm like, man, I get to stand on a lot of stages, but I love it when other people are on the stage too. I like it when, because that means I got teammates. Because I played sports, and I know that if I want to win a football game, I need a football team. No football game has ever been won by a football player. There's no one player that can win a football game. You need a team. So ultimately, I think that your success in your family, your success in your business, your success in your life, your success in your community is gonna come from the team. And so my goal is to empower the team. I tell you all the time, I do not teach any students. I have no students in here. I teach teachers. That's it. I teach teachers. So I want you to feel empowered to walk out here and say, you know what? I've been deputized by Dr. Boyce, and he's when you get a PhD, you can do that. PhDs can give PhDs to other people and stuff. I got my PhD from another PhD. It's kind of like being a Jedi master, or like a ninja, or a kung fu, black belt or something, right? So I deputize you. Like, once you learn this stuff and you've internalized these ideas, I want you to embrace the fact that you are ahead of almost everybody. They nobody, and you can go back, you can look at the Garveys and the Booker T's and everybody. Ain't nobody did black wealth the way we do it up in here. I'm sorry, they were great in their own right, for sure, and it's not a comparison. But this, I don't think there's ever been a space where you had someone with a doctorate in finance that was speaking this deeply, specifically on black economics, this much every single day to this many people in the whole history of our country. So we are making black history up in here. That's what we're doing up in here. We are some badass Negroes. So I just want to clap for yourself, because those of you that are embracing some of these ideas and applying them, like following through, not the woulda, coulda, shouldas. I'm talking about the people that are really doing it. Your families are going to remember you. I mean, they're going to be impacted 100 years from now, and I'm gonna tell you, it's got me excited. I'm really excited, especially when I was on Tuskegee's campus this week, and I saw what Booker T was doing over 120 years ago, and I said, man, I wonder if he can imagine how beautiful this campus would be over 100 years later, based on the work that he did. So we got this. We got this. We will win. Stop worrying about what everybody else is doing. All right. So anyway. Um, I'm gonna get out of here, and I hope you guys have a great day. Thank you guys for listening. I appreciate it. And just so you know, there are a few things that the guy mentioned just to finish off his video. He also mentioned acknowledging the pain of our men and our women. When I got married, I was determined. I said, I'm gonna invest my life in a person. I gotta invest in a black woman, because I know what black women go through because of my mother, my sister, my grandmother, my daughter. and I have to acknowledge the challenge that my wife has experienced, right? Which might come out sometimes, it may come out in a weird, awkward, ugly way, but I have to kind of understand that. And I think this is why I'm a big fan of black people kind of loving black people, because we understand what the other one went through. Also, he mentioned leading your life, and I think that's extremely important. At the end of the day, you have to lead your life. Uh, Another person cannot make you whole. You have to show up whole, and then they show up whole, and then you become whole together. You become something better together. And this is an investment decision. This is what's going to get you ahead financially. When you have two people that just kind of have a mission and have a plan, that are able to execute, then you become like, you really do become a superpower. So my wife, they people would jokingly say, they say, "Oh, you're a power couple," whatever. I don't know about that, but I will say that I know that I can walk in her office and say, "Hey, babe, let's do this thing. Let's do ABC 1, 2, 3 and get it done by next Tuesday." She will execute. She will execute like unlike no other. And really, honestly, when your spouse gets on your nerves, I will literally reflect to myself, like, you know what, your wife is like really on top of her game. Like, you should really, really remember that. Never forget that, right? And so, get good teammates in your life. Find good teammates, and not just as partners, as romantic partners, but also as friends and as business associates. And when you get a few good men and women together, maybe you form a group. Again, I think forming family investment groups, maybe you meet on a Zoom once a week or once a month or something, and just talk to each other and get to know each other, get to trust each other, and then you can slowly start to build together. That's how people can build wealth. Because what will happen is, at some point, some idea, your $1 million idea is in the ether. It's already out there. It's already waiting. It's waiting to be discovered. It's just sitting there like gold buried in your backyard. So one day you're going to sit there and you're going to run across your $1 million idea. And because you not only have the consciousness to spot the idea, but you also have the follow through to execute the idea, then you'll get a chance to manifest the idea. So do that. And then also, on top of that, when you have these investment groups and clubs and all that, which I encourage you to create, you're not doing it all by yourself. Because I can tell you, one of the things that does happen is that the more advanced you get when it comes to this economic stuff, the more disconnected you're going to get from certain parts of the world. It's very easy to open up Instagram and see black people doing something crazy. I saw this video, yes, that just was like, what, this is out of the ghetto playbook. There was literally, I kid you not, there was it was so funny. There was this there was a group of our people who were waiting at the ticket counter at Spirit Airlines. Did anybody see that? Because they were about to fly to get on a Carnival cruise. That right there, that's funny right there, right? And they got in this big old fight in the airport. And it was like 30 people fighting in the airport. And I was like, oh my God, this is so terrible, but it's hilarious too. And it's like a bunch of people got in a fight at the Spirit Airlines counter on their way to a Carnival cruise. I mean, again, right out of like a ghetto kind of ghetto playbook. And so it's easy to turn on the internet and to see people doing stuff where you're like, come on, man, seriously. Um, but so given that you live in that kind of a world, I think it's really important that you find other people who can help you visualize a better world, right? People who don't think that you're crazy because you want our folks to have more wealth, and you want our families together, and you want us succeeding. You want our kids to be able to read, right? You're asking the hard questions. Again, like I asked those questions, like, well, how is it that you're giving billions of dollars to these schools and the black kids can't read? Well, give the billions of dollars to me. I can make sure that they read when they leave. Like, what are you doing with that money? Or even other little things that I've asked consistently, and I've never understood this. I saw Kendrick Lamar win his Grammy, and during as he's walking up on the stage, all these white people, they start clapping and everything at the Grammys. And Kendrick's great; he's a great artist, but they're playing his song. And I heard the N word loudly in that song about 6 times as he's going up there. And I was like, I wonder if anybody else is feeling a little bit awkward about this. Like, it's like, I love Kendrick, but it was like igga nigga igga 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 igga, And I thought about that, and I said, I wonder how. I said, do they do that with everybody else? Do Jewish people have artists that get awards because they're calling Jewish people whatever the derogatory term is for a Jew. I'm not even gonna say it, but you know what I'm talking like, or Mexicans maybe. Is there a Mexican artist where their song literally will just pepper while they're getting their award? It's like peppering the most derogatory term about Mexicans or Chinese people, ching 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 or whatever, right? I don't see that anywhere. I don't see that anywhere. And the idea that when I say this, people say, "Oh, you're out of touch." I'm like, "Well, whatever you're in touch with, I don't want to touch it because you've been infected. You're mentally with something that makes you think this is okay." But this is specifically for black people. If Kendrick ain't black, you can't he would not get away. That song, the song was a great song. I liked it, right? It's I mean the great beat, and I saw the Super Bowl performance and all of that. But does anybody else think that's strange? And and I think, and I was like, how do we really ever think we can actually be equal when this kind of behavior is still considered to be normal? I don't think it's normal. I think it's a reflective of mental illness, to be honest with you. So anyway, enough of that. Thank you guys for listening. I'm gonna let you guys go and have a good day. I'll put that video also on my Instagram. I know a lot of you are looking for the video. I'm gonna put it right now on my Instagram. My Instagram is Dr. Boyce Finance. So find Dr. Boyce Finance on Instagram. The video will be up there in 20 minutes. Also, if you want to apply for the coin program, the Certified Options Income Network, feel free to go to drboycecoin.com. That's drboycecoin.com. You could talk to someone about that. And then last but not least, if you want to get a text notification for class tomorrow, just pull out your phone, text the word morning to the number 87948. So text morning to 87948, and I will hit you guys up. So take care. Have a great day. God bless you. And thank you for hanging out with me. Talk to you later. Bye-bye. Hey everybody, how you doing? Come on in. Come on in. Let's get comfortable. Welcome. It's so good to see you. And today is Stock Market Tuesdays. This is where we talk about what's going on in the stock market and where the money resides. And one of the things I wanted to start the conversation off with is you may have noticed a dip in the price of Bitcoin. Recently, Bitcoin's dropped. I think it's below 90,000, and and this is the lowest it's been in 3 months. Let me see if I can find some articles on it so we can kind of talk through that. And I think that this is a big indicator of kind of where the economy might be going and where the market might be going. Right now, you're looking at a market that doesn't have the same resilience that it had just a few months ago. You have the new president who really charged the market up in the beginning when he first got elected. But now you're starting to see the effects of his tariff talk. A lot of the tariffs are considered to be negative for the economy. And so that's pretty much becoming an issue. And so, with regard to Bitcoin, and I'm pulling up an article on this here, I want to point first to the drop in consumer confidence. According to CNBC, the consumer was the Conference Board's Consumer Confidence Index slipped to 98.3 for the month, down nearly 7%, and below the Dow Jones forecast of 102. It was the largest monthly drop since August of 2021. The expectations index tumbled 9.3 points to a 72.9 reading, the first time since June 2024 that the measure has fallen below the level consistent with recession. So that means we could be entering into a phase where we are going to see the R word used a lot. Could that mean something terrible? It could be bad. It could get really bad because it's been pretty good for a while. Um and I think the thing that stuck with me about that is that there was a long period of time where the number one variable that kept the economy strong, even as the Fed increased interest rates, is they kept talking about what they called the resilient consumer. It was consumer spending that was keeping everything afloat. Consumers were just spending money no matter what. And now there is an indicator that that's not the case for a while. Um, in fact, actually, now that more I'm thinking about it, I think I'm going to go buy some put options on some stock because I feel like there could be more to come. And I hate being the bearer of bad news, but actually, you might want to pull out your umbrella because I think that this market is going to give you some problems in the next few months. Does that mean that that's a bad thing? You guys know what I always say. I believe in buying the dip. You just have to have patience. The question is, do you have the patience to wait out the storm when you don't know how long the storm is going to last? The storm may last a few months. It may last a year. It may last a few weeks. It may be multiple years. And so, if you're an investor, this is where you might get tested a little bit. So here I'm reading it says the board's consumer confidence index, we already mentioned that, quote, views of current labor market conditions weakened. So consumers don't feel like their jobs are as available as they were before. And now that I'm thinking about it, you got to put some of this on Trump because um when you see like when you're sitting there and you're watching this mass slaughter of people's jobs in public, like you're sitting there watching hundreds of thousands of people in the federal government lose their jobs. Some people cheer for that. Some people felt like efficiency was needed in the government. I don't disagree with that, but that does have an effect on people, right? It's like if you're sitting there and you watch, you got two people standing next to you and one of them gets shot in the head, it's going to scare you. It's going to traumatize you. So I believe Trump is responsible for a lot of the financial trauma that is causing some of these issues in the market right now. And I'm actually um, writing that down because I want to elaborate on that at some point. There's sort of so I think that this sort of financial trauma of watching hundreds of thousands of people in the federal government lose their jobs, yeah, that's taking a toll. Um, and the other thing that's happening right now is Bitcoin has lost some of its resilience. If you want to know why Bitcoin's dropping, there are a couple of reasons here. One, there are renewed fears that the U.S. Federal Reserve policies are going to weigh on Bitcoin. So let's see, strong economic data like January's non-farm payroll increase has reduced expectations for near-term rate cuts. So basically, because the Fed is expected to not reduce interest rates, that caused the price of Bitcoin to dampen because there was an interest rate cut baked into the price before. Now that the rate cut is probably not going to occur, Bitcoin has dipped. However, if there is evidence that a recession is on the way, then that increases the probability of a rate cut, which could increase the price of Bitcoin, which just makes it all confusing and crazy. Um, so I'm not going to sell my Bitcoin and I'm going to keep buying more. Institutional outflows from Bitcoin ETFs. So U.S. spot Bitcoin ETFs have seen a lot of outflows, about 1.77 billion since February 17th. So that means that the demand for Bitcoin's kind of dropping a little bit. Let's see. Um, Institutional investors are reducing exposure, likely spooked by macroeconomic risks and profit taking after Bitcoin's 2024 surge past 100,000. So a lot of institutional investors are letting go of the Bitcoin that they owned because they made so much money from it in 2024. Large ETF redemptions force providers to sell Bitcoin, amplifying downward pressure. So when the exchange traded funds that hold Bitcoin for their investors. When their investors start coming and saying, "Give me my money," well, that requires them to have to go sell Bitcoin in order to give them their money. When they go sell Bitcoin to give them their money, that pushes the price of Bitcoin down. But the long-term trajectory for Bitcoin, based on my evidence and everything that I've seen in my research, says that it's up, that Bitcoin's gonna, if you want, if your kids will probably never be able to really own, even think about owning a Bitcoin because they might cost $1 million, $2 million by then. So you might want to buy them a piece of a Bitcoin now as a favor while they're little. Also, let's see, market liquidations, technical weakness is another thing I saw in the report. A wave of crypto market liquidations has exacerbated the decline. So a lot of people in the crypto space are selling. 516.9 million in Bitcoin futures liquidated in the past 24 hours. That's huge. So a lot of people are selling their Bitcoin, which is causing a lot of people to sell their Bitcoin, which is causing the price of Bitcoin to go down because people are selling because the price is going down, which makes the price go down further. So the market has a cascading effect. Or as David Hirschleifer, who's a great guy on my dissertation committee, used to write about, there is herding behavior that occurs when it comes to investing. People just tend to sort of go in the same direction at the same time. Right now, the direction is very negative. So you're going to see some pretty painful stuff happening in the near future, most likely. Nvidia, I think their earnings are coming up pretty soon. That's going to be interesting to see where the AI situation is. A lot of people are wondering if companies feel the need to spend as much money with Nvidia as they did before. So if you own Nvidia stock, um, there's going to be some volatility around that. I don't expect upward volatility. I expect downward. I expect Nvidia stock to get hit pretty hard. The other interesting thing about that is I heard Microsoft's Satya Nadella, the CEO of Microsoft, kind of back away from the idea of spending as much money as he spent before. I think they're starting to believe that they're overspending on AI. And I don't know if that's true or not, but I do know that he's not going to go spend as much money as he was going to do before. He was saying that very subtly. And what that does is that affects NVIDIA. It affects NVIDIA because not only does Microsoft give them billions of dollars to buy their chips, but other companies buy chips from Nvidia because Microsoft does it. So if they see Microsoft backing away, then other people might back away as well, which creates a revenue stream issue for Nvidia. So AI is still going to be big, but it's going to be quite the ride. So be ready for an economic downturn. One thing that you want to remember too is that the presence of a recession does not automatically mean the stock market is also going to dip. Those two things are not always connected. The stock market is what is called a forward-looking indicator. So as a forward-looking indicator, that means that the stock market is looking in the future. They're looking 2, 3, 4, 5 years down the line, as you should be. And so the market sometimes you're going to make a lot of your friends jealous if you're a stock market investor, which I hope everybody is. And if you're not, you should be. You're going to make your friends jealous because right in the middle of the recession, when everybody's sad and feeling like the economy's gone straight to crap, there's a good chance you'll be making money when they're not doing so well because you'll own stocks that you'll start to see rise up in anticipation of what's down the line. Okay. So this is what I see. This is what's happening. Put your questions in the Q&A section. And if you have a question for me, put it in the Q&A section. Try to make it one sentence if you can. That way I can answer it quickly and answer as many questions as possible. And we had a really good conversation this morning, Money in the Morning. That was a lot of fun. Is this the same session as Black Money 102, How to Invest in the Stock Market? Yeah, it is Eunice. Absolutely. So drboystockmarket.com is where you can log in. And that is Black Money 102. It's part of our Black Money sequence that we have in the Black Business School. We have Black Money 101, which is an introduction to the power of money. Black Money 102 is how to invest in the stock market. Black Money 103 is how to start a strong black business. Black Money 104 is how to buy a franchise. Franchises are pretty amazing. That's 104. And then 105 is real estate. So we do have a sequence if you want to follow the sequence and get exposure to different business or economic ideas. All right. So let's talk a little bit more about what's happening. Let me just mention I mentioned earlier today that a stock that I like right now is Nike. I bought some shares of Nike this morning because I like that I like that partnership they're doing with Kim Kardashian and the Skims and all that. But that's just an indicator of bigger things that they're doing. Right now, Nike's just in trouble. They just had a really dark year or two where their other CEO just really had a hard time getting his feet underneath them and kind of took the company away from its roots and off of its best path. So now they have a new CEO that they claim is going to get them back on the right track. Nobody knows if that's going to happen for sure, but it looks to me like he's probably going to do a better job than the previous president or previous CEO. So Nike is a stock that has in my opinion, a great potential for a tremendous turnaround. But just remember that if the economy all goes south, then a lot of these companies are going to struggle for a little bit. Let's see. Dr. Boyce wanted to know, is there a discount for buying coin if you're already a student of options? Yeah, Janet. Tell them if you're a Prime student, Janet, and you want to join Coin. Coin stands for Certified Options Income Network. That is our first training where we will have 12 straight weeks of learning stock options from A to Z. That's what it is. It's Prime is focused on generating income by selling stock options. That's all Prime pretty much focuses on. Whereas Coin literally takes you from the very beginning of stock options all the way up to advanced strategies. And once you're done, you get a certificate. So if you are interested in being a part of that cohort, then just go to drboycecoin.com and talk to them. Tell them that you are a Prime student, or that you also are in my other courses, and that I said that they should take good care of you. So, and they will do that. All right. So let's see here, Maurice. How do you upload your background to or upload your logo in the background? That is a Zoom background. That's what that is. I'd like to try to see if I can do high impact things with low amounts of energy and time. So I realized Zoom has pretty cool backgrounds, and I said, what's the point in making a big fancy studio when I can just create like a Zoom background and give you substance and not just focus on the flash. I've had people tell me that I should do a flashier studio and all that, and I get it. I understand why they would say that, but I'm not trying to be cute on the internet. I'm not trying to look good or look fly. I want us to be good. I want us to be fly. I want you to be wealthy. I want your life to be better. I want to give you something of substance, not something just this is not Club Shay Shay. So I'm sorry, no disrespect to Club Shay Shay, but I don't see what the benefit is in terms of improving your life from stuff like that. It's just entertainment. I'm not here to entertain. Even though I can be silly and we can have fun for sure. You should have fun with investing, and making money is fun. But really, at the end of the day, I want to be a finance professor, and I want to just teach anybody that they would like to listen. Let's see here. What is the effect of the Bibite? Oh, Bibit crypto hack. Is that how you pronounce it, Ina? Bibit crypto hack. Yeah, that's a good one. I don't know all the details. I think wasn't that like the North Koreans, and they did some massive crypto hack that was pretty huge. Um yeah, let me look that up because that was a big deal. I did see that in the news, and I don't know. I'm not an expert on that particular incident, but I do know that that was pretty big. I don't know how it's impacting all crypto, but I can say this. Let's see. I'm looking here. It says that it's the largest crypto theft in history. The hackers stole approximately $1.5 billion worth of digital assets, primarily Ethereum, from Dubai-based exchange. Holy cow. The hack targeted one of, is it Bibite or Bibit? One of their offline cold wallets, which are designed for secure long-term storage of cryptocurrencies and are typically disconnected from the internet to prevent attacks. During a routine transfer of Ethereum from this cold wallet to a warm wallet used for daily trading, hackers gained control of the wallet and siphoned off 401,000 ETH, valued at roughly 1.4 to 1.5 billion. That's crazy. The hackers executed a sophisticated attack by manipulating the wallet's multi-signature security process. They spotted the user interface and underlying smart contract logic, tricking Bibit's transaction signers into approving a malicious transfer. So apparently they approved the transfer, but it was a fake transfer. Interesting. The signers believed they were authorizing a legitimate move, but instead they handed over control of the wallet to the hackers. This involved either phishing or malware that faked the safe wallet interface, a common multi signature tool, a method some cybersecurity experts liken to Ocean's 11 level deception. Woo! The immediate fallout: the stolen ETH was quickly split among multiple wallets, 48 to 53 addresses holding chunks of 10,000 ETH apiece, and began moving to new addresses for liquidations. Ethereum's price dropped nearly 4% after the news broke. It went from 2,700 to 2,641, though it later stabilized. And Bibit faced a surge of over 580,000 withdrawal requests. So the exchange, everybody wanted their money out of that exchange after this happened. From panic users processing most within days, but halting ETH withdrawals temporarily. So they halted withdrawals temporarily, but they processed most of the withdrawals because of the hack. The suspected culprit, let's see here, is the Lazarus Group in North Korea, a state-sponsored hacking collective notorious for crypto heists. This group has stolen over 6 billion in digital assets since 2017 to fund Pyongyang's ballistic missile program. So they just bought missiles in North Korea. Thank you very much. Let's see. Patterns in the hack, such as the rapid fund dispersal and laundering attempts, mirror Lazarus's past exploits. like the $600 million Ronin network theft in 2022. All right, so by February 24th, over 195 million had been swapped, with some converted to Bitcoin via decentralized exchanges. Okay, so there's more here to it. I'm not going to keep um, going belaboring the point, but that's what happened, in case you're wondering. So, what does this mean, people? What can we learn from this? Well, it means that risk is everywhere, and risk exists in things that you see, risk exists in things that you don't see, risk exists in things that you don't see that you don't see. There's the known, the unknown, and the unknown unknown. This is an unknown unknown. A lot of people before this hack happened would have told you that it was impossible to do this. And this is why we diversify. This is why you spread your money out, even if there seems to be no reason to do that. You spread your money out because you don't know what the future is going to look like. You don't know what hacking looks like in a world of quantum computing. You don't know what hacking looks like in the world of AI. So the best way to do things is to be extremely conservative, spread your money out, put it in different places. There's really not a logical reason that I have most of my money in different exchanges, honestly. I just do it because I don't know if Merrill Lynch is going to get hacked and then suddenly forget that they have my money. So no, Merrill Lynch is not going to hold the keys to all my wealth in one place, right? So you spread it out, simple rule of diversification, uh, because you don't know hacks like this are going to happen in the future. Like there are people that say that the what's the blockchain can't be hacked and all this other stuff. It's like, no, it can't be. I'm sure somebody will figure it out. So anyway, Greg Harrison, I invest consistently in Bitcoin. Would Ethereum be a good coin to invest in as well? I like Ethereum. I think Ethereum's great. Kevin, what do you think about Krispy Kreme's partnership with Mickey D's? I think that Mickey D's is a good investment. I'm not so sure about Krispy Kreme. I think that as people realize that sugar is basically like, really tasty crack cocaine. I think that people are going to start walking away from sugar. I just think Krispy Kreme used to be hot and cool, and everybody loved it. And you see the hot donut sign, and you want to crash your car and drive through the windshield to get the donuts. But now we know that that's going to kill you, and I just really think Krispy Kreme is just not a company that I see doing well long term as Americans become more health conscious. And now it's so crazy. Just tell you how capitalism works. Think about this. They make all this money selling you all this crappy, horrible food. And now one of the biggest industries in America right now are those GLP-1 drugs like Ozempic. Everybody's taking like Ozempic and stuff like that. And it's crazy because nobody people will just jump like people love drugs. It's crazy how people love their drugs. And I'm the guy who's like, do you even know what's in the drug? Do you know what the side effects are? Have you even looked into that? Or are you just taking stuff because it makes you feel better? I don't understand why people trust drugs so much. I just really don't. But anyway, so Big Pharma makes a lot of money off of big people. And then as side effects emerge, you'll see more money get made that way. So Krispy Kreme, if you stay out of the Krispy Kreme, then that keeps you from having to take the Ozempic. So you're saving money on both ends. You're saving money on donuts, and you're also saving money by not having to buy the damn drugs to inject in your body. Go to the gym. Just do it the natural way. That's actually it makes you feel better. I ain't gonna be up in here. If I lose weight, just know it's not Ozempic. I'm not up in here trying to drug my way to health. I just don't think that works, to be honest with you. Um, but with that said, Mickey D's I think is a great stock. And the reason I like McDonald's is because even though they're unhealthy too, I don't eat there. I like McDonald's stock because they just know how to make money. They just really know how to cater to the customer in a really special way, and they've been doing it for a long time. And they're a solid, stable company, and maybe now's a good time to buy. The stock might be down a little bit. Kevin Carter, I was advised to invest only 2 to 4% of my portfolio in crypto, an amount that would not hurt me. Yeah, 2 to 4%, nice and safe, Kevin. For me, I always say seven, no more than maybe 7 to 8%, maybe 10% max. But yeah, that's great. I think single digits, that's the way to go. Rain, Alibaba took a 10% drop yesterday. Is this a buying opportunity or do you expect it to drop more? I like Alibaba. Alibaba is a great company. They know how to make money. They're well into the AI space and just doing extremely well in that regard. The danger with Alibaba is that the stock has been on a major tear for the last, several months. And so, when a stock does that, that means that it could be on a bubble and bubbles get popped and that could be a problem. So, yeah, but generally, yeah, I like Alibaba. I think it's a good long-term hold. And if it's down a little bit, that's a chance to kind of get in there, I think. By the way, I've made a list of what Dr. Boyce is buying for this week. So feel free to log in at drboycestockmarket.com and you can see the list of some stocks that I picked that I think would be great investments. So you can go to drboycestockmarket.com and log in and you can find them there. All right. Now, let's see. How do I feel about Coinbase, Nautica? Coinbase is very volatile, but I like the stock a lot. Coinbase has been an amazing investment for the last few years. I mean, back, the crazy thing about Coinbase is I'm looking it up right now. It's one of my favorite companies. Is Coinbase? That stock is at 208, and believe it or not, you could have bought Coinbase for for as little as maybe $40, 40 $35 in 2022. And so yeah, so you could have, 8x'd your money. Let's see. I saw a rise in Intel recently. Yeah. Okay, so Florence, Intel rose because first of all, Intel is a dog as a company. Intel is in so much trouble. They just messed up. They missed the whole AI thing. Um they tried to compete in too many areas, I think, and just did it wrong. But I thought Intel was a company that was going to make a comeback, because I mean, it was so ubiquitous and so powerful and respected, but they're kind of forced out of the AI game. Like they just don't really have a home where they really dominate. The chip space is hard. It takes years to build a factory and all that. So Intel benefited tremendously from the CHIPS Act. They gave them I think $20 billion or something crazy like that. Even with a $20 billion boost from the U.S. government, they still couldn't really get back into the chip game in a certain way because they kind of had lost their way in their identity. So Intel stock went up because other chip makers have pretty much started to try to position to grab pieces of Intel because the company, I think that I'm not sure of all the details, but I think they're like running out of cash and really struggling. So TSMC was sort of claiming a stake in Intel, a piece of Intel, and then there was another Broadcom. Broadcom was trying to claim a stake of Intel, but there's a lot of regulatory concerns in terms of whether or not these mergers will be allowed to move forward. But Intel is that's why the stock went up, but it's not a stock I would touch or buy just because it's too complicated right now. I think there are other better companies in that industry. The two I mentioned, TSMC and Broadcom, those are two solid companies that I think will be better companies to look into. At what point would you consider a rollover if you're deep in a margin call? Do they give me a time limit to pay margin? Okay. Okay, so if you have margin, y'all gotta forgive me. I must be sleepy. I've been up since 4:30 this morning. Okay, so if you are um doing options, okay, so that's an options question. I'll make this quick because this is not options class, but I'll answer it for sure. Um, so you're doing options and you've seen your assets drop, and now you got a margin call. Understood. Now you got to get cash. A good way to get cash is to do a roll down. I would do the roll down instantly if you see a big jump in the price of your puts, or you see a big drop in the price of the calls that you sold. If those drop, if those drop a lot, you can roll them down, get some cash. Remember, you can also sell time. So when you roll down, you can also roll out. There was one stock I had where the strike price was like 23. The stock price at that time was maybe 21.50, but then the stock dropped to like 19. So that was sad. I took the paper loss on the drop in the stock price, but now this option that I sold with a strike price of 23 is, that's not relevant anymore. That's got almost no value. So I rolled that option down and picked a new strike price that was more reasonable relative to the new price of the stock. So I think I picked a strike price of maybe 20.50, which gave me enough upside to still make some money, but not so much upside that I couldn't get a good premium. And also I rolled it out a little bit so I can get just a little more cash by selling some time. And that allowed me to kind of deal with whatever margin call thing might have been happening because, some of these stocks have really been taking a pounding lately. And this is why you buy your puts. And as we mentioned regularly in prime class, the storm is always coming. Just don't ever forget that that's going to happen. You're going to have the storm and you want to just prepare. And the hard part is you don't know when it's going to occur and you let your guard down. The next thing you know, everything's, kind of falling apart. If you do have cash available, I buy dips. I think this is a great time to buy. I was buying this morning. Let's see, Karen, is it good to have a lot of stocks and ETFs? I find myself a little of this, getting a little bit of this and a little bit of that. I think it's okay, Karen. I think it's all right to, have your little financial garden, and make it whatever you want it to be. Yeah, there could be, some complaints about like, okay, you're diversifying too much, you have too many stocks. But who cares what those people think? I think you should invest the way you feel comfortable. And owning stock is what I'm trying to get you to do. I'm not telling you exactly how to do it, other than to say, pick safe companies that are S&P 500, Nasdaq, high level Nasdaq companies. Just to be thoughtful about those penny stocks or overdoing it with like the pharmaceutical companies, things like that, because they're very risky, or having too much of your money in one place or in one asset. That's an absolute no-no. But after that, that's how I buy stock. Whenever I see a good investment that looks like it's something I want my family to own, if I've got extra money sitting around, I'll buy it. Or if I'm just thinking about a company, if I'm going by to, and I take the kids to McDonald's, then I say, hey, I'd like to own more McDonald's, so let me buy more McDonald's. Or I'll see Starbucks, and I'll be, oh, they got a new CEO, and Starbucks is a cool coffee brand. I want to own a coffee company, so I'm going to buy Starbucks. It feels very powerful. It makes you feel like a powerful man. Arr, arr. All right, so let's see, Deanna. Can I place puts on stocks after purchase? Yes, you can. You can buy a put on a stock anytime you want to. You do not need to own a stock in order to own a put on that stock. Never ever forget that. You can buy a put on anything you want, whenever you want, and nobody's gonna tell you any different. Let's see. What do you think about the Costco dip? I love Costco, man. Costco, beautiful company, great, great business model. In fact, Costco, I'm gonna go on a financial field trip. Let's buy. I'm gonna buy me some Costco right now. So if you guys, I'm serious. Like I really like Costco that much, and you say Costco dipped. So if it dips, I'm buying that dip because it's a good company. They're run really well. They treat their employees really well. That's a value I have. I believe in labor unions and respecting your employees because I believe you can get rich and respect your workers at the same time. I come from a working class family, so I don't understand when people don't want to increase the minimum wage or think labor unions are bad. No, they're not all bad. And so Costco is a company that I think reflects that culture, and that's why I'm buying Costco stock right now. So if you want to know my opinion about Costco, there it is. And the ticker symbol for Costco is COST, just like cost, COST. And by the way, don't forget if you're looking to like figure out ways to make extra money, stuff like that. I've made my books autograph copies. Like it's my autograph's valuable. Like there's people, that want my autograph book. I've made autograph copies of my book available for you guys for $8 a piece. You might have heard that this morning and Money in the Morning, and if you haven't heard it, now you know. You can actually buy them for $8, and the regular price is 40. So maybe you create like a financial. I want to encourage everybody to create like little financial schools in their communities. Like, go to your church and just say, let's make this into a Black wealth institution, right? All you got to do is bring some books or something and people, and you got an institution. You got it right there, right? So get people together at your church, get the little kids or the old folks or whoever wants to come, and just say, okay, maybe you start with my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, and you can say, hey, to fund our investments, We're offering copies of this book at a discounted price of $30. You bought it for 8, you sell it for 30, you make the difference, right? This is how business is done. Buy low, sell high. I sell it to you cheap. You sell it at a price that you enjoy. You can throw in some extra stuff, maybe make it a group. Maybe people have a membership fee. That way you're pulling your money together. And then you can maybe make some investments with that money and also get together and read the book, learn the knowledge, and then you're giving the community a gift that's going to last for many, many generations. This book is powerful. It was built that way. I'm a financial scientist. I structured this book with very basic ideas such that if I could get people to implement even 1/10 of these ideas, you will absolutely positively be ahead of the world when it comes to your wealth. So anyway, if you want to get $8 copies of the book, you can buy as many as you want. Just go to 10commandments.boycewatkins.com. That's the number 10, 10commandments.boycewatkins.com. And I mentioned it to you guys. It's not something I talk about with the general public, but you guys feel free. Grab as many as you want. All right, so I'm buying Costco right now. Costco, okay, the cost of Costco stock is $1,051. Now, don't forget that you can also buy fractional shares. So you can buy $50 worth, $100 worth, $200 worth. So I don't have a ton of extra money just sitting around my portfolio. So I'm gonna go ahead and get my Costco stock right quick. Let me go ahead and get this done. Okay, hold on. Right. I'm becoming a proud owner of Costco. All right. All right, done. Placed order, done. All right. The market's just confirmed to me that I am now a shareholder in Costco. Because you brought it up and I just think that's a great company. All right. Let's see here. Karen, they are most likely what you like or buy. I don't know what that means, Karen. Maybe that's in reference to a previous question, and you just know my short-term memory is not that good. So my apologies for not knowing what you were referencing there. Let's see. Kevin, Dr. Boyce, what are your thoughts on Home Depot for the next quarter? Home Depot, their numbers are coming out soon, so their stock is going to move a lot. And maybe if their numbers are not so good and the stock drops, that might be a buying opportunity. I think Home Depot is a solid company for sure. I like Home Depot. Let's see next. What do you think about CGC and Tilray? Both have taken a huge dip. Oh yeah, the cannabis stocks, they're all just dipping. And cannabis is my long-term patient play. That's the one that, maybe one day if the Democrats ever figure out how to get elected again, that stock, I believe my cannabis stocks will benefit from that. Until then, I just put them in the drawer and I'll check them every 5 years or something. Yeah, Tilray and the cannabis companies. If Kamala Harris had gotten elected, those stocks would have went up, but she did not get elected, so those stocks have continued to decline. And I don't know how much weed Republicans smoke. So maybe apparently not enough because it hasn't been legalized completely. But I think they're gonna do that. I think at some point the cannabis industry is going to get together and do what the crypto industry did, and they're going to get their politicians elected, and that's going to lead to an increase in the price, in my opinion. Let's see, Barbara, is the Ten Commandments going to be our next book in the book club? Why not? Right now, Dr. Claude Anderson, his books have been the thing that we've done for the last 4 years. And his books are all at powernomics.com. And so I want to reiterate that he's the goatiest of all goats, and I love him immensely, and I hope you love him too. And I hope you'll go and make sure your children are exposed to this extraordinary man. His website is powernomics.com. You can support by buying books on this page. But anyway, after that's done, I think the Ten Commandments will be a good book to cover. So yeah, why not? Absolutely. Let's see here. Shamir says, how recent is the post title Dr. Boyce Deep Dive? This banking stock is expected to do well. I don't remember. I think, you know what? Actually, no. I think I just put that in there. I think I just put that in there this week. Yeah, because I did do a deep dive on a stock that I liked, and it's inside your login at drboystockmarket.com. So yeah, that was recent, and I don't remember the name of the bank, but I bought shares of that bank, and I gave you a deep dive on why I like the bank. And so I thought I would test out some deep dives and see how you guys felt about it, and maybe you can let me know. So feel free to log in at drboystockmarket.com, take a look at the deep dive, and if you like it, then I'll do more of those. I just want to see how you guys feel about that. Sometimes it can be a lot of information, and I don't want that to be too much. Let's see, what's the link for the book? I think Amani's in the chat. She had put the link in there, Yvonne, but it's 10commandments.boycewatkins.com. 10commandments.boycewatkins.com. And that's where you can get the $8 books. Let's see, Naomi, what are your thoughts on Zoom? I use Zoom, but I'm not going to buy the stock because I feel like Zoom was a stock that was over bloated and inflated because they just became so important during the pandemic, and then they suddenly now they have a lot of competition. There are lots of companies out there that do what Zoom does at a much cheaper price. And so in fact at some point we're going to get rid of our Zoom account because there's too many other options that are just so much cheaper and just as good. So I honestly wouldn't want to invest in a company like that. I feel like their market share is just being eaten alive because they overcharge for their service. Now, with that said, let's go over a couple other things here in terms of what's happening in the market. Let's talk about Bitcoin again. So CNBC is talking about the price of Bitcoin dropping below 90,000. It says here, quote, equities have faced a few difficult sessions over the last week, with top performing stocks down many times the index as markets grapple with increased uncertainty under the new administration, says Steve Lubka, head of private clients and family offices at Swan Bitcoin. This pressure has spilled over into Bitcoin and crypto markets. So what he's basically saying is that because the stock market has had a hard time, Bitcoin's having a hard time. This is creating what is referred to as a risk-off environment. You've got risk-on environments where everybody loves risk, everybody's investing, prices are going up because everybody's excited about it. But this is a risk-off environment, so people don't want to take risk as much. They're a little bit more conservative. People start pulling their money back, and that's just life, right? Now, one of the things that's also interesting, just as a side note, is it turns out that apparently Robinhood and Coinbase are both they're excited. They're kind of they're singing that song from The Wiz, can you feel a brand new day? Can you feel a brand new day? Now why am I singing that song even though I can't sing? Because basically they were under a lot of weight from the SEC before the last election. The SEC was really, really a thorn in their side. And now they're kind of being let free to just go do what, only God knows all the things they want to do. Robinhood is even looking into sports betting, which just infuriates me because sports betting is going to be the financial version of the opioid crisis. That's what it's going to do. Sports betting is going to create a new opioid crisis, but of course nobody listens until the crisis actually hits. I'm a person that believes in preventing problems, but apparently we live in a world that likes to create them and then complain about them later. So just be ready for major gambling addiction issues, stuff like that. Just try to avoid it. Be careful if you're dabbling yourself. And but I will say that the fact that Robinhood and Coinbase are able to operate more freely without an SEC breathing down their neck is really going to be a long-term positive catalyst for crypto in general. Crypto is just a great place to be, Bitcoin especially. It's a pretty good thing. Um, there was one more thing I was going to mention. I don't remember what it was, but that means I need to stop talking anyway. So it says the S&P 500 on Monday posted a three-day losing streak as it failed to recover from last week's sell-off. Ultimately, the lack of visible short-term catalysts and pressure from equities creates an environment for profit taking and pressure from shorts. What that means is they said a few things in that statement. One, there's a lack of visible short-term catalyst. That means that there are a few things they can look at where they say, "Oh yeah, this should push Bitcoin up in the short term." Long term, there's a ton of catalysts. There's a ton of reasons why Bitcoin will go up long term. There's not a lot of reason to believe it's going to go up short term. Number two, pressure from equities means stocks are going down. That's putting pressure on Bitcoin. That's the second thing he said. Third thing he said is it creates a pressure, it creates an environment for profit taking and pressure from shorts. So an environment for profit taking means that people that see that there are a lack of short-term catalysts and pressure from equities, and they're seeing that this is hitting their portfolios, a lot of them are like, you know what? Okay, I guess the party's over. Time for me to take my money and go home. So that's the profit taking part. The more they take profits, the more the price gets pushed down. And then also pressure from shorts means that the short sellers are lurking. So there are people actually selling Bitcoin so they can buy it back later cheaper, hopefully. And these these short sellers, in my opinion, are not long-term investors. They don't believe Bitcoin's going down long-term, but they do believe that right now it's sort of pushed itself up into a bubble, and bubbles get popped. And so don't be surprised if your Bitcoin keeps dropping, maybe into the 70s or the 60s. But believe me, if you can hold on, hold your breath, hold your nose, and just wait, Bitcoin is going to come back and it's going to go way past 100, 150, 200, 253, all that stuff. That's all happening. We just don't know when, right? So just think about it that way. So maybe as you see Bitcoin dropping, you acquire some, and but your money should be going in and not necessarily just coming out, right? So with investing, I think it's very important to understand what buy and hold really does, and that buy and hold is the way people get rich. That's how people build wealth. They don't get rich from quick, easy flips. Quick flips do not make people wealthy typically. The only time quick flips can really add to your wealth, I think, might be in real estate, house flipping or something. I saw a story about this white guy who had a daughter who was 16, and they did a house flip, and he helped her, and she made a profit of $40,000 as a 16-year-old. And I said, well, we should all be doing stuff like that with our kids, if we know how to do it. So expose your kids to all those different ways to make money. And what happens is also once a child sees a certain way of making money that's easier than their job, than minimum wage or whatever, they're not going to usually go backward to the old way of making money anymore. They're going to say, "Wait a minute, you mean I could have made $40,000 in a few weeks?" And they're not going to want to work a whole year, at an uncomfortable job to make the same amount of money. They're just not going to think that way anymore. So expose your kids to different ways to make money so that they don't feel constrained by whatever their boss tells them they have to do. Let's see. My grandchildren love Roblox, says Karen. Great. Is that still a good one to invest in? Yeah, I like Roblox. I think it's a good company. Absolutely. Florence, is this the time for bonds? Risk off. I don't think it's. I think bonds are good if you're a very conservative investor, but you never know when things are going to change. So sometimes people try to market time. Market timing is where you try to get in when the getting's good and get out when the getting's bad. And the research all says that market timing does not work. You have to, if you choose that life, that's the life you choose, and that's just what it is. That's what it's going to be. It's what it's got to be. You can't jump in when times are good and jump out when times are bad. Like I can't be married to my wife and only show up when she's in a good mood, and then say when she's in a bad mood, just be like, well, I'm not going to be your husband today. I'm going to leave and I'm going to marry the lady next door for a couple of days, and I'll come back on Thursday. That doesn't work. You have to pick, and when you pick, you got to deal with the ups and the downs. The stock market has a lot of downs, but the ups outweigh the downs, and that's how you make money. And if you try to market time, what happens is you'll end up missing those days where the market just explodes on you and a ton of money gets made, and you find yourself sitting on the sidelines trying to rush and buy back in after everything has happened, and then you end up riding the wave down instead of riding up the way you had anticipated. Barbara, let me know when you want to change your Zoom account. I know of one you may be interested in. Give me a link to share. Okay, okay. Well, Amani's right here in the chat, so make sure you can email it to Amani. Amani, the support email address is support at theblackbusinessschool.com. So you can send it to support at theblackbusinessschool.com when you're ready. Let's see. Have you heard of AIXOR Trading or Wasatch Global Investors Group? Do you think it may be a scam? It's being implemented on WhatsApp. Oh, Lord Jesus. Uh, when you said, first of all, I don't know the names of either one of those companies. But when you said WhatsApp, maybe I'm biased, but I think anybody who is trying to get you to trade or invest and says, "Here, meet me on WhatsApp," maybe it's because I'm an old man. I get skeptical because there's so many scams that happen on WhatsApp. Even the fake Boyce Watkins will scam you by getting you to go on WhatsApp, and it makes me sad. I wish I could warn the world. I warn people all the time, but I have had people in the Black Business School, literally get engaged with somebody who's pretending to be me, who's messaging them every single day, and sends them a WhatsApp number, and next thing you know, they've invested like tens of thousands of dollars with these people, and they'll have a whole fake website like that, the whole Dr. Boyce crypto website, and they think that they're talking to me, and I'll be like, I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't jump in people's DMs. I jump in my wife's DM. That's it. So I would just tell you, please be really careful because there are scammers out there. You go to TikTok, you're gonna see like literally 150 fake Boyce Watkins accounts, and I don't know how to stop it. I can only warn you and just say, please be careful. So no, I don't. I'm not doing an investment group on WhatsApp. There's too many easy, highly regulated, easily accessible ways to invest that you don't need to do all this extra stuff, this back alley stuff. You just don't, and because the other thing too that you got to ask yourself is like, well, what if something goes wrong? If you have something that's regulated, that means that if something goes wrong and somebody loses your money or whatever, there'll be somebody that'll kind of that'll there's some financial police that are going to pop in and just find out what happened to your money. If I go buy shares of McDonald's is not going to run off with my money. They can't do that because the market's heavily regulated. So I don't do any of that extra stuff. I just don't. There's nothing special about those investments at all. Nothing. There's so many there's sites where people are like, oh yeah, you can get involved in the startups just like the millionaires. They keep this away from us so you can invest in startup companies. Let me tell you about startup companies. Most startups fail. Right. And I know people that invest in startups. My brother does private equity and they invest in startups. And you know what they say? They say we invest in 10 companies because we know nine of them are going to fail, but it's the one that succeeds that ends up making all of our money back. Is that how you really about that life? You want to lose nine times so you can make money once? I don't want that. I don't that's not the I don't have that kind of money to burn. So, um I understand you've got some sites out here that have projects that you're interested in that you may want to be involved with, and I think that's okay, right? If you go to Fundrise and you see, somebody starting a business and you really want to be a part of it, do it, but just know why you're doing it. Know the risk inherent in what you're doing. You're probably not going to get any money back. Just know that in many cases with a startup or IPO type stuff like that in a lot of cases, you're not going to get any money back, or if you do, it's not going to make you the money that you expected to make. But maybe you're doing it because you just want to be a part of it, or you think whatever. And then if you do it, don't put, some massive percentage of your worth into that investment. Okay, so that's my 2 cents. Not investing advice, but this is kind of how I look at it. So, um, I would say I can't think of any kind of investing that you'd want to do that you can't do on a publicly traded market. Just if you want real estate, they got you on real estate. You want technology, they got you on technology. You want to be in construction, they can get you into construction. You want to invest in China, they got you, right? So yeah. So any investment groups that are set up on WhatsApp, I'm sorry, but I don't touch none of that. And even in our own community, there are lots of people that are raising money for projects who, as I've learned the hard way the last several years, they're just not ready to manage money at that level and actually get projects done. They just and then but then when there are people who've done that and they have a track record, then they deserve support. But unfortunately, some people get access to a lot of money and they just blow it or they make mistakes with it. And that's what it is. Okay. And it's frustrating also because you put a bunch of money into something and you wait 5 years and you don't see anything back from your money. If it's like your life savings, then that's pretty devastating. And that would make me never want to invest again. But if you're consistently putting your money in the stock market, that's not going to occur. No one's going to run off with your money. You're not going to lose everything. If you're diversified properly, it's impossible for you to lose everything, and you'll see your wealth grow slowly over time, or at the very least, you will have something to show for it. Okay. All right. Last question, then let's bounce out for today. Let's see. How do you feel about DraftKings and Airbnb long term? I like them both. I like them both. I like them both. I like them both. That's what I'll say. Airbnb, DraftKings, I like them both. I like Draft Airbnb. I just like it because it's a quality company. I think I saw an analyst report or something somewhere. I would buy the dip in Airbnb, but DraftKings, see, they're slick. These these sports betting companies, they figured out how to run the industry in a much more efficient way. They used to just take a lot of regular bets, like, the Chiefs are going to win, the Eagles are going to win, whatever. But they found that that was really volatile for their bottom line because um because if because what happens is people bet on the most popular team. So if the popular teams are winning on a regular basis, then they lose money because those are the teams everybody bets on. So what they did was they started doing the parlays. Christian knows. Yeah, the parlays. The parlays are lottery tickets basically. The parlays are you're just betting on a string of events happening and you give them $10 and you're hoping that all these eight things happen and if they all happen you get, $150 or $200 or something. And people love the parlays. So basically now they've gotten out of the sports betting business in my opinion and gone into a type of curated lottery ticket. They're selling lottery tickets now. Lottery tickets are very profitable because people don't do math. They don't figure out, well, what is the probability of me winning multiplied by the total winnings, and does that equal the amount of money that I'm going to pay? That's how it's supposed to actually work mathematically. People don't think about that. They're just like, oh, it's $5. Okay, here's $5. Here's $10. Here's $20. Get millions of people doing that. That's profitable. That's why I personally am gonna buy shares of DraftKings because I think when they drill into the parlay thing, they're going to just make an insane amount of money. And it's going to help them to solve that problem of instability in their profits because that's their big issue is that their profits go up and down, up and down. But the other thing too is I mentioned to you earlier that sports betting is the financial opioid crisis basically coming up. And so what's going to happen is once people see the opioid crisis in full effect, they're going to do what they did before. They're going to jump back and they're going to act all surprised and shocked when they see all these gambling issues and the rising gambling addiction and gambling scandals. And then they're going to start to regulate it again. They're going to regulate it like they did opioids or like they did cigarettes, like they may eventually do with alcohol. So anyway, all right. So let's see here. Okay, so I see three more questions. All right, so I answer really quickly, and then let's get on out of here, guys. All right, so the last three questions. All right, Rain Angelo, I asked about the Alibaba dip because there's a report that Trump is organizing a secret group to curb Chinese foreign investments. Yeah, he is, but I don't think they're gonna stop Alibaba. Alibaba, they're just good, man. They're good. They're great with AI. They're great with sales. They're just Trump can't stop that. What about Hood, Robin Hood? I like Robin Hood too. I really do. Ashford Hospital, is it a sleeper or a dog? I don't know anything about Ashford Hospital. Is that a stock? That's a stock, Ashford Hospital? I've never looked at it or seen it. I don't know anything about Ashford Hospital. Let me see. Ashford. Oh, Ashford Hospitality Trust. Oh, well, they're losing money. They're not making money right now. Um, a real estate investment trust in the hospitality industry. I would consider it as part of a portfolio of real estate investment trusts, but I would not put a lot of hope into this one stock. This stock has really gotten just pummeled. It's down 48% this year. And if you owned it over the last 5 years, you've lost 99% of your money. So would that make it a dog? Probably. It's definitely a dog of a company. Is it a dog of a stock? Well, that depends. If they fixed the company just a little bit and the stock price went from 8.36 to $12, then you'd make 50% on your money. So that's why you have millions of people that still own shares in this company, but it's not a very good company. Literally, you've lost not if you bought this stock in the very beginning, you'd have lost 99% of your money. In fact, check this out. This is insane. You're gonna laugh when I tell you this. This stock used to cost $2,500 per share, right? $2,500 per share. It's now down to $8.36. So how in the hell do you go from $2,500 a share to $8? That's crazy, right? That's so that there you go. That's your Ashford Hospitality Trust. So is it a dog? Well, it's definitely barking. So, anyway, all right. So, have a good day, everybody. God bless you. And again, if you want to get the $8 copies of the autograph books, you can go to 10commandments.boycewatkins.com. That's 10 Commandments, the number 10.boycewatkins.com. And also, you guys will hear from me again soon. And I hope you guys are coming to the morning class. The morning class, we have a lot of fun and money in the morning. If you're not invited, just make sure you text the word morning to the number 87948, and I'll send you an invitation. So just text morning to 87948. And by the way, Dr. Claude Anderson, I don't know if I mentioned that, but I talked to him the other day, and he's struggling. He's older, and that's just the reality of it. But he sends his love and his appreciation to all of you for backing him up. He's such a inspiration and so important. And I thought about him a lot because we went to Tuskegee and I saw all this stuff with Booker T. Washington and George Washington Carver, and Dr. Claude Anderson is our version of Booker T. He's our version of George Washington Carver and all the great, our version of Marcus Garvey. So I just wanted to bring him up because I just love him and respect him so much. His website is powernomics.com. And so I hope that you'll make sure your kids are introduced to his ideas early. And so if you go to powernomics.com, that's where his books and everything are. So anyway, have a good day, everybody. God bless you. And yes, keep investing, Kevin Porter. I see you in there. All right. See you guys later. Take care. Talk to you soon. Bye-bye. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Come on in. Welcome to Money in the Morning. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. It's so good to see you. I hope everybody's having a great day. Today is Monday. And just in case you don't know what Monday is, in my opinion, I think Monday is a great day for you to get your life rebooted and to be able to become the person that you want to be and do the things that you want to do. And today I have a great guest that can talk to us about just our financial choices and habits, particularly in the areas of insurance, but really just all the way around the block. And her name is Miss Aisha Verzi. And Aisha is, she's a longtime supporter and student in the Black Business School. She's a great person, just a really nice lady. And a lot of you might already know Aisha. You've probably seen her on Fly Nubian Money also. She joins the ladies on Fly Nubian Money. And so without further ado, I'd like to ask Aisha, how you doing today?
I am doing well. Good morning, Dr. Boyce. Thank you for having me. I'm so privileged to be here. Thank you so much.
Yeah, absolutely. It's great to see you as well. And so let me ask you, let's start with the basics just so people will know. You are Nigerian and how long have you lived in the United States?
I've been here now for 32 years.
32 years. Okay.
Yes.
And do you get to go home to Nigeria a lot or?
Yes, I was there twice last year. I
Oh,
visited,
twice.
yes, because
Wow.
we work with a non-governmental organization there, helping, the less privileged. You have to give back. So I go to give back and participate and give my talent back to my community. Yeah. So
Oh, wow.
that is,
So
yes.
so what part of Nigeria?
I'm from Kaduna. From northern
That,
Nigeria, yes. So
wow.
the federal capital city is Abuja. So to go to Kaduna is about 2 hours drive to go to where I'm from. So when you land in the airport in Abuja, 2 hours drive to where where I was born and raised with my family. Yes.
Wow, I love that. So you and I, we know each other from a lot of different spaces, but I know one thing that you have a deep concern about is insurance, right? In terms of things, life insurance, but health insurance, just us being insured. And one of the things I was thinking about just last night, or as I was kind of preparing for our conversation, was I think that it would be nice for people to sort of see just like almost like remember that movie Scrooge where he sort of said, "Here's what your life will look like if you don't do this,"
Yes.
right? And I think it would be nice for people to see like, here's what your life looks like without insurance, right? Or here's what your family's life will look like without insurance. Because I believe that if people saw that they would probably make different decisions, right? Like if they had to see their kids, begging for money and or their spouse like, try having to go to GoFundMe to pay for the funeral and your name is out there as this person who didn't make any plans or preparations. I think a lot of us would probably adjust our behavior. What do you think about that?
I absolutely agree, doctor. Actually, I have a question to pose to everyone. If you didn't wake up this morning, if you didn't wake up this morning, or better still, yesterday, something happened and you were not here. Knowing what you know about your family, where will your family be today?
Hmm.
Ask yourself, because you are in charge of your life, you're in charge of your family life. If you didn't wake up or your family don't have you this morning because something happened to you yesterday, what is the situation will your family be facing right now? Just think
Mm,
about that. Doctor, I'll share a story to you actually. I'm sorry, before you. Just February 7th, my husband and I were just going to lunch, and we had a head-on collision. The car
mm.
is completely totaled. To be honest with you, I'm still taken aback by that, just the fact that it happened. But it can happen to any of us at any time. There's no particular, we have no idea. And it's a good thing that we have no idea, because if we had an idea, like you say, about what will happen to us tomorrow, none of us will live. We'll be so scared to live. But because we don't know, we take it for granted. But we had a head-on collision February 7th at noon, going out to lunch, minding our own business. So this is what life does to you when you don't know what's going to happen. So we have to think about this blind side that we don't prepare for, the uncertainties that we don't think about. So that's why we talk about this today. So yeah, Dr. Boyce, please go ahead. That is, I had to share that.
No, that's, I mean, I think that's a great point, you know. Yeah, my wife and I and our middle child, we're all on a college tour right now. You know, we're actually in Alabama. She's looking at Tuskegee because my wife's father taught here for 30 years.
Wow.
And and the last time the three of us did a trip together in Oklahoma, I pulled out and I didn't know that there was this curve that's really dangerous because it's blind. The drivers can come around really fast and you don't get time to react. And I'm a very careful driver, especially when I have my family in the car. I don't drive like a fool at all. And I was stunned because I looked both ways. I pulled out, and then bam, this lady's car slams into our car. And I mean, if it had been just maybe 6 inches back, she would have hit me directly. I would have been dead. Maybe maybe all of us would have, like I mean, the car guy, like, because she was coming around the curve super fast, and it was I mean, it was shocking, but it was kind of like, holy crap, I'm a pretty careful driver. And to have that happen, I was embarrassed. I was like, I apologize. I said, I'm sorry. I'm supposed to keep you all safe. And here I didn't see this car come in, and I was like, what did you do? And then I studied. I was so obsessed with it. I studied that curve. I was like, there's got to be something. So I went back like almost like a CSI investigation, and I drove from her angle. I said, okay, now I see what's going on. This curve is dangerous, right?
Dangerous curve.
So the point is to say that that when you go through that exercise and you say, okay, well, what if we just all died, or what if I died, or what if I'd been disabled, right? Just, whatever, a vegetable in the hospital to this day. Not only does it make you count your blessings, but it makes you sort of reflect and say, okay, is everything where it needs to be,
Doctor, absolutely. Those were my thoughts, just like you. I went back and relived over and over again because it's traumatic. It's like you have PTSD for a while, thinking about this just happened. And same here. If that object wasn't in front of us, our car would have gone straight into the ravine. So would have literally, and just the thought of that, like,
Mm.
oh my gosh, it could have just happened, just that small movement, and that's it. Literally, your car will go into that ditch and you're done because it's all concrete, 100% concrete.
Wow. Well, and the thing that we forget sometimes is, it's almost like in a movie where like something bad almost happens, like, or the hero almost dies and they always survive. And I think we see ourselves as the hero. Like, I'm gonna find a way to survive. I am. But what we got to realize is that when there's that one person who survived, there is that person that actually died. There is that version of Aisha that didn't make it, that really did go off the ravine. No, I hate saying it like that, but you
No,
know what
I
I mean?
understand exactly
There's
what you mean.
Yeah,
Yes.
there's that
Yes.
other family, like just like ours, where everyone did die in that accident, right? So this does happen, and I think that just thinking about stuff like that in the context of insurance, I think is really important. I'm gonna give you some quick stats about insurance that I think people should be aware of, since this is financial consciousness training. That's what we do every single morning, for those that are new. And one thing about financial consciousness is awareness. And awareness means you're not just aware of what's in front of you, You're aware of what could be in front of you. You're aware of the risks factors, strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats. You're aware of the past, present, future possibilities, right? So insurance is a part of that awareness, the ability to imagine your life if your life were to suddenly change, right? So check this out. Here's some quick stats. This is according to the LIMR. 70% of families will be in severe financial trouble within a month if they were to have, the death of the head of the household. Let's see here. Another one is 63% of widows and widowers experience financial struggles within the first year. So two-thirds of widows and widowers have financial stress within a year, right? And all this can be prevented with one simple insurance policy, right? Many surviving spouses, especially those with children, face immediate financial distress due to lost income and unexpected expenses. And so that leads me into another term I like to talk about, when you talk about financial consciousness, which is love. And people, it's very easy for people to say, I love you. But I'm the person who says, well, do you really love that person? Because love is an act. Love is a verb. Love, I explained to our youngest child, I said, me loving you means I'm protecting you whether I'm here or I'm not here, whether I'm alive or
Amen.
when I'm dead. Uh,
Amen.
I can't say I love you and I just leave you out there like that. I leave you vulnerable where if something happens to me, then suddenly you're just completely screwed. So, what do you think about what I just said there?
Thank you, doctor, for sharing the statistics. And unfortunately, it's so true. Uh, the impact when the breadwinner of a family is lost is so tremendous, especially if you have no protection. It's scary. And a lot of time when we have this conversation, people think it's a war, No, this is real. Whether we like it or not, it's real. It happens to people we know, people that we love, people that we care about. And it's so incredible how the impact or the way the family suffer is so impactful that and it's immediate because there's nothing in place and they're struggling. Struggling. Who's going to do this? Who's going to do that? Because there was nothing in place, and now other families have to move out of where they live or have to figure out where to stay. And I'll tell you another story that really happened to me. And a good friend of ours passed away. And we're all devastated, and they lived in this townhouse. We were all there thinking, everything will be okay. But guess what? We found out that the house had a reverse mortgage. So now it doesn't belong to them, right? And then there's no life insurance. So while your family is going through this grieving process, this mourning process, you've lost somebody that you care about so much. You're not thinking about money. And then you get a letter from the insurance company because you have to report it. And so then, or the real estate or the bank, they write you a letter telling you that you have 30 days to vacate the house. So they care about you. They give you some time to think things through and leave the house. This is a house you were born and raised in, but now you don't even own that place. So
Mm.
because I said, guys, do you have is there any insurance in place? Oh no, we don't have any insurance. And literally while we're sitting there, they were calculating where each person will move to. You have to move to this house. You have to go over here. I sat there and I wept. So this is where they all grew up in. But because there was no plan in place, we forget that life, none of us is going to leave this place alive. None of us. We are going to leave one day, and we just don't know when. We trust God that He will take care of us and He'll protect us. But at the same time, even scriptures tells us in Proverbs 13:22, a good man leaves an inheritance for his children's children. It even says in scripture. So are we practicing what we're studying in scripture, that we're really doing these things? And if we don't do them, our families do suffer
Mm.
because where else are they going to go?
Wow. By the way, everybody, I'm talking to Aisha Verzi, and Aisha is it's hard to define her, but she does so many great things in the world of personal finance and things like that. And we're just talking about life insurance and different kinds of insurance. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually list out some ways to think about insurance in terms of how you want to protect yourself and your family. Also, I want to remind everybody if you want to be notified via text when we start class every morning, we do this every morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. Text the word morning to the number 87948. So you can text morning to 87948. And I just had a thought, Aisha, as you were talking. what I really sort of think about is in terms of just when we think of ourselves as adults, right? And we think like, okay, what's important for us to to be established, right? When you're living your life and you're kind of holding it together and you want to be a part of things and have things in place, like what do we feel like needs to be in place, right? So there's certain habits we have, like I don't know, maybe we have Sunday dinner at grandma's house. Maybe we have our relationship with our significant other, girlfriend, boyfriend, husband, wife, kids. We have our job, right? Our job is a very structured part of our lives, right? So you have the job that you go to, and there's a certain amount of time you're supposed to be at work. You give, literally hundreds of thousands, or actually tens of thousands of hours, maybe 100,000 hours or more to that job. So that becomes the biggest part of your life. Your job is the biggest part of your life. And then maybe some other things, maybe your kid's school. School is a big part of our lives, right? Like most people, if you
Absolutely.
talk to them, you say, "Well, where'd you go to high school?" It doesn't matter. It could be the dumbest person in the world, but they'll be like, "Oh yeah, I went to such and such high school." Everyone goes to high school pretty much. Even if you're not a good student at all, right? So what I noticed is that we kind of take certain institutions for granted in our lives, right? Now, Dawn says she has no sound. I have to stop there. Give me a yes in the chat. Let's quick sound check. Give me a yes in the chat if you can hear us. Does everybody have sound? Give me a quick yes to let me know we're doing a quick sound check. Okay. All right. So this is a test of the emergency broadcast system. All right. This is only okay. Perfect. So sorry, Don. I don't know what's up with Don's sound, but if somebody can help Don out, give her some advice. I'd appreciate it. Okay. So here's what I'm getting at, right? So we see our job as this big important thing that has to be established in our lives.
That's right.
Maybe our schooling, our education, the public school system, maybe our church even, which is very important, of course, for spiritual reasons, everything else. And see you later, man. And so I think that this whole idea of family financial planning should also be like another institution that we're committed to in our lives, right? Like just
Absolutely.
sort of like really saying to ourselves, okay, look, if something happens to the head of the household, we're screwed. We're in big trouble. We're gonna have a big problem financially. Everything falls apart. Everybody suffers. Everybody's in pain. So we're gonna just once every 6 to 12 months, just go down the checklist real quick and make sure we've got things in place so that if something happens to one of us, we're gonna all be okay. I know that's a new idea. It's a radical idea, but it's not really radical if you consider the fact that it's simple. It's all about preparation. That's it. One my friend's mother was a mathematical genius named Josephine Shaw, and this wonderful black woman. She used to have this saying where she said, "Nothing is hard if you study." Right? And another way to say that is nothing is hard if you prepare.
Good. If you
So
prepare.
so when we walk around talking about how hard it is to be black and how tough it is financially, how miserable we are all the time, right? Or some people feel that way. Well, nothing's hard if you study. Nothing's hard if you prepare, right? Miss Shaw
Absolutely true.
said that, and that's that old black woman wisdom that will change your life if you apply that to your life. So, give me some thoughts on what you or what you just heard and in terms of a way we can sort of incorporate that into the culture, that idea of being prepared.
Absolutely, doctor. Thank you so much. And what a beautiful thing she said. Like, if you study, nothing will be hard. Or if you prepare, nothing will be hard. And it's absolutely true. And that's universal for all of us. It's not said for just one particular group of people. It's for you and me and everybody else. But I think, Dr. Boyce, at the end of the day, you said it best in the beginning. Love. Love. It's all about love. If the people that God has put in your life that are your family, your wife, your children, if you love them, you will do that. And if you didn't do it before because you were not aware, that's okay. But now you're aware. Are you going
Mhm.
to have that family meeting? Are you going to
Mhm.
call a family meeting and say, okay, we made a mistake before, but now we are going to get everything right. We are going to make sure we are protected, life insurance, car insurance, home insurance, whatever kind of insurance we need, because this family, we love you so much. We care about every one of you so much. Again, like beautifully said in your book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, which I think every Black family should have that book in their library. Every family should have that book and study it. Spend the time with your family, like a book club in your family, and study each chapter. There's a chapter dedicated telling you that your family is an asset. Do you understand that your family is an asset? Right? Even the life insurance companies understand that a 2-week-old child can be insured. Can you imagine that? They understand that the child is an asset. So we have to do the same thing. Really, the information is out there. Is we should study and then implement it, right? And then Dr. Boyce, I love that at the end of the book, you also talked about insurance, that families need to be insured. You cannot turn your eyes away from me thinking you'll be okay. It's not about that. Like Michelle said, the mathematician, math doesn't lie. You put it together, you set it up, and you forget about it, and you live your life peacefully and enjoy your family because you've done the right things. And what is that? Love. You love your family, you love them till the end. That's just it.
That's right. It's all about love. So let's type the word love in the chat. That's our word for today. I think that that's the word God sent us to ruminate on. I didn't plan on that, but I think love is important because love is the most powerful force in the universe, and love is why we do things. And Nietzsche, the philosopher, used to say that if you are committed to your why, then you can tolerate almost any how.
Oh, wow.
Meaning that if you know why you're doing something, then how you get it done ain't gonna matter. You'll
Not
figure it
gonna matter.
out. You'll find a way to make a way, right? So love is the ultimate why. I
Yes.
love you, therefore I'm there for you. Therefore I'm gonna prepare for you. Therefore I'm gonna show my wife, hey, that you got a hell of a husband because I'm gonna make sure that we ready. We're gonna be more than ready. I love the kids. That's my why. And so the how is let's sit down and figure out how we can make sure we're prepared. So, all right. So let me give Aisha's information. Just there's more to talk about, but I want to give this before I forget. If Aisha does one-on-one consultations and stuff like that, she can help you with insurance and stuff like that, but also a lot of personal financial stuff. She's very skilled in a lot of in many of these areas. If you'd like to talk to Aisha directly, she is part of the BBS, so you can actually email her at bbs@aishaverzi.com. And that's spelled it's right there on the screen, AISHAVIRZI. So that's BBS, which stands for Black Business School, BBS at AishaVerzi.com. If somebody could type
Yes.
that in the chat for me, I'd appreciate it. That's BBS at AishaVerzi.com. Okay, so and also she mentioned my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, and I mentioned to you guys that we love the idea of doing business with all of you in the Black Business School because our goal is to get that message out to as many people as possible. So what I did was I made autographed copies of my book available for literally $8 plus shipping, and you can buy as many as you want. So it's better than wholesale. Typically, if you buy
Please
books
buy the
wholesale,
book.
yeah, if you buy
Buy
a
the
book
book.
wholesale, typically it's like 60% off or something. No, I think we took 80% off, right? And literally you can buy a ton of the books. And one of two things you could do is either one, you could buy a bunch and just give them away, or
As a gift.
become the leader and teacher in your community, right? Spread that gospel of Black economic empowerment to as many people as possible. I guarantee you that it will make a difference in the lives. Anybody who reads even 10% of that book is going to be on a much higher plane financially. And I say this as a person with a doctorate in this stuff. This
Absolutely.
this this is simple ideas that would go a very long way. And then number two, if you want to make it into a business, there ain't no wrong with that, right? I want everybody in here to win. I want you to prosper. I don't want you to just feel good because you met us. I want you to be good. I want you to when you walk up to me. I appreciate those of you that see me in the airport and you say, "Oh, I recognize you. That's nice," and I thank you for that. But I'm not trying to be famous. I'm trying to be impactful, right? So what I really love and what I'm really listening to is when you come up and you say, I started my business because of you. I now have $100,000 in my portfolio because of you. I have, my kids are now financial. I met a guy the other day, a brother the other day in Tuskegee, actually. He's on the city council in Tuskegee and he runs a multi-million dollar business with his brother. He brought up his son. He said, yeah, my son knows all of your economic principles and he's already, and I'm just like, yes, this is how we win. This is where we're
Yes.
scoring touchdowns, people. So let's really, really move forward. We can do this. And in case y'all wonder why I sound like I'm on fire, Aisha, you know why? Because I'm at Tuskegee right now. I mean, Booker T was here, George
Wow.
Washington Carver was here, right? Like I feel like I'm sitting in a Black history mecca. Like the spiritual energies like just charged all through me. I read about their lives and their friendship,
Wow.
and I'm like, oh hell yeah, we
Let's
we
do
got
this.
this.
And their
So
soul is there with you. Their soul is there. Yes.
yes, yes. So anyway, let me say, okay, so let me give you the instructions. If you want to get the $8 copies of the books and order as many as you want, our team, they'll just keep restocking them. They're kind of mad at me now, Aisha, because
Because
there's been thousands of orders coming in. But yeah, you can go to
we love it.
10commandments.boycewatkins.com. That's the number 10, if somebody could type that in the chat, the number 10commandments.boycewatkins.com, and buy as many as you want, make it into a business, start a book club, sell the book at a fair price, right? Whatever people think that that's worth, they have an autographed copy of my book, and we'll ship you as many as you want. So and that to me makes me excited because we can fund the school. You guys can make your money. The book is damn good. It's a bestseller. A lot of people,
Absolutely. Doctor, I
so
actually had a 10-week course on that book when you came to LA and launched the book. And then I read it like in 2 days. I read the whole thing, master it, and I literally rolled it out 10 weeks. And I did each one for each week. I did each commandment for every single week, and we completed the book. That was how powerful I felt about that, because every family must have that book on their shelf.
well, thank you. I mean, I love that, and this is how we win. I'm always, I was watching Aisha. I know this. We'll get to the insurance stuff again, but
We will.
I was watching the NAACP Image Awards, which was really interesting, right? Like I admired some of the people going up there and stuff like that. But the thing that bothers me a lot about ideas that get shared in the Black community, or images, and because I'm a big fan. My heroes are people like Dr. Claude Anderson,
Oh,
who,
I
by the
love
way,
him.
he told me to tell you all hello. But Dr. Claude Anderson doesn't get celebrated in spaces like that because there's something about what people like he do for the Black community in terms of really transformative work that upsets the structure of society, or I don't know. But anyway, I was just thinking about it, and I was thinking about, well, where do we get our ideas? Where do we get our heroes from? And a lot of times we get them from companies like, say, a BET or something that is owned by people that are not Black, or maybe even the NAACP, which is a great organization, but we know they have sort of questionable roots in terms of, are you really, really advocating for true empowerment of the Black community, or are you kind of sort of using the Black community in a certain way to achieve a bigger
Yeah,
objective
and
for
go.
yourself,
That's
right?
right.
And so one of the things I realize is that a lot of times the ideas that catch on are the ones that get distributed to the public. And that distribution it goes through, say, media and educational systems that are controlled by people who are not Black. So the best Black ideas don't tend to get to the masses of Black people. That's my point. The people that we need to hear about are not the ones we hear
So we
about.
need to hear about exactly.
Yeah, yeah. Like when they were giving away hero awards and all that, and I told my wife, I said, it's not to say that these people on the screen are not talented and great to hear about, but for every one person you see on TV that you hear about, there's 1,000 other equally talented people, really significant people, very pro-Black people that you'll never hear about because they were not filtered through whiteness, right? A white person did not co-sign because I told my wife, I said, watch this. I said, every person you see on the screen, I want you to imagine what their career would have been like if a white person had not signed a document letting them into the establishment. If white people had abandoned them and there was no white person to sort of advocate and sponsor them, you wouldn't know who that person is, right? So
Probably
so there are
not.
millions of amazing Black people who are ignored and forgotten. And I believe that by us really taking charge of the idea of
The
distributing our own
narrative,
ideas,
yes.
yeah,
Yes.
distributing our own narrative. And this is what I'm talking about when I'm saying to you guys, like, hey, excuse me, this book is good. Pass it out to as many people as possible. Sell it, whatever, make it into a bit. This is important because we need to get the ideas that matter for us, that work for us, to our people. And I don't think that mainstream media is ever going to do that. Like there's
No,
I'm not somebody that's going to be a candidate for an NAACP Image Award, nor would I care about it. I'm not going to be on the BET Awards. I would feel awkward doing something like that. But going directly to you, we've been very effective, right? So I'm done talking. Can you please speak? Because if I keep going, I'm gonna talk all day. Sorry about
And
that.
I absolutely agree when you mention, Claude Anderson and all the work he has done, and nobody talks about it. But we have to talk about it. And that's why I'm grateful that you talk about them over and over again, because sometimes the narrative that is pushed to us is not what really works for us. So that is why I also believe that now we know that we have a space, we have a place where there's a voice that is calling out, saying we need to listen to our people so that we can actually move from where we are to where we need to be. And these are the things that we need to do to get there, right? And that's what you're doing. And that's why I appreciate you so much. And because without you, Papa wouldn't have learned about all these other great heroes as well. Because again, the narrative is so skewed one way, right? But I have children, and I want my kids to know that they're incredible, talented, brilliant Black people that are out there doing incredible work. And if this is not going to be put out for them, we need to do it ourselves. That's why I make sure my kids know Dr. Boyce is on. They know, they hear his voice all the time. They hear me in the classroom because they know it's important to me that they also get the education and like the wherewithal that they need from our people, because it's important, right? And I'm not talking about Claude Anderson with all the work he's done. What does that tell you? That they know that if they control the narrative that's skewed towards their benefit, will always continue to remain on the bottom. And we don't want that, because people know that if the Black people rise up with the talent that they have, whether it's in music, it's in technology, IT, nobody can even come close. No one. And we know the truth, and that's the truth. All the talents, most of them came from all African descent. But of course, you don't hear about it because somebody else, like you say, has to now take over and say, we're signing and approving. So then they become the people that we look up to. But believe me, we are not going to let that happen. As long as we're here, we're going to keep speaking the truth of those people that we believe we should be listening to, like Dr. Boyce, Dr. Anderson, and all the other great, Black scholars that have created things and done things that have made an incredible difference for all of us. So yes, I agree with you, and we have to do it ourselves. So share that book. That is one way we can make an incredible difference in our community, and make it like a book club. Instead of reading about John Grisham, read Dr. Boy's book. Have a family group and do it together, one chapter at a time, and complete it. So that way, if your family has a question about any particular commandment, they can go back and reread it. So they can go back and apply it. I really believe that. When I read that book, I felt, wow, everybody should have this book. That was why I rolled it out in 10 weeks.
Well,
And
thank you. Yeah,
people were
it's
so grateful for that.
yeah. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. And one thing I'm convinced about integration in America, and I'm not anti-white, so please don't put that label on me. I ain't got time to be hating nobody. I don't hate anybody. I just love myself. I love my people. That's it. Um, but the problem with integration so far has been that it's a partnership where we're supposed to take a certain role in the partnership, right? It's like if Donald Trump comes up to you and says, "Hey, I want to partner with you." He's not really trying to partner with you, right? As equals, right?
No,
He's not gonna say, "Well, you're gonna be equal to me. You're gonna have a jet the same size as my jet. You're gonna have the same amount of power as me. You'll get to have an office just like mine." No, if he says, "I want to partner with you," or "I want to integrate you into my company," he's probably saying he wants you to come work for him. Do you guys understand what I'm saying? Right? And so if you really visualize the white community as a great big Donald Trump, whether you like him or not, I don't care if you voted for him. This guy's ego is as big as a house.
oh yes.
That's what I visualize when I visualize integration. And the way it kind of ended up working was it was like Donald Trump coming to say to the black community, "Hey, you people are talented." And we're like, "Yeah, we
You
are.
people,
Wow,
yeah.
thank well, instead of saying, "Yeah, I know," instead of us saying, "Yeah, I know we are," we were like, "Oh my God, thank you for acknowledging us. Thank you for seeing our talent," right? Which right there, that's a problem because
That's a
we should see
problem.
our own talent. We have to see our own talent. Stop waiting for people to acknowledge you. Acknowledge your damn self. That's what's important. But anyway, with that said, we get integrated into this system, and the conditions are simple. The conditions are like, look, there's going to be some spaces for some of you, not all of you, right? But we have the DEIs and all that, so we'll integrate some of you. Maybe some of you will become celebrities, some of you will become millionaires, some of you will get wonderful black jobs. The masses of you won't. because we don't have room for the masses of you, nor do we really want the masses of you. Because what we really wanted to do was come in and kind of scream, sort of skim the cream off the top. We really wanted your exceptional people so we can do what we do in Africa and in India and other parts of the world, and,
Yes.
take the wealth. Excuse me. Sorry, that was a horrible cough. Like in places like Nigeria, where we go
Yes.
and we get all the oil, and
Yes.
we don't care about the Nigerian
And the
people.
minerals.
Right. We're going to come to Nigeria. We're going to take all the resources from Nigeria and we're going to take care of a few elite people. And then the masses of people, well, you can have the rest of
Be
that because
left
there's
in
no, that's
abject
almost,
poverty.
yeah. Yeah. So here's the thing. So when you have people that come along, in the black community, like a Dr. Claude Anderson who says, well, actually, let's see if we can develop an infrastructure that provides for the rest of us, for the masses, and then also an infrastructure that leads to black control and ownership. That becomes really threatening. That becomes a real problem because that's like you coming in to work for Donald Trump and then you coming in and saying, well, sir, I'd like to own my own company, or I'd like to be a 50-50 stakeholder in this company. Well, then at that point, you're going to have a war on your hands, right? He's going to say, well, what's
Going to
the
be a
problem?
different story. Yes. Aren't
Right.
you happy where you're at? Yes.
Yeah.
Like I thought I gave you, like give me. What are you talking about, right? I thought I
Yeah,
gave you
yeah,
enough.
yeah. You can say, well, well, the reason that I want to own 50% of the company, sir, is because you paid me well and my family does well because you paid me well. But I've got cousins and other relatives and people I want to take care of. I don't want to take care of four people. I want to take care of 40 people or 400 people. And I can't do that with a salary. I do that by being the owner of the company.
My own business.
You're right.
Yes.
And then you're playing a whole different game. It's a whole different game. And that's the game that we're playing. If you want to know what the Powernomics game looks like, the Powernomics game is an infrastructure game. And that becomes something that isn't really going to be sustained through integration because integration is not designed around Black people controlling and owning infrastructure. It's designed around Black people supporting
Supporting
structure
or
that is
being
only controlled
added
by
to.
other
Yes.
people. Yes.
Yes. Or being added to. And it's like you say, supporting it or being added to rather than it being its own and having its own systems in place and an infrastructure in place. And I felt this, even as an immigrant, I felt that integration was the worst thing that happened because then it took away their own power to create their own infrastructure. And I know, again, the stories of, it was built and it was destroyed, it was built and it was destroyed. That's very true. And I think that you can rebuild. You never stop rebuilding because you understand that the systems matter. Having systems in place matter because that's how then the infrastructure will be built around the system. That way you can keep growing and having your own place to go and get what you need. Like it isn't to be, it's even been in the insurance industry, there's no Black insurance company. That meaning owned by Black. There's none because there was no infrastructure built around it. So we always have to, still attach to other companies. That's great, no problem. We will do that. But as we keep building going forward, we need to think about that. Putting systems in place and having our own infrastructure rather than always being given, oh, we gave you. No, we built our
Mhm.
own, right? Just like, again, when something happens in our family, we don't wait for others to take care of our family because they say the way you do small things is the way you do big things, right? So going back to having insurance, you don't wait until something happens, then you go out to beg other people to help you, right? You protect your own, you take care of your own. So that way, if something happens, they don't go out to beg others because then the trauma continues because now they have to go back and beg somebody else to give them something, right? We don't want that. We want to build our own. It takes sacrifice and that discipline and determination, but we can do it. So if you have that book in your hand and you read it and you understand it, and then number one, you read it to get the information, but you also have to implement it because it's everybody can read and just get information, but are you truly implementing those information? That's why we're here to talk about all the implementation things that we have to do to implement to make sure that our families, our communities, and then at large, as a community and as a whole, all of us are doing well, right? We have to do it ourselves. We can't wait for anybody to say, oh, well, we'll give you this. No, we will build it ourselves. But it starts from home.
Yes,
our
absolutely.
we make small decisions that will make our families stand apart and not depend on anyone, because we know that if we keep doing that, we'll always be waiting for someone else to do something for us.
Yes,
And we
that's
don't
right.
want that.
Absolutely, 100%. But let me pop into, and by the way, this is Aisha Verzi, and Aisha Verzi is she's a personal finance expert. She also is great with insurance. And if you want to meet with Aisha directly and talk to her, you can email her. Write this email down. It's bbs@aishaverzi.com, and Aisha Verzi spelled AISHAVIRZI. It's right there on the screen, right next to her. And you can go to bbs@aishaverzi.com and meet with her directly if you have any insurance needs or anything that you'd like to talk about in terms of your personal finances and your objectives. The other thing I want to mention to you, Aisha, before we forget, because I want to circle back on the insurance tip. I'm the one who took us in so many different
But no,
directions.
doctor, but you know what? I love it. Because when you talk about financial consciousness, all these things matter. They all come
Yeah.
together. It's not because sometimes when people want to hear about, they think it's only one subject. No, everything you say, it does pull together. When you understand the efficacy, but it's all true. It all comes together to give you that holistic information that you need to make decisions that are concrete. Because now you're not making it based on just one thing you listen to, but really the collection of everything you hear and all the stories that ties into what you need to do. So that way you make a decision, you're making a really informed decision.
Well, good. Then, I agree with you. I think conversations should go in whatever direction they're supposed to go.
Absolutely.
And I think that when you talk about Black economic conversations, you have to really understand why um, our economic insecurity has really been one of the primary sources of our lack of freedom and our oppression. America is a country that loves to declare economic warfare on other people. They use their money to control other people. So you look at Elon Musk and the government right now. He uses his money to get things done and to fight his enemies, right? So
Absolutely.
when you don't have resources or when you don't understand, even understand where the resources are located, how to manage them, how to protect them, it's going to be very, very difficult for you to navigate this very competitive, very ruthless society, right? And I believe Black people don't have any friends. I'm not one that sits back and thinks that any political party is going to save us because they never have. So let me give you a few more quick stats about insurance that people need to pay attention to. I don't know if y'all know this. This is crazy. That GoFundMe covers one out of every three funerals in the United States. Did y'all know that? How crazy is that? That
Crazy.
GoFundMe covers one out of every three funerals in the US. Oh Lord. Jesus, that's crazy. And also, only 35% of Black people have life insurance. And yeah, so we got some work to do. Aisha, what do you think about those two stats? That's crazy. I didn't know
Yeah,
that.
it's very crazy. And what if I came to, I looked at it and I thought that is absolutely, and I just say it, unacceptable. It is unacceptable because what it does or what it says about us is, again, we don't want to prepare. Again, that we don't care about their family members. It's funny when we go to some meetings and people talk and they talk about, like, when they're talking about the space and I'm in that room. And to be honest, I don't like the fact that, oh, you're in this room, you're the only one Black person in the room. And that's because we don't have enough of us talking about this in our community, and not just talking about it, but actually being licensed to actually implement it for our community. It's so important. Only 5% of us, how many million, only 5% of professionals do this in the Black community. So if we don't have us talking about it consistently and being in our face, like, nobody is going to get covered. So that number is correct. And I hear about it all the time, and it really upsets me because I believe we can do better and we should do better, because at the end of the day, we are the ones that also still suffer, because again, the GoFundMe that is being done there, or the car wash, or they say the fish fry, or the barbecues to bury a human being that was here, that worked hard all their life, and we have to go back again to ask for help, for someone to bury them, we should be way beyond that by now, because it's just unacceptable, right? And I think the biggest challenge people have, which I felt the same way too, Doctor, it's funny. I felt the same way because they feel, well, I don't need it. It's not important. I was one of those. right? And so I understand the concerns. But when you understand it better, and now you and I are talking about it, you know, you find that, wow, this is important. So I feel you. I feel your concerns. Oh, I don't need it. But I felt the same way. But now I found that no, this is actually one thing you need. Is actually the basic foundation of what you need to feel peace of mind, but also knowing that your family will not have to beg anyone for anything when something happens to you. Doctor, actually, now that we talked about it, I was going to ask you something about, I know you talk about estate planning a lot. You actually share that openly when you had your estate plan. You spend hours, literally a few days going through your estate planning and talk and getting yourself ready. Can you just please tell us just the importance of it? Just tell us why. Because I think if our people hear from you, because we want our people to hear from leaders like yourself to say that this is important, but you do it so openly. But the question is, are they hearing you and implementing as well? I know some of them are making the changes now, but we want more people to do it. So please tell us, like, why do you keep redoing your estate plan as time goes on, as things change?
Hmm. I redo my estate plan because, things evolve, relationships change, priorities change. And what I learned from studying history of anybody that has ever done anything that means something is you have to think you really your life is very short relative to the length of the impact of your legacy if you whether you do something good or bad, life is just really short. So a lot of your life, I think, should be spent preparing for your afterlife. And afterlife isn't a selfish concept to me where you just go to heaven and eat gummy bears for all eternity. Um, it's also like after your life is over, a lot of people are going to benefit or not benefit for what you chose to do or not do. Every single person in this room, every one of you in this room would have a dramatically different life if somebody 40 years ago had, even a fraction of the ideas that we talk about in this class and implemented any of that. Even if they did their version of the $5 a day plan, maybe it became the 50 cent a day plan or the $1 a day plan or whatever they could afford. You'd be filthy rich right now if somebody did that in the 1970s or 1980s, even the 1990s.
90s.
That's not even that long ago. Imagine if somebody did it in the 1950s and 60s, right? And so I really think with estate planning, it's really sort of seeing it's a consciousness thing. It's seeing yourself as part of something bigger than yourself.
Yes.
And that requires you to let go of yourself, let go of your selfishness, but it gives you like immortality in a way,
Yes.
right? Like a person is going to die. An idea doesn't have to die. An
Mhm.
institution doesn't die.
Doesn't
Like Tuskegee University didn't die with Booker T. Washington. Booker T's been gone a long time, but Tuskegee is going to live forever, right?
it?
So I encourage everybody, think of yourself. Like it's a self-esteem thing too. Just how important do you want to be in the legacy of your family? Because you are
Um,
important. You are important. You just made the question is, do you see how important you are? But think about how important your grandparents are to you. Think about how important your parents are to you. I mean, they're almost for some of you, your parents and grandparents are like, godlike figures to you almost. Like they're just, these amazing superhuman, entities, but they didn't see themselves that way. They might have, maybe grandma said, "Well, I'm just a maid or I'm just a whatever." But it's like, no, you're grandma.
mm,
That's huge for everybody, right? So you're huge if you want to be. Your legacy is important, right? It's going to have a huge impact on other people, and I encourage you to own that, value that, and that's important too, Aisha. I found that um, self-esteem is critical when it comes to legacy planning because if you don't value who you are and what you have, then you're not going to work hard to preserve it.
no,
But if you see the value in what you have and the value of who you are, you're going to take care of it, you're going to protect it, etc. Last thing I'll say on this, and then I'm done on this,
absolutely true.
just for that self-esteem piece. I had a friend of mine who he runs this amazing like program for kids and does this awesome work. And we were at an event and he saw this white guy who was a billionaire and he's like, "Do you
Mhm.
know who that is? That's the such and such who runs the $50 billion company and blah blah blah." And I was like, yeah, that's really cool. And I said, yeah, but honestly, I'm not nearly as impressed with him as I am with you. And he's like, what are you talking about? I said, well, because there's like thousands of white billionaires out here, but how many people do you know that are doing exactly what you're doing? Can you name one person on earth who's impacting our children, which is that's our $1 trillion
Our
asset,
legacy.
right? I don't care what some rich white man's doing. No disrespect to him. God, good for him. Bless him. But I'm looking at what you're doing, and I would trade 50 of hims for one of you. You're the prize, man, and I need you to really see that. And I think it really affected his thinking. And I think that that's, as a community, we've got to really turn inward and realize the importance of what we're doing. If you're taking care of a black family, that's the most important job you could ever do. Ain't no damn job in a corporate office more important than you taking care of your kids
Family.
and your wife and your husband and building a black family. Lord, there's no more sacred responsibility you can have. So long story short, I just want to. I think if we love ourselves and stop focusing on what everybody else got and everybody else is doing and trying to get invited to everybody else's table, I think that that's when we become great. So if you want to know why I do my estate plan, it's because I know that I'm important. And I know that my children are important. I know my legacy is important. And I don't give a damn if the world doesn't see it. Oh, y'all gonna learn today because this is where I'm putting all of my energy, right? I'm not putting energy into building other legacies for Harvard and Yale and Stanford. No, we're doing this right here. So that's it. That's my thought process. Thank you for asking, and I'm
No,
done talking.
thank you, doctor, for sharing that, because we need to see how powerful and important it is. And for me, as as somebody that's trying to share the word in our community and make sure they hear about it, is look at the example. Doctor is doing it. You should emulate what he's doing. He's doing estate planning. He's adding additional insurance to his life insurance to his portfolio. He has already, but he's adding more. If he's doing that, you should be doing the same at your own level. At your own level. They say you see, you admire, you listen, you're learning every morning. We all log on every morning and hear Dr. Boyce speaking. Are we emulating what he's doing? Because those are the people that we want to emulate and copy what they do, right? They say you copy the right cat, and Dr. Boyce is a goat, right? The goatess of all time. We know that everything he does is for our benefit. That is why I follow him. When I started following him years ago, I said, wow, there's a voice like this. This is it. I'm going to follow him because I believe that we need somebody like him. And the way we can also now elevate ourselves to the next level is by saying, oh, wow, he did it. He does this. I'm going to do it too. But don't just here, do it as well. Do it, because it's in the action, taking the action, that we really get the results that we need, right? And as you were speaking, doctor, I was thinking about a word. I know when I was in Michigan, I believe, we went to the museum, and the museum that as you walk in, and there was a feast, of all the slave trade that happened. And I'm from Nigeria. A lot of slave trade happened in our Gulf of in our country. It happened from there. I'm not from that part of country, but it happened in that area. So now you know more about it. And the feast says, and yet we rise. And yet we rise. And when you go through the chamber and watch, and you just start weeping. Some of the space you walk through, you can't even, there's no way to express how you feel, your brothers and sisters going through that, right? But yet we rise. So how do we rise? And please remember the RISE. Own your own real estate if you can. Think about real estate ownership. If your home, make sure it's protected and it's preserved, that it's not where you can lose it. Think about that. Insurance is so important, right? And Doctor talks about stock market all the time. That's the S. And then E, being an entrepreneur, have a business, have your own business. Don't wait for anyone to give you something. Create your own business, do something. So that's how you rise. You take real estate. And if you don't know more about real estate, you don't have any. Constant Carter talks about it. Laura Lala Lee talks about it. Chalet talks about it on Fly New Bear Money. Doctor, if you want to talk about entrepreneurship, Dr. Lene Gervais talks about it. These are powerful women that can help you, right? Talk to us. Insurance, I can help you. Stock market, Dr. Boyce does it every day. Gives you tips and this. So really, yet we rise, but we have to take ownership of that rise and do it, and not just hear it, right? It's in the doing, not just just one way you hear it. So I hope that as you hear us today, you listen to what we have to say, you take it to heart and say, you know what, today I'm going to make tangible changes. I'm going to have a meeting. I will get that book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, and roll out my family, study together, implement it. Because you know what? We have to save ourselves because we have that strength of character and we've worked so hard and we've built this country actually. So we should walk with our heads up high and proud because we know who we are and we know what we have done. But now let our family feel that from us as well. Let's all rise together,
All
because we
right.
can do it. We can do it.
Rise, real estate, insurance, stock markets,
And
and
entrepreneur.
entrepreneurship. Oh, that's
Yes.
great. I like that. I'm gonna keep that one. All right.
Yes.
So let's rise together, everybody. And remember, this is not complicated. This is not complex stuff. This is basic stuff. There are millions of families around the world that already do these things. Just so y'all know, like in the Indian community, this is they're getting it done. The Jewish community, they're getting it done like that. Some Asian families, many Asian families doing the same thing. So, that's how you succeed. So real estate, insurance, stock markets, and entrepreneurship. All right. So Aisha, let me give everybody your email so that if you all want to talk to Aisha directly, write this email down, pull out your pen. Her email address, if you want to do a consultation with her or talk to her about your insurance needs, do I get whole life, term life? She can handle all that for you. Email her at bbs@aishaverzi.com, bbs@aishaverzi.com, and that's spelled AISHA V as in Victor, IRZI, and that's her name is right there on the screen. bbs@aishaverzi.com. And also those of you that want to take advantage of the offer to get the $8 autograph copies of my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, just go to 10commandments.boycewatkins.com. That's the number 10, 10 Commandments. .boycewatkins.com, and you can get as many copies as you want. And also, last but not least, we're going to meet tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Eastern, as we always do. And so if you'd like to get a text alert when we start class in the morning, just text the word morning to the number 87948 on your phone. Text morning to the number 87948. And I'll get in touch with you guys a little bit later on the afternoon. Those that are doing stock options, I have some stuff for you all as well. So we got a lot going on. So God bless you. Have a wonderful day. And I see one sister said I ordered 13 copies for my extended family. Great. Spread that gospel, talk your talk, walk your walk, have your pride. We're the last line of defense. I need y'all to understand.
Amen.
They in the era of Booker, y'all know I'm in Tuskegee, so I'm all into Booker T and all that. And in that same era, you had a guy named W.E.B. Du Bois up at
Deborah.
Harvard who
Deborah.
seemed,
Yes.
if I'm not mistaken, he seemed to have a real issue with Booker T. I have issues with well, or maybe they pronounce it Du Bois, similar to my name, but I don't relate to him very much, honestly, because I feel like his ideas were good, but he was a little bit of a hater at times. And but one of the things that he used to talk about was something called the talented tenth.
Mm.
And I didn't agree with that particular approach to the talented tenth, but I do believe that you are the talented tenth in the sense of being right there in the elite in terms of your commitment to elevating. You are in the talented tenth in your commitment to being black first. You are the talented tenth in your commitment to action over words. You don't just talk about it. You're gonna go out here
Do
and
it.
be about it. And so you are a leader. Like you all are. Like Louis Farrakhan used to say, I just need 10,000 good men, 10,000 good women, and I can go and get everything done. And that's it. I don't need everybody. I'm not trying to move the masses. I'm trying to move the people that will move the masses. And you and your children, your lineage is going to move the masses. So even if you don't feel like you have the power right in this generation to do all the things you want to do, stop worrying about that. You plant the seeds. My grandma didn't have the power to do what she wanted to. She made $22,000 a year. She had an associate's degree, but she raised Boyce Watkins, who then
That's
and
right.
I'm finishing the job for grandma, and maybe one of my kids are gonna fit, and grandkids will finish the job for me. Do you understand? So don't feel like you got to do the whole job. Just plant the seed and start the damn job, and then get the instructions to the next generation. Let the kids run with it. They're going to be better than us anyway. A lot of y'all got kids that have a financial literacy level of a college student at the age of 10. that child's going to do the job at a level that we can only dream about. So all we got to do is run the baton and pass the ball
Pass it on.
and let them do the rest. So do your best with what you
Yes.
got. That's how we succeed. So God bless you, everybody. Have a wonderful day. And thank you again, Aisha. It was great to see
Thank
you.
you. Thank you. What a
All right.
blessing. Thank you
You
so
guys
much.
take care. See you all tomorrow. Bye bye.
Bye-bye.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Come on in. I hope you guys are having a wonderful day. Welcome, welcome, welcome to Money in the Morning. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and I hope you guys are having a great day. I'm having a good day. I'm actually in Alabama. We are visiting Tuskegee because we got a child that wants to go to school somewhere. Well, I think she should pick Tuskegee. I think Tuskegee is a great school. And my wife's dad, I think I told you that, her dad taught at Tuskegee for 30 years. So he's part of that Black history of this school. So we're really proud to be down here. Can't wait to go check out the campus and meet the nice people there. And I think I'm going to meet the president of Tuskegee at some point this weekend. I'm not sure. But if I do, I'll tell the president hello on your behalf. So anyway, and he or she, I don't know if it's a she or a he though. I should probably know that, right? They should be B1, right? I think they should be 100% Black first and kind of know what we're all about because we're reaching millions of people with our message, and I'm super proud of that. But anyway, all right, I hope everybody's doing well. All right, so let me tell you um, a couple things uh, that you may find interesting. Number one, I really thought more deeply about that idea of saying like, how can we do business together, right? How can you make money and the school make money and everything else? And I really thought about this, right? And I said, okay, what if we allowed everybody in this class to just buy my books wholesale, like our workbooks for kids? And I know you guys like them because you guys have bought like thousands and thousands of them. We have a really hard time keeping them in stock. And you have friends who also have kids, and you have groups, and you have groups that you want to form, maybe investment clubs, which I encourage you to do. This is better than a school system, right? White people are not the only ones who know how to educate people. So let's stop thinking that we need a white man to come and build a building for us to have a school. A school is where you have people with knowledge bringing together that knowledge so you can feed it to the babies and you can feed it to each other. So really, when you form that family investment club, you're starting a school. That's what you're doing. You're creating an educational institution, and it can be as serious and as structured as you want it to be. But anyway, I was like, yeah, maybe we can support that, right? The simple concept I had was I said, okay, let's call it each one teach one, right? Not that's original, right? But still, I was like, yeah, each one teach one, because I told you I don't teach students. I only teach teachers because we have to multiply what we're doing. We have to multiply B1 culture. We have to multiply Black economics. We have to multiply Black wealth commitment. We have to multiply the importance of putting ourselves first. We've got the knowledge. We just have to share it. And so we have the tools. The Black Financial Literacy Store it is the best and probably the only Black wealth mastery store created by a finance PhD you're going to find anywhere on the planet. I don't know of any other finance PhD, there aren't many of us, that has put together something like this, right? So anyway, the website's drboycebooks.com. So here's my plan. All right, get to the point, boys. Okay, here's my master plan. The master plan is I tried that thing where I said, okay, what if I let you guys buy my book, at a really, really, really fair price, right? So I said, okay, well, yeah, sure. If you want to get an autographed copy of my book, you can get one for $8. Just pay the shipping and we'll ship it to you. And so we did that. And a lot of you bought, I mean, you guys bought so many, probably thousands and thousands of books, right? So my hand's tired from signing the books, but it's okay. It's a privilege to do that. And our middle daughter, the one who might go to Tuskegee, she's the one who's shipping it to your house. But then I said, why not just sell it? Like if you create, because you guys know, it's not like you're talking about a mediocre product. It's not like you have to convince someone that Black wealth is important. It's not like you have to convince someone that we have an economic issue in our community, right? It's not like you have to talk people into the concepts in the Ten Commandments of Black economic power. These ideas work. These ideas are, I don't try to convince you like, hey, money's important. No, you know money's important. You knew that. That's why you're here. That's what brought you here. I didn't have to tell you. It's like if you go to the doctor and you're coughing, you don't need the doctor to tell you that you're not feeling good, right? So basically, I said, well, why not encourage everyone who really is in this, because a lot of you always reach out and say, how can we help? How can we help? Well, this is how you can help. This is how you can, but don't help me, help the cause, right? So basically, you got churches, y'all got friends, you have the family picnic, you got grandma's house, grandma's chicken dinner on Sundays, whatever it is. Get your people together and start talking about wealth and pass out copies of the Ten Commandments book. So you can do it one of two ways. If you're balling out of control and you got plenty of money, you buy the books for $8 a piece. You just give them away. That's something that's us investing in our people. Or if you have people in your family that don't mind contributing as well. I think it's better when everybody jumps in. That's one of the principles of the book, actually, that everybody carries a piece of the weight. That way, no one has to carry it all. We don't have this sort of one black Superman model of black success. We have a model where everybody does a little bit, and that way everybody can succeed. So basically, there we go. See, DMV Wealth Team, they said they have a Zoom call every Wednesday at 9 p.m. There we go. That's a good start, right? So maybe you say to everyone, look, this autographed copy of Dr. Watkins' book, we can get you a copy for $30, right? That way you have a little bit of a markup. You get something from it. They get something from it. It's still cheaper than the website. The website is $40, right? So you're still giving to them for a discount. You're generating revenue. You're making income. The school's benefiting because we're able to get the book out to more people. The people that buy the book are benefiting because these are principles and ideas that will change their lives. And then also you're forming wealth because you're coming together. That's an economic concept, by the way. We've talked about this. Economic theory actually says that when you come together, you're building wealth. I don't know if you know that, but when you come together, wealth is built. In fact, give me a second, and I'm gonna explain that concept in a little more detail. But I want to let you guys know one thing that was on my mind today that I really want to hit. Stephen A. Smith and Michael Wilbon, uh, they had a Malcolm X conversation that I thought was done in the wrong way. And I'm gonna, and I think it's just, it's it was something I saw and I wanted to kind of address that because it relates to wealth and some other topics. And I like these guys actually. I like both of them. I've never met Michael Wilbon, but for many years people told me I look like him, which is that ain't a compliment. I was hoping people would tell me I look like Denzel Washington, but they told me I look like Michael Wilbon, and I guess I have to own that. And Stephen A. I've met Stephen A. on his show. He used to have a show called Quite Frankly with Stephen A. Smith. And I was on the show about 3 or 4 times, and he was always very nice to me. So I have nothing against either one of these guys, but I wanted to kind of address that Malcolm X conversation. But before I get to that, let me just finish my quick point about the books, right? So basically, you go to drboycebooks.com, and here I wanted to give you guys a code where you could actually get if you wanted to do the same thing with the workbooks. Now, with the autograph books, because we had limited supply, I sent out the link. So you have to use that one link to get the $8 copy. That's the only way you can get it. So if you are on the text list, you got that link. You already had a chance to buy your copy. You can buy more, use that link as much as you want. And I said, well, what if we did this with the children's workbooks? And the children's workbooks, I thought about that because I know you guys love them. They're really popular. We sell out constantly, and they're just good, right? So so here's what I wanted to share with you if you're interested. The code, if you want to take 70% off the price of children's workbooks, is morning 70. It's all one word, morning 70. And you can actually go to financialworkbooks.com, use the code morning 70, all one word, and that'll take 70% off any children's workbook that you buy. Now, I'd give you the steep discount, not just so you can get it, at a good price, but also in case you want to buy a lot and you want to resell them and make that into a business. So that's something I want to offer to you in case you are looking for a way to start a business in something that you believe in, something that you know is going to benefit others, something that that others will be interested in. And so that's my offer to you. So you go to financialworkbooks.com, use the code word morning70, all one word. You can get the workbooks for 70% off. That code is only going to last for 2 days. And the reason I can only make it last for 2 days is because I don't want to drive my team crazy. They were already kind of flipping out because there were so many orders of the Ten Commandments that came in, literally hundreds and hundreds of orders every day, and I don't want to overwhelm them. And I can't do that kind of discount on the flashcards because we just don't have enough. We keep selling out, and until I figure out a better distribution process on the flashcards, we're going to have to take that off the table for now. But for the workbooks, you go to financialworkbooks.com, and on your checkout, use the code word morning70, all one word, and it'll take 70% off the cost of your workbook. You can buy one book or you can buy, a few dozen. It's totally up to you. All right. So anyway, that's done. Thank you for letting me get that out. I don't know if I said that clearly enough or if I was just stuttering. Either way, though, that was my best effort to explain it as clearly as I could because I'm kind of excited about all of this. So let me get into this thing with Michael Wilbon and Stephen A. Smith and what I saw that I thought was really interesting. So Stephen A. Smith and Michael Wilbon, again, two guys I don't have a big problem with them. I mean, I don't agree with everything they say, and Lord knows Stephen A.'s all over the place sometimes, but I admire them both in certain ways. I think they're both accomplished people, and I respect that. So one of the things uh, that they said was they were asking an interesting question, which was, how would Malcolm X feel about modern day athletes? How would Malcolm X feel about the professional athletes that are on TV right now? Would he feel that they are representing the Black community properly, or would he feel disappointed? And I think that they both kind of came to the conclusion that Malcolm will be proud, not just of some of the activism that the athletes have shown, but also the economic success, right? The prosperity that they've had. A lot of these athletes are signing 100, 200, 300, $400 million deals. And he just feels like that Malcolm X. I think he used the term beaming with pride. Did anybody else see that? I don't know if anybody else saw that or not. And how many of you agree with that? How many of you feel that if Malcolm X looked at modern day athletes, that he would be beaming with pride from what he saw on TV? Do you agree or disagree? Okay, I see. Okay, I see a lot of. I see yes and no. Okay, and a lot. I saw some disagrees. Yeah, that. Okay, so let me kind of tell you um, why I tend to disagree with that statement. Um, I don't think that the modern athletes are just complete imbeciles. I told you that typically, actually, in America, though, the only three ways a white man will typically support a black man's success in America is if he's a rapper, a comedian, or an athlete, right? So we've kind of gotten into this world where the only black men who are seen in society for the most part are men who can rap, tell jokes, or who happen to be 6'8", 240 pounds, right? Which is like, what is that, 1% or something of the population. So what you tend to have, unfortunately, is you have this massive underbelly of millions of black men and women as well, and children that are just forgotten, that are just ignored. And what sometimes can occur, and this is an economic conversation. I promise you, I'm going to drill into the economic lesson in a minute. I want to lay the framework here. Is what can occur is you can get so caught up in seeing the symbolism that you don't see the substance, right? You focus so much on what you see on the surface that you don't know what's happening on the interior, right? You're looking at the outside, but you're not seeing the inside. You're seeing the guy on TV, and any person who's not black who's looking at television to determine, well, how are black people doing, is gonna see, LeBron over here. He's gonna see, I don't know, Eddie Murphy over there, and then he's gonna see, some rapper Jay-Z over here. He's gonna say, "Oh, of course, black people are doing great. Look at those guys. Look at how much money they make, right?" And again, it's not really a matter of saying that there should be a bunch of sympathy for black people. I don't think sympathy is going to get us very far. I think that we have to have empathy for ourselves, and a commitment to solving problems. I think that's what's going to get us ahead. But when I think about the Malcolm X that I know, I remember the Malcolm X that I knew wasn't a person who felt that entertainers were going to be the ones who were necessarily going to lead the black community anywhere. In fact, Malcolm was pretty harsh when it came to entertainers. All of y'all remember, Malcolm referred to them as clowns. He said they were clowns. And whether we like it or not, and Stephen A. Smith and Michael Wilbon, I assume that they know these things, athletes are pretty much entertainers. right? That's what, people pay money, they get their popcorn, they get their drink, they sit in the stands, and they sit back and they watch you compete against each other. Just like on the plantation, they used to have sporting events on plantations and things like that, and entertainment, right? So it doesn't mean athletes are just worthless people. I think that there are athletes out there that are smart, that have a lot of potential. I like the guy Jaylen Brown that plays for the Celtics. Jaylen Brown actually, when he signed his contract, he actually said he wants to create a Black Wall Street with his contract. And I've never met Jaylen. I know someone said, "Hey, I want to introduce you to Jaylen because I know Jaylen's brother," and it never materialized. But I'd love to meet him and give him. If Jaylen sees this, like, hey, I'll give you my 2 cents. You don't have to pay me anything. I don't even want to. I don't need to be involved or anything. I just would love to tell you what you could do with that money because I think a lot could be done. But there has to be a certain structure of thinking, right? There has to be a mindset. Remember, we were talking about this, building children that understand systems and delegation and how to create structure, how to create infrastructure. Because the Black community, that's what you're lacking. You're lacking infrastructure. So when you need infrastructure, you turn to white people. When you need structure, you don't turn to each other because your community doesn't always have the structure that it needs. Your institutions were burned down and destroyed during integration. Integration burned down the family pretty much. That was one institution. That was one type of structure. Your mother, father, children, that was ruined. Now it's just babies, mamas, and single moms raising their kids and all that. When that structure's gone, a lot of economic chaos arises out of that. Not just economic chaos, but socio-economic chaos, psychological chaos, right? Community chaos, lots of violence, all that. If you go to Chicago, what you see in Chicago when you see drill rappers run around with machine guns shooting each other down because somebody made a rap song, I guarantee you that there are no strong fathers. There are very few strong fathers in those communities. That's just the reality, right? So what my point is on this is to say that um, is that not while not every athlete, would be never to say that athletes are just wasteful buffoons, but in many cases, athletes, because they are so busy being athletes, are not necessarily trained in the skill sets required to really build a community, right? A builder has to be trained to be a builder. A builder spends his time learning how to build. Um, True building, for example, if you look at Elon Musk creating SpaceX and Tesla, right, where they created hundreds of thousands of jobs for people in their communities. They're building rocket ships that are going to go into outer space. They put hundreds, if not thousands, of satellites into outer space. There was a lot of time that thousands of people spent doing nothing but building, right? The engineers at SpaceX are not dribbling basketballs and throwing footballs in their spare time to try to make extra income. They're sitting there and they're studying engineering systems that will allow them to make sure that the chemical calibration of the electrical nodes coming through to the satellite are appropriate so that the rocket doesn't blow up when they launch it into space, right? They're spending time building and they're building with other builders, and there's a structure around that. Do you follow me? There's a structure, there's an organizational framework with hundreds, if not thousands of people all working together without being distracted by a bunch of other stuff to actually get a project done. Not just one project, but many projects. They're releasing new robots every few months, all kinds of things. Driverless cars. These are systems that come out of a structure. So this is all stuff that they've been training to do for their whole lives, right? You've got thousands of 50-year-olds who never spent any time dreaming of going to the NBA or the NFL. They didn't spend any of their time saying, "Hey, I'm gonna just take a couple years off and put my album out." They didn't say, "Hey, I decided to try my hand at stand-up comedy." No, they said I went to high school and I won the robotics competition in Pasadena when I was 14, and then after high school I went to MIT. I studied electrical engineering for 4 years at MIT. Then I got my master's at Harvard, and after that I got my doctorate at I don't know at Yale, and after that I came to work in Silicon Valley, right? And take that. I want you to take that, and I want you to multiply it by about 10,000, right? Like you're talking about thousands and thousands of economic soldiers who are all committed to the humble task of sitting down and doing the work. not doing the work and flexing on Instagram, not doing the work and flashing money, on social media, not doing the work and trying to figure out if they can still make the team at the Dallas Mavericks or put out an album with Kendrick Lamar, like none of that stuff, right? So my point is to say that when you're sort of looking at, and I'm gonna go back to the Malcolm X conversation with Michael Wilbon and Stephen A. Smith. I promise you, this is where it's going. But what I wanted to do that to kind of point out the contrast between the mindset of a community that has a substantial percentage of its people focused on building versus the mindset of a community where your most famous people in that community are your entertainers. There's not much substance when it comes to entertainment. It's all about flashiness, being loud. There was a long period of time, and it drove me crazy. There's about 10 years where Diddy was arguably considered the most successful black man in America. And I remember saying, "What's successful about this guy? All he does is dance all day. Like what is that what we do as black men? Like we just dance all day? Name me one white man. Name me one white man, please. Give me one white man who became the most famous white man in America because he sat around and danced all day, used pink cocaine, wore big fur coats, and called himself and changed his name twice, once a year. Right? There is no white man like that. That white man will be seen as what he is, which is entertainment. He's not somebody that you can build a community on, right? He's a clown. Like, oh, he's funny. That guy's hilarious. He's great, right? And white people have their comedians and they have their basketball players. They have all of that. But I don't think that you would go to, I'm trying to think about this. I don't think there's any white guy who plays basketball who is considered to be one of the most relevant leaders in the white community. I can't think of one. Maybe there was one that is out there. I just can't think of any. Can y'all give me one white American male? Now those you got some bad European players now. Don't get me wrong, they're good. Jokic and a couple. There's another guy that just went to the Lakers. I forgot his name, but he's really good. But I can't name one white American male basketball player where he's considered to be one of the top, say, five leaders in the white community. Can you name anybody? Somebody said Larry Bird, and that's crazy that we got to go back damn near 40 years to find one, right? Right. But in our community, the basketball player, the football player, the rapper, the comedian can often rise up to the top and be sitting next to the scholar and the attorney and the medical doctor when it comes to shaping policy for the black community. And I don't know if that is what's going to get you where you got to get to. Right. That's not going to build the infrastructure that you need. And that also puts a lot of pressure on the athlete too. Right. It just does, because it's really hard to make it to the NBA. It's hard to save the whole black community in your spare time. Like that's just crazy, right? So when Stephen A. and Michael Wilbon were explaining, and I believe inaccurately, why they believe Malcolm X would be beaming with pride from today's modern athletes, some things that they mentioned was they said, well, look at LeBron. LeBron built a school. Yeah, that's nice. Can the whole black community go to one school? Are we all gonna just go to the same school? Like, will one school save the black community? Like, I'm not saying LeBron has to do that, but he built a school. Do you know how many thousands of white people have built schools that you'll never hear about? Because building a school in other communities is not a big deal. Of course, you're building schools. How else are you going to educate your children? White people have probably built millions of schools by now. Millions. There are schools with billion-dollar endowments that you will never even know who founded those schools. Because it's not like everyone says, oh my God, that's so amazing. You built a school. You are one of the greatest people in the country because you built a school. Umar Johnson spent 12 years talking about building a school, and everybody thought this was the second coming of Jesus Christ. One school has never saved a community ever. So if all you can do is to point to why Malcolm will be beaming with pride over today's athlete is to say, well, LeBron built the school. That tells me that you have been cursed by low expectations for your people. You have been cursed by this idea that your people are damn near so disabled, just such a bumbling group of imbeciles that all you can do is build one school over a 20-year period, and that's considered one of the greatest accomplishments you've ever had. And I think that that is beneath us. I don't think that's who we are. I think we can do better than that because, and I can tell you that we are doing better than that because I know for every one celebrity that builds a school, I know hundreds, if not thousands, of people out there that are really doing significant real work and really working hard to change the lives of the children around them, change the lives of the people around them. So LeBron did his part if that's what it is, right? It's up to him to decide what his part is supposed to be, right? But if that's all you can cite is that he built a school, I don't know if that is a standard that you can use to say, oh yeah, the black community has really elevated as a result of the success of the black athlete. And that's what I want to really actually get to. Now, if LeBron builds a school system, then that might be different, right? So if you say, okay, LeBron got together with a group of business partners and they went to Citibank and told them to loan them $1 billion so they could go hire 10,000 teachers so they could then create a school system that covers the entire state of Ohio where they're going to educate 50,000 students per year. That is something that is a bit more commendable, remarkable, and memorable versus building one school, which unfortunately can be collapsed into symbolism. And what I want you to really understand is, and this is where I'm getting to, when you talk about economics and what it really means to make progress economically, you got to know the difference between substance and symbolism or symbolism and systematization. What is a symbol and what is a system? A symbol is I get up with my kids and I say, gosh, I love y'all so much and I want you to know I love you and I'm going to do right. Daddy's going to be here and I'm going to take care of y'all. We're going to go to Disneyland. I'm going to be the father you always wanted. I love y'all. And the kids are like, yay, my daddy's finally back. Blah, blah. That's symbolism. But systematization and substance is when after the parade is over, I am systematically on a daily basis showing up for the next, the next 6,000 days in a row as the father that I promised them that I'm going to be. Do you understand? Symbolism is getting together with a pretty girl and turning on some Marvin Gaye and going into a bedroom and having the best sex of my life and making a baby. That's a flash in the pan moment. But the substance and the systematization, I'm gonna stop saying that word because I'm gonna mess it up, is when I spend 18,769 straight hours consistently raising that child. Sorry, 187,650 hours. I said it wrong. Hours raising the child from the age of 0 to the age of 18. And I say, not only did I make a human being, but I raised one. The symbolism and the excitement and the flash in the pan moment is when I sit there and I'm talking to you and I say, hey, I was always thinking about starting a clothing brand. You're like, me too. Yeah, okay. Well, we can call it the Blackity Black clothing brand. Yeah, and then we can put a little panther on it and it'll be the dopest thing ever. And we're going to make $1 billion, right? That is the flash in the pan moment. That's the symbolism. I can do a press release off of that and I can put it on Twitter. And maybe if I'm famous, I can get 10,000 likes. That's the kind of stuff Diddy used to do, like when he told everybody he was going to go buy the Carolina Panthers. But the substance is when I sit down and I have 20,000 straight meetings with you over and put in 10, 15, 20,000 hours of consistent labor with a dedicated team of hundreds of people to build that company into $1 billion entity. And one of the things that you have to be cautious about is that entertainment is built on flash. Look at me, look at me. All right, goes back to the minstrel show. But it ain't really built on substance. It's not built on, there's not a lot of substance. It's because, well, why? Because substance and doing the work quietly in the background is not what gets cheered on social media. That's not what people see on TV. That's not what everybody gets all excited about. And so a lot of times with the black community, when people say, well, how are black people doing? Are they better off now? They get the wrong impression because they see the flash. but they don't actually see the substance of what's actually happening. So let me give you some of the substance to make my point that Michael Wilbon and Stephen A. Smith, I love these guys. I respect them immensely, but both of them are dead wrong in that I don't think Malcolm would be impressed at all with what modern athletes have done to this point, because for the most part, at best, they might represent a tremendous wasted opportunity. Malcolm X was a man who specifically said, I don't care how well I'm doing or how well you treat me or how rich you make me if my people are still struggling. The measurement of Malcolm's success in his mind was, how well is everybody doing? Has the community at large, on average, improved as a result of the work that I'm doing? Or am I just balling out of control on national TV, getting money and attracting women and just kind of getting to be the man? Like, do you understand? There's a difference. So let me give you some stats that'll tell you that there's no evidence to say that Malcolm would have anything to be happy about with the black community. I pulled up some stats here. I did my little research right quick. So let me give you some stats. Because we love to talk about how wonderful integration was for black people and how much progress we made in the 1960s. Let's see. According to the Census Bureau, black children living in single-parent homes was just 22% in 1960, but in 2020, it is now 66%. So 3 times more black children now don't have a father in the home than we had in 1960. Would y'all consider that progress? Would that make Malcolm proud? Would that make him gleam with pride? Yeah, y'all really doing good. Got rid of those fathers. Now somebody can just come in and molest the daughters and just do whatever they want. And now you're gonna have struggle, financial stress, all these other things that are linked to broken families. Every study shows this. This is not me making the point. This is data. The data says that broken families have a much harder time building wealth than stable families. In fact, there's no community in the history of this planet that has ever been able to build wealth with broken families. So I told you, if you cannot solve the black family problem, you will never solve the black wealth problem. If you ignore the black family problem and try to solve the black wealth problem, it will be like you're trying to learn how to play the guitar with one arm. You could try, you can rig it against your body and do that, but you ain't gonna be Jimi Hendrix. Like that's gonna be hard for you. You're gonna have to figure out how to get that left arm back. The daddy's on the left arm, the mama's on the right arm. Y'all got to figure that out. And I know that maybe that's not politically correct for some people. Maybe we want to act like it's not a big deal, but I'm sorry, black fathers matter. Black fathers matter, just like mothers matter, fathers matter. Let's get back to it. Net worth. Let's see. Another measure of quality of life. According to the Economic Policy Institute, black median family wealth adjusted for 2016 dollars was about $20,000 in 1963, and now in 2016 dollars, it was $17,409. So literally, while white wealth went up, black wealth literally stayed flat in real dollar terms between 1963 and 2016. And y'all been showing up for work every single day. You have literally been working. How much time? Let's do the math. That's crazy. Let me see. Okay. So we have been doing if you work, we do the math, this math. If you work 40 hours a week and you do that for 50 weeks a year, that's 2,000 hours a year, which is 20,000 hours a decade. So if you work 50 years, you work about 100,000 hours. So 100,000 hours. And then let's say that you're talking about 40 million people or something, right? Let's just make it easy or something. I don't know. Okay, so that's 40 million, 40 billion. Is that 400 billion? Something like that. So let's say, so you worked, maybe it's not 400 billion. I'm probably doing the math on it. Let me do that again. Okay. All right, 100,000 hours, 40 million people. Wow, this number is so big. It doesn't even, it won't even give me the right number in the calculator. So 40 million people have worked about 100,000 hours roughly. So 40 million, that's 40 billion. That can't be 4 trillion hours. That sounds crazy. That's a big number. But anyway, as a community, we have worked tens of billions of hours of labor, and our wealth has not gone up. Is anybody else concerned about that? Does anybody understand my concern when I tell you that I don't know if Malcolm X would consider that to be a win for the Black community? Does anybody else get what I'm saying? Where's the freaking win if he's beaming with pride about what? That you worked yourselves into an early grave only so your children can have less than what you had? Who the hell thinks that that makes any sense? And it's the fact that we don't look at the substance of things and we only look at the flash, we only look at the surface. That's indicative of a lot of things that we do in our culture. Think about how many times a woman will sleep with a man because he looks good on the outside, but y'all know that Negro's rotten on the inside, but you don't care because he got swag and he's 6'5" and the sex is good, and next thing you know, he's beating you up and stealing your money and cheating on and mistreating you, or you date a pretty girl because of what she looks like, but then you find out that this lady's gonna ruin your life. Think about how often we eat food that tastes delicious. You go to grandma's house and the food is greasy and salty and sweet and delicious, and the fried chicken and the hog mogs and the ham hocks, whatever it is that you eating, and the collard greens and the sweet potatoes and all that's just perfectly delicious because they poured a pound of, they had the big, they had the big 10-pound thing of sugar they put in the sweet potatoes to make them taste good, and then next thing you know, you're getting your foot cut off and you're going blind because the diabetes set in and all these other horrible things are happening, but it looked good on the outside, it tastes good, but it wasn't good for you because nobody ever stopped and said, what are you doing? Like, did you think about what you're putting in your body? I think it's the same thing when you talk about Black success. I think that we look at things on the outside, we turn on the TV and we say, oh, there's LeBron, there's the Grammys, look at Beyonce, girl. Oh, look at Cardi B. Eddie Murphy, he still looks good at 60 years old. And we think, oh, the Black community is doing great. Look at all this Black excellence. Look at all this Black progress. But when you go back to the data and you look at what's the ingredients in the food, you find out that it's not what you think it is. You find out that that Malcolm, if he was still around, would probably be kind of sad. He'd say, wait a minute, you mean y'all don't have 60 years of hard labor that you put in, building white folks' companies and stuff, because that's what y'all do, and your net worth has actually gone down? Maybe we need to deploy our best scientists to dissect the issue instead of pretending like there is no issue. So let me keep going. There's a couple more stats I want to just share with you, and this speaks to my point that I would love to make to Michael and Stephen. I don't know if I'll talk to I saw Stephen a couple of times, but I don't know if I'll ever talk to him again. But also, let's look at another indicator, education. I think education is important. Do y'all agree? According to the National Assessment of Educational Progress, Black boys at grade 4 reading at or above proficiency was not systematically measured in the 1960s, but estimates suggest around 15 to 20% proficiency based on historical literacy data. In 2022, it is now 17%. So now in 2022, because these white people have done, or 2020, well, it's 2025, but 2022 is pretty close. Because these white people have done such a wonderful job of educating your boys, 17% of your fourth grade Black boys are reading at grade level. Now white boys can't read that much better. They're about 40%. So the educational system's kind of failing everyone. But basically that means that if you have a child, if you have a daughter that's going to marry a man 10, 15 years from now, there's about I guess about a 3 or 4 out of 5 chance that your grandchild's father is not going to be able to read very well, right? So that's an issue, right? And that's a problem that should be fixed. It's easily fixed by people that take their destiny into their own hands, but it's not fixed by people who either ignore the problem or are waiting for someone else to solve the problem. Let's keep going. Let's talk about physical health. According to the CDC, Black mortality from heart disease was 260 per 100,000 in 1960, but now it's only slightly less than that. Okay, so your mortality from things like heart disease, preventable diseases hasn't changed. I don't think that's progress. Also, in incarceration, let's talk about that. In 1960, the incarceration rate for Black people was 600 per 100,000. Now it is about double that. Now it's 1,240 per 100,000. So let's just summarize really quickly. These are just 5 indicators I just grabbed. I could grab more. Um, you have 3 times more single parent homes. Again, would Malcolm be beaming with pride? Would Malcolm look at this and say, wow, I'm really proud of athletes because they've done a great job in helping the Black community improve. One, you have 3 times more single parent homes. 2, your net worth has actually gone down. 3, your boys are reading at the same level that they read in 1960, actually slightly lower. 4, you're still dying from preventable diseases at the same level. 5, you're twice as likely to be incarcerated. I don't see anything there that would make anybody beam with pride. Now, here's the thing. Is that the job of the athlete to solve all these issues? No, it's not. However, I think that if you go back to this idea that says that the wealthiest among us have some obligation or expectation to contribute to solving a problem, I think the question will be like, what exactly are they actually doing? And are they doing things that are truly making an impact, or are they doing things that are just symbolic? One of the challenges that I would put to athletes, and I've spoken to a few athletes and I've said this, is in many cases, y'all aren't really doing work in the Black community that is really benefiting the community. You're doing work that looks good on TV. You're doing work that your white bosses are going to be able to put on that commercial to say the NFL cares, right? They'll show you handing a turkey to poor people or something on Thanksgiving. Nobody gives a damn about that. I don't really care if you volunteered 3 hours at the boys club. I think that's awesome. But what you got to understand is that when people really want to move a community, they operate, there's heavy lifting that has to be done. You have to do things on a broad and systematic level, right? Like when Hollywood wants to change a message or put a message out to the public using movies, they'll spend billions of dollars distributing that message through film and TV ads. Or when they want to promote a movie, they'll spend $100 million on advertising with a consistent message. When De Beers wanted to trick you into believing that diamonds are more valuable than they actually are, and they created one of the greatest marketing campaigns of all time called Diamonds Are Forever, they spent an insane amount of money instilling that in the music. They put it in a movie, James Bond movie. They put it in commercials. They told you exactly what to do. They said, spend 2 months' salary on a diamond. Diamonds are forever. If he loves you, he's going to say it with a diamond. And now, to this day, millions of people believe that if I get married, I got to go buy my wife a diamond. That was not true 100 years ago. And diamonds are actually not nearly as rare as they make you believe. But they did heavy lifting because they said, we got to actually do something that really moves the ball. We can't pretend to move the ball. We have to be able to prove that we actually moved it. Do you understand? So here's my point. When you look at entertainers and celebrities, they're because they live in a space of flash. It's easy to pretend like you move the ball. It's easy to say, well, LeBron built a school. So-and-so donated 20 hours at the boys club. So-and-so gave money to the local hospital. Steph Curry went to the children's center and kissed some sick kids that had cancer. That was really nice. And we took pictures of all of it. There's lots of photos of everything, right? And you can say, see, that proves that we're moving the needle. But no, that doesn't prove you moved the needle. That proves that you did something. That proves that you took pictures of yourself trying to move the needle, but that's not the same as moving the needle. Do you understand? And just knowing that difference, I think is absolutely huge because we have to redefine what Black success actually is. We got to redefine it. Let me break it down for you like this. Let me use myself as an example. Anybody else grow up like this? Look, I'm 53 years old, and I grew up. My coming of age was mostly in the 80s. I was a kid in the 70s. I became a teenager in the 80s. I was a young adult in the 90s. Okay, so that's my frame of reference. When I was coming up, I remember being told that your best way to contribute to the Black community was to go out and be successful, get a good education, get a good job, and then you being successful by getting that nice job and driving that nice car, living in that nice white neighborhood would be an example to other Black people of what can happen if you work hard. Anybody else go through that? Anybody else ever get that sort of symbolism message that you're really going to help the Black community move forward by being this symbol of success. And when they see you driving by them in the Mercedes and you throw a nickel to the little homeless kid or whatever, that's going to be, that's going to somehow make a difference. And I get all that, and I believed all that all the way up until the time I was on the faculty at Syracuse. And I said, okay, but the problem is that I started to do introspection. When I got about 28, 29 years old, I started to really question things on a deeper level. I've always questioned things. When I was little, my mother used to say, boy, your mouth will either make you great or get you killed. I'm curious to see which one. That's what she used to say to me. So I've always questioned things. But I really questioned things when I was 28 because I had a really hard year. Like if you ever really want to find out who you are, go through some tough times, and that'll really help you figure out what you're made of. And so as I was really looking around and thinking about stuff, I was like, okay, I'm supposed to be a successful Negro. I am, And when I was 31, I was on the faculty of Syracuse. I was making six figures. I was, again, no other Black person in the world got that PhD in finance that year. No, not one other person, right? So I was hot stuff, right? So I was like, I'm supposed to be successful, but I don't feel like I am. I don't feel like I've made a difference at all. I don't feel I go to class I'd have a class full of white, Asian, and Jewish kids all headed to Wall Street or whatever, going to make money. I'd have maybe like one Black kid in the class, maybe two. And I said, this does not feel like something that's going to make a difference. Like I'm going to live and die, and nobody's going to really care. Because I eventually began to think, well, I think I'm just another Negro who got a job. That's it. I'm just another Black person who got a job. So that's when I started thinking about some of the ideas that I share with you all now. These started forming when I was about 30 years old, and I said, you know, if you're really trying to adjust a community, you have to have people that are thinking on a more systematic level, right? Part of the reason the Black community is neglected is because the majority of our smartest people spend the bulk of their time investing in white-owned businesses. You invest in them by getting up and going to work every day. And what happens is that you'll give symbolism. You'll symbolically give back to your community. Maybe on Saturdays you'll go and you'll volunteer at the boys club, or on Sundays you might do something at church or whatever. But the bulk of your time, I'm talking about the meat and potatoes of your spare time and your energy and your resources are going elsewhere, right? And celebrities I've seen do the same thing. So you'll see somebody like a Jay-Z or Beyonce, and you'll say, well, what are you doing for the Black community? They'll say, well, we gave $100,000 to an HBCU. That's great. That's a lot of money, right? Wow, that's awesome. But then you'll see where they made a $10 million investment with some white boy in Silicon Valley, right? So it's like, so the HBCU got 10,000, but the white boy got 10 million. So what's happened is that the core of who you are, the core of what you're doing, your important work is going over there, and the extras are going over here. And then you wonder why the community doesn't really have a lot to stand on, right? I mean, and really that's just true in life in general. If you really want to accomplish something, you can accomplish amazing things in your spare time. Anything that you're really trying to do at a high level, like whatever, like for example, the stuff I do at the Black Business School, and I probably got 1 billion views on YouTube. I've done 20,000 videos. I've reached millions of people doing this stuff. I couldn't do this in my spare time. I had to give you all of me for this to work. I couldn't have gave you like 5% of me or gave you my spare time in between, after work every day or in between me doing my important work. I couldn't do that. I had to really say, this is who I am. This is what I do. This is where I stand. This is where I'm at. And really it's true for almost everything. Will Smith explains that the reason he got his first divorce was because he gave his family his spare time. So of course his family fell apart because his family was just sort of this thing he threw the scraps to after he finished doing his important work. But he realized the second time he got married, he said, I have to make sure my family is part of the main crux and the core and the foundation and the substance of what I am every day. Like that has to be a priority. So, so to flip it back to what we're talking about, I'll talk about myself here. Is I said, if I really want to make a difference in the Black community, I got to really get in the Black community. I got to live there. I have to take the crux and the core of who I am and what I do every day, and I have to inject the drug right into the bloodstream, so to speak. So, like, for example, I said, okay, I know all this stuff about finance. I know more than 99.9% of all Jewish people about finance. So if I can figure out a way to reach at least a few hundred or a few thousand, maybe a few million Black people with some of these ideas, then I can inject that dope right to the bloodstream and really get to the core of the problem, really do something systemically that is really going to change the dynamic of where we are and who we are and what we're dealing with. Do you understand? Whatever it is that you want to do, you can't make it the side piece. It has to be the main thing. The main thing must be the main thing. And I will go back to Malcolm with the athletes. I think that for a lot of these athletes, I don't think that they've been encouraged to make the main thing the main thing. And when they do try to make the main thing, like Jaylen Brown with the Celtics, you see what happens. Jaylen Brown, to some extent, has been partially blackballed because they're like, "Whoa, wait a minute! You're really actually trying to solve a problem in the Black community. You're not pretending to solve the problem. You really actually want to do something? Well, that's not appropriate because we all talk about the problem." And as long as we don't measure our progress and hold our feet to the fire, then the problem never gets solved and no one ever gets blamed for it. Because we just know that just by default, the Black community is always supposed to be in last place. They're always supposed to be low on resources. They're always supposed to suffer. They're always supposed to be a day late, a dollar short, uneducated, kids can't read, families broken, everybody's struggling, little boys getting shot. Most Black boys can't even grow to adulthood with a healthy mindset because that's just part of being Black. So the most we're going to do is do symbolic things to sort of pretend like we're trying to solve the problem. And as long as you never actually measure whether we're actually solving the problem, then everything's okay. It almost reminds me of Congress. Everyone hates Congress, right? The approval rating of our Congress is really low. And the reason it's low is because they're not really trying to fix anything. They're not really trying to make any significant changes in the government. They just want to make sure that you blame the other party, right? Like, okay, yeah, we know Baltimore is a complete mess. But as long as you blame the Republicans, then it's okay, right? We know the Chicago public schools have 40 schools where not one single Black child can read or do math at grade level. But that's okay. As long as you make sure you blame someone else for the problem, don't blame us, right? And so when you have people that come in and say, well, wait a minute. Okay, so you say you're doing all this stuff, but have you actually measured to see if the work that you're doing is actually moving the needle? What is your criteria? In mathematics, there's a whole thing called measure theory. Measure theory is basically like, how do you measure things? Are you even measuring things? Because if you never measure me as a man, if you never measure the results of what I'm doing, then I could tell you anything. I can live in a complete fantasy. I could live a complete lie for the rest of my life. I could say I'm the fastest man in the world. I'm Boyce Watkins, but I'm faster than Usain Bolt and Noah Lyles. And as long as you never pull out a stopwatch and force me to prove it, then I can live on that lie for the rest of my life. If I'm persuasive enough and people believe me, then I can just, that's I could just live on that. Right. And so when I hear Michael Wilbon and Stephen A. Smith say Malcolm would be gleaming with pride from the modern athlete, I simply retort by saying, according to what measure? Because when I measure the fact that athletes have the highest incomes of anybody, they literally, you literally have hundreds of professional athletes who are making more money than 95, 90, probably 98% of all black-owned businesses. I come back and I say, well, how many of those individuals have gotten together with their friends and formed a consortium that's created 100,000 jobs for the black community? I'm not talking about a guy who bought, 25 Wendy's or a bunch of Roscoe's Chicken Shacks. I don't give a shit about that. I'm talking about people that are really doing heavy stuff. Excuse my French. I don't want to cuss, but stop that. All that little tiny talk, like he owns a McDonald's and a hot dog stand and he bought, come on, man. Seriously. No, no, no. And then the other piece of it too is, um, I really want to see black people benefiting from, I want to be able to go to a community. I want to go to a city. Like I told you, I mentioned how I went to Austin, Texas, and I saw hundreds of rows of houses that Elon Musk and his white buddies had built for all the SpaceX employees. There was hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of rows of all these homes that they built so they could just sit over there and make rocket ships. It was unbelievable. And building after building after building of the Tesla factories. I mean, they're industrializing. What have we industrialized? I just don't see it. I'm not saying it's not out there. I just want to see more of it. Or if you do see a big black owned business, a lot of times you look at the management structure and it's like 60% white people. Has anybody ever noticed that? And I don't want to be mean or anything, but you go to even some of I'm not gonna name any companies because some of these people know me and I'm not trying to be mean. But you look and you're like, okay, let me see you, let me see your black management team. And you got like, okay, here's Ari, here's Dinesh, here's Tom, right? It's like, where's the black people? Oh, the black person, that's the one at the top, but everybody else is not black. There's no black people that young that yeah, it's weird to me. It's all very weird, right? So let me summarize on this, and I want to end this on a financial lesson that we can kind of walk away with. I don't think Malcolm X will be very impressed with modern athletes, largely because they've been given a tremendous amount of wealth, but for whatever reason, they have not been encouraged to have people around them who can give them the courage and the insight to engage in projects that will lead to a substantial shift in the overall condition of Black people, right? Like there's no sort of structure there that says, for example, only 17% of all Black boys in the fourth grade can read at grade level. So we've raised $1 billion to create a school system, and maybe it's gonna even it can even be designed before profit, such that we will provide a low cost solution so parents can send their children to a school that's going to get better results for these children. These are our kids. We're going to make sure that they're well educated, right? Or if you look at healthcare, for example, we still don't have any Black-owned hospitals that I know of anywhere. I haven't seen anything. But we got plenty of Black medical doctors, right? And so I don't really know. I think that what happens is that when athletes do things that make them appear to be connected to the Black community, the big problem is that these activities tend to have to be sanctioned by their bosses, right? They have to be seen as safe. So it's very safe for the athlete to go down and, play flag football with the kids at the local boys club. It's very safe for them to give away turkeys on Thanksgiving. It's very safe for them to say, I made a, $50,000 donation to whatever charity. What's not really safe is when they say, I got together with a bunch of other athletes similar to Bill Russell and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar and Muhammad Ali and Jim Brown, and we're gonna put the hammer on these sons of bitches. We're gonna go into all these people, all these white folks that claim that they love us, these corporations and these banks. We know y'all have access to hundreds of billions of dollars. Excuse me. I went to a social and I sat next to, not me, not me. I'm saying, let's say I'm some 6'8", 240-pound athlete, and I went to a social. I had Barack Obama here, Jamie Dimon from Chase Bank over here. I had a serious conversation with them and said, if you want to show me you're my friend, you're going to help me raise $5 billion for my next project. And what I'm going to do with that money is I'm going to take that money, I'm going to form a board of the smartest people I can find in my community, and we're going to use that money to start some sort of organization, corporation, or whatever that is going to make a substantial infrastructural adjustment in our community. Right? Maybe it's going to increase employment. Maybe it's going to increase reading levels for Black boys. Maybe it's going to lead to some healthcare outcomes. Maybe it's going to lead to a better way to educate Black people or whatever the case may be. Like even the model that I have with the Black Business School, the only reason this isn't scaled at a higher level is because I don't have athlete level money. But I use all my professor money to do this. And we know this is effective. How do we know this is effective? Well, because we measure our effectiveness. I know that even with the little money that we had, we were able to increase Black stock market participation rates at a dramatic level. Where do you think InvestFest and all that stuff came? We started this culture. This started when I was running around doing thousands of interviews and conversations on the internet about this stuff back in 2009. This has shifted the investing culture in the community, which is going to lead to a $1 trillion increase in Black wealth. So imagine if someone takes that model and they pour $1 billion into it. But unfortunately, when you start making real adjustments in the Black community, you're shifting a paradigm. You're shifting away from this old idea that Black people are always supposed to be a day late, a dollar short, and always left behind. You're going into a new world where, wait a minute, Black people are showing up, they're prepared. Oh, wait, Black people are actually advanced. They're more advanced than white people. Oh my goodness, wait, you mean Black families that they're stable, they're working together, they're building entities? Wait, you mean they want to educate their kids and they're pulling them out of our schools and educating them on their own, and they're actually preparing them better than we could otherwise? Well, that's a problem because now we can't make money off these people anymore. And that's one of the biggest challenges that you have to deal with as well, is that there are too many people that have an invested stake in Black suffering. There are people that make money when Black kids are going to failing schools. Because why in the hell else would you send kids to a failing school? You do that because you're making money. You make money when Black boys go to prison. You make money when Black people work for white people. So massa ain't gonna break you out of that. And unfortunately, with athletes, when I would see them do any form of activism, it would always be very tame. It would be like, oh, well, the Democratic Party says we can do a Black Lives Matter protest. We're going to wear Black Lives Matter shirts today. Man, stop that. I don't care about that crap. I know my life matters. I don't need people to tell me Black Lives Matter. I want you to do something that's gangster. I think that's what it is. I think athletes have to be trained to be economically gangster. Economic gangsterism to me means you go and you grab your Dr. Claude Andersons or your Boyce Watkins types or others that understand how economic systems work. You form a board. You go to all these white folks that want to take pictures with you that are controlling banks that have billions, if not trillions of dollars in resources, and you say, I need y'all to cut the check. And when you cut the check, you're going to cut it with no strings attached. And we're going to take this money and we're going to take our best, brightest people in our community. We're going to get our best Black teachers. We're going to get our best Black scientists. We're going to get our best Black engineers. We're going to get our best Black builders. We're going to get our best Black administrators. We're going to get our best Black organizational experts, our best Black therapists. And we're going to solve the problems in our community on a significant level. And I don't blame athletes for not understanding this. These are things I didn't understand until I was in my 40s. So if you're a 24-year-old who's focused on trying to win a championship in the NBA, of course you're not going to know these things. But that's what older black men and older black women are for. And that's exactly and precisely why they work so hard to detach you from older black men and older black women when you suddenly become the bright, shiny Negro who's on TV. It's because they don't want you listening to people that are going to bring you back to your community. They want you listening to people that are going to pull you away. So that's why, that's why Ari, in his family, now you're hanging out with all these other people that are not black because now they want you in their space and they see the black community as a detriment. Your goal and your job and your success is getting away from your community. That's pretty much what happens. And that's why you'll see their lives kind of change once they sort of get in that space where they're making all this money and everything else. And in fact, I remember hearing Bobby Knight say one time, really interesting. He said something. He said like a lot of my black athletes, they can't get ahead because their family members, when they start making money, their family members are asking for money, and they got all these friends from their old neighborhood that want to hang around and everything else. And he almost talked about it like blackness was like a virus that you want to get rid of. That like it's like something that you want to amputate in order to be successful. Like, and once you cut it off, then you can go and be happy and successful and live this wonderful life. And I hope that we've grown beyond that, right? I hope that we understand what that pretty much is. That clearly pretty much is white supremacy. And so really to me, if you're truly talking about this pro-black thing, like if you truly consider, and let's finish on this point. How many of you consider yourselves to be pro-black? Give me a yes if you consider yourselves to be pro-black. How many pro-black people we got in B1 people, black first, my community first, my people first, me first, my kids are black, we bliggity black all day long, ain't scared, ain't apologizing, good. Okay. If you're pro-black, I think you have to ask yourself that question I asked earlier. I know I've talked a lot today, so forgive me, but I had a lot of emotions going through me as I was sharing this. If you're pro-black, I ask you that basic question that comes from mathematics. Pro-black, according to what measure? What is the measure? In my opinion, and this is my opinion, okay? You can't just be pro-black by saying you're pro-black. And also, in my opinion, I think there's a difference between being symbolically pro-black versus being actively pro-black. There's a difference between flash and substance. There's a difference between talking loud versus what you're actually doing, right? And I don't know if we talk about this distinction enough, but I think it's important to have this conversation so that we can start measuring ourselves and really measuring the type of pro-black that you're talking about, right? Because a lot of people think you're pro-black if you get an afro, wear a dashiki, and get a t-shirt with something black on it, like whatever, a black fist on it. Like, and all that symbolism is fine and it feels good psychologically, but it doesn't make a difference in terms of outcomes and realities, right? Um, my measure of pro-blackness comes down to sure, yeah, I talk and I'll say things that other people won't say for sure. I'm wearing a Black Panther on my little jacket, right? So I got the symbolism, right? A lot of us carry a lot of that. But then also, what else is pro-black for me? Pro-black means every single morning, 7 days a week, I dedicate my PhD to talking to thousands of black people every morning about black economics, not just economics, but black economics, in hopes that I can influence thousands of families so that they will understand cutting edge economic techniques that will improve their families for the next generation. That's pro-black. You're measured partly by not just by what you say, but by what you do. What else would I consider pro-black? Well, I got a black wife that I'm committed to, despite the fact that she and I both grew up as African American people who we both endured our version of trauma. She grew up in Gary, Indiana, which was the murder capital of the world at that time, and I've dealt with my trauma, and we put up with each other. And I don't dump her and go marry Becky because I really want to commit to a black woman. When I chose to get married. I knew that marriage was the greatest investment I would ever make in my life. It's more of an investment than any amount of money I've ever put out, any job I've ever done. I'm dedicating my life to something and someone, and it would not have made sense to me based on my definition of blackness to say, yeah, I'm pro-black, I'm bliggity black, y'all. But then when it comes time for me to make the biggest investment of my life, I turn and I invest in a white woman. I don't think that would make sense. I'm not making fun of you. If you married a white person, don't worry. I'm not gonna attack your spouse or anything. I get it. You follow, so don't think I'm judging you. I'm judging myself. Um, but to me, I would feel weird standing up talking to you every day if I'm like, oh, by the way, my wife Becky just walked in. Everybody say hi to Becky, and like it would just seem kind of weird because it would be kind of me honestly kind of telling black women like, hey, yeah, you're kind of cool, but when it came time for me to really, really pick somebody, I had to go with her, right? That would just I would not blame you if you were offended by that. Pro-blackness means that I love being in the lives and supporting black children, whether they're my kids or not. Every black child that needs a daddy, I'm like if they had like Rent a Dad or something, some kind of service like Daddy on Demand, like DOD, like that would be me. Like I love being a dad. I think being a dad is like being a king. It's a beautiful. You're a king. You're a teacher. You're a leader. You're a mentor. Like, and if you carry yourself the right way and you go hard and you give encouraging words, like they love it and you're helping them and it feels good. I love being a dad. I love I got my daughter, but I also have other kids and I just pick them up, man. I don't know. Some guys were making fun of me. They thought they called it simping, like that I love my wife's kids, but I was like, I don't think that's simping. I think kids are great. Black kids are awesome, right? So that to me is my definition of being pro-black. Every resource that I have, from my money to my time to my love to my doctorate, gets invested in the black community. I am an investor to the very core of my soul. When I say the word investing, it's a word that is like 12 dimensions deep for me because I've studied it for so long. So when I say investing, I ain't just talking about money. I told y'all this. Most investing is not money. But remember, you're talking to a person who specializes in investing. So for me, the word investing is very deep. And what I concluded beyond any reasonable doubt is that if you want to achieve something, somebody has to make an investment. And you got to figure out what's your ROI and you have to have a measure. You have to be able to measure. If you want an outcome, someone has to make an investment. You have to measure how much was invested and you have to measure the return on investment. You can't just talk about it. You got to be about it. So I will just tell you, I think that what I love about Malcolm X, let's end on that. But what I loved about Malcolm is that Malcolm didn't just talk about it. Malcolm, he was about it. When they told Malcolm, well, this might get you killed, Malcolm's like, I don't care. Who cares if I die? Like, so what? He was not afraid of death. And I love that. I'm like, yeah, I get that. I'm not scared to die either. I could die tomorrow. It's okay. I'm cool with that. Right? And he lived in it with both feet. So, and he also understood that if you really care about the community, want the community to advance, you have to be in there, man. You can't just, you have to know the difference between substance and flash. And I think that with athletes, my problem is that you have a bunch of people that are put on TV that are making lots of money. But when I look in the communities from which they came, I don't see where that money has improved the lives of large numbers of people. Sure, absolutely. Your cousins and them are doing great, and that's a good thing. That's a start. But I think that there's a lot more that could be done. I really believe that. But you got to stop being scared and you got to start looking for the truth. because they're not going to give you the truth because your incentives are not aligned. They do not benefit. The people that are paying you that money, they don't benefit from you saying, hey, you know what? My priority's with the Black community. They're going to get mad at you for that. And you have to be able to withstand that and break a few rules in order to do what really needs to be done. So, what do you believe in? What do you believe in? And what kind of investor are you? So that's it. Thank you guys for listening. I appreciate your time. Quick housekeeping notes before we go. Number one, to get on the text list for this class, and tomorrow we'll do something different. It's a little more lighthearted. I know y'all didn't expect this whole Malcolm X thing this morning, but I just had to get it off my chest. And no disrespect to Michael Wilbon and Stephen A. Smith. All those guys, I just don't agree with them. I think Malcolm looks at entertainers as clowns, and he still would. I think they could be something other than that if they choose to be. But substance versus flash, that's the idea. So the other thing too, if you want to buy the workbooks and resell them and make money, set it up as a business, feel free to go to financialworkbooks.com. Financialworkbooks.com. We have our workbooks for kids, stuff like that. The discount code is morning70. Morning70 will let you buy them at the wholesale price. You can buy one or you can buy 100. It's totally up to you. So morning70, all one word on checkout, and it'll take 70% off the price. Financialworkbooks.com. And also, if you want to be on the text list for this class, text the word morning to the number 87948. We meet every morning at 10 a.m. Eastern, and we do economics every single day. So God bless you guys. Have a wonderful day. Thank you so much for listening, and I'll see you guys soon. Take care. Bye-bye.